Chapter 2540. The fiery red seed slowly rose from the black-robed man's hand, giving off a demonic feeling. The man slowly raised his head and Jiang Chen's eyes focused on him. Finally, his gaze landed on the man. You're still alive? Jiang Chen said solemnly. He had never thought that the black-robed man in front of him was someone who was supposed to be dead. You didn't expect this, right? You killed me with your own hands, but now I'm alive again. Li Zongheng laughed wildly. His eyes were extremely sharp and his aura was terrifying. Although he was also a half-step divine king, Fei Ying and the others were obviously much weaker than him. Because he was infinitely close to the divine king realm, no one below the half-step divine king realm was his match. Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed and said faintly, "Looks like I've underestimated you. Coming back from the dead, interesting, really interesting. The one who resurrected you should not be an ordinary person. Jiang Chen, you killed me in the past. Today it's time for us to settle this. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent my hatred." Li Zongheng had finally come back from the dead after experiencing 9 deaths. However, there was a barrier in his heart that he could never cross, and that was Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen killed him, he did not have any means to retaliate. He could only die silently and become an unknown dead man in the hidden secret realm. His soul returned to the heavens and earth. However, the hidden secret realm was a place where countless souls were trapped. Li Zongheng's soul was extracted from the hidden secret realm by a peerless expert. Li Zongheng would never forget the moment when Jiang Chen killed him. His heart was filled with despair and desolation. Fortunately, God was merciful and allowed him to return to the peak of the world. What the Ghost Eye sect could give him was not enough for him to reach the peak. However, the current Li Zongheng was not the same as before. Really? Since I was able to kill you once, I think I can do it a second time and it shouldn't take too much effort. Jiang Chen said confidently. At this moment, even Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the others were shocked. Jiang Chen was really arrogant. The strength of this black-robed man was terrifying. Fei Ying knew that even if he and Xianxia were at their peak, they still wouldn't have the confidence to defeat this black-robed man. However, Jiang Chen was so confident. He was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. However, Jiang Chen said that he had killed this black-robed man before. "You're a beauty, why did you become a thief?" Jiang Chen took a glance at the young lady and sighed. The young lady seemed to want to say something, but she chose to remain silent. Li Zongheng's gaze was cold like an ice blade. He looked at Jiang Chen and their gazes were filled with killing intent. "That's what you said. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do to kill me again. Do you think I'm still as weak as before? I'm only one step away from the Divine King realm. What makes you think you can fight against me?" Li Zongheng felt the same. Both of them were extremely confident. However, it was obvious that Li Zongheng came prepared. "You're good at talking. You were also like this in the past. Didn't you get beaten up by me in the end? Do you think you can win against me even if you come back to life? A loser will always be a loser." Jiang Chen looked down at Li Zongheng with an arrogant attitude. Li Zongheng's eyes looked gloomy. That scar seemed to be pressing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He swore to kill Jiang Chen. Yu Jingfan, Fei Ying and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was a mid-heavenly god, but he was already arrogant. Since the two of them were no longer the same as before, the difference in their strength was too huge. If they were to fight again, Jiang Chen might not be able to gain the upper hand. Only Shuelyang knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength was. This battle might be earth-shattering. However, when the two of them were about to fight, something unexpected happened. The scarlet cloud ancient vine was burning fiercely. The fiery red seeds in Jiang Chen's and the others' hands were getting hotter and hotter. In the end, they broke into pieces. How could this be? Hong Yan's heart was filled with shock as he said. After every fiery red seed split open, there would be a crystal-clear heart-shaped object within. It was plump and moist, just like a newborn baby. However, the incomparably large amount of pure energy within it indicated that it was extraordinary. "It's really the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart," Fei Ying said excitedly, holding the crystal-clear heart tightly. He could not wait to swallow it. The divine beast, White Tiger, licked his dry lips. His eyes were filled with envy and greed. However, the flame of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had covered the entire bottomless abyss. Everyone felt suffocated as if the divine energy in their body was being squeezed out. "This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is strange." Jiang Chen frowned. If it's not because of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I'll definitely make you suffer. Li Zongheng did not make his move immediately because the crystal heart in their hands attracted everyone's attention. That terrifying energy caused everyone to be fearful. Heavenly Fire Domain. The old gibbon took a deep breath and looked up. The entire sky was covered by the blazing flame of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. They were trapped in this bottomless abyss, and the Heavenly Fire Domain was constantly shrinking their living space. What's the Heavenly Fire Domain? Jiangchen looked at the old gibbon. I don't know. I only know that in the message left by my ancestors, the Heavenly Fire Domain was the last thing they could see. The old macaque's heart skipped a beat when he said that. He could sense a trace of death aura gradually descending. This might be the reason why every generation of his ancestors had disappeared for no reason. The Heavenly Fire Domain was formed by sealing off ultimate heavenly fire, especially when it was underground. They had no way out and could only wait for death. Jiangchen also realized the seriousness of the situation. The Heavenly Fire Domain, the name alone was enough to make one's scalp numb. The Heavenly Fire was comparable to his 5-elemental true fire. Jiangchen had never heard of the Heavenly Fire before. However, the aura of the Heavenly Fire had caused the 5-elemental true fire in his body to become restless. The Heavenly Fire is too terrifying. Yuanyang murmured. Death was rising in everyone's heart. The Heavenly Fire was already hundreds of feet high in the sky and it was constantly descending. Every inch, every meter, every foot was a challenge to their mental limits. The Heavenly Fire Domain will burn everything. Quickly get into the tree hole. Chapter 2541. However, the pressure in their hearts was far too great, causing Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the rest to have difficulty breathing. How could anyone survive under the Heavenly Fire? The Heavenly Fire that could destroy the sky had become their life and death crisis. Forget it, let's go in first. Fei Ying pulled Xianxia and rushed into the burning tree hole. Hong Yan followed suit. Shueliang, third brother, you bring them into the tree hole. Jiangchen said. Yu Jingfan and Shueliang brought Yu Huafan and Yu Ernyang into the tree hole. Jiangchen, you must live. Yu Ernyang said heartbreakingly. In the end, the green-clothed girl and the old macaque looked at each other and entered the tree hole, braving the raging fire. Jiangchen's heart was as calm as still water. He looked at Li Zongheng. Only the two of them were still calm. Aren't you afraid of death? Li Zongheng said. Then are you afraid? Jiangchen asked. I've already died once. What do you think? Li Zongheng suddenly laughed. I'm not afraid of death because I won't die. Jiangchen was still full of arrogance, wild and domineering. How about we fight in the Heavenly Fire Field? Li Zongheng was not afraid of death. The Heavenly Fire Field is just a gimmick. Although the Heavenly Fire is strong, don't you think it's strange that it suddenly descended? Jiangchen said. It is strange. I felt that this place is strange the moment I entered. It doesn't look like a good place. Li Zongheng frowned. An even greater conspiracy is about to descend. As soon as Jiangchen finished his words, a scream was heard from the tree hole. Jiangchen looked at the red seed in his hand and said, This is just a part of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's energy. The real Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is still in this tree hole. Li Zongheng did not doubt him because the scream had explained everything. The next moment, Jiangchen and Li Zongheng rushed into the tree hole at the same time. After entering, Jiangchen found out that this tree hole was actually a mystical flame space. The terrifying flames were rising continuously. Fei Ying and Xianxia had disappeared without a trace. Yu Jingfan, Shueliang, Hong Yan and the others were still fighting the divine beast White Tiger. The old gibbon was exhausted and the green-robed girl was supporting him. The relationship between the green-robed girl and the old gibbon made Jiangchen even more confused. The divine beast, the White Tiger, was even more powerful than before, as if it had the help of God. Fei Ying and Xianxia were both devoured by him. This tree hole is his base. His strength is continuously rising in this place. Shueliang shouted. What a cunning fellow. I didn't guess wrong. This is all a good show directed by you. Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiangchen's words shocked the White Tiger and the old ape. What? The White Tiger is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Jingfan and the others were shocked. How could the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart be him? Li Zongheng squinted his eyes. He could see that the White Tiger was feeling pressured. Jiang Chen's guess was correct. Jiang Chen had long suspected that these 4 crystal hearts were not the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The white tiger came out from the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Although it was the white tiger, it did not have the divine skill of the white tiger, not to mention the inherited memories. In addition to the old gibbon's oath, Jiang Chen was sure that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart belonged to the white tiger. The white tiger is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Ernyang exclaimed. But she knew that white tiger was getting more and more powerful. Fei Ying and Xiongzhan had already been swallowed by him. Now Shueliang, Hongyan and Yu Jingfan would be in danger at any time. The green-robed girl moved slightly, but she was not too surprised. Because in her eyes, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had nothing to do with her. On the contrary, the old gibbon stared at Jiang Chen. He thought that his plan was flawless, but Jiang Chen saw through it. This fella's eyes were really sharp. Brat, you really make me love and hate you at the same time. I love that you're brimming with talent, and I hate that you're extremely smart and powerful. You didn't have to be involved in this, but anyone who enters this tree hole must die. Or should I say, you're destined to die the moment you stepped into this endless abyss. The old gibbon said with a serious expression. The divine beast white tiger was still as arrogant as before. He had completely suppressed Hong Yen and the others. The scene was extremely depressing. Red cloak formation. Hong Yen harumphed coldly. His figure flashed and 13 red figures turned into a terrifying red cloak formation, trapping the divine beast white tiger within it. The red cloak formation was extremely powerful. It was Hong Yan's trump card. Those who were below the divine king realm could break this formation. Roar. Unfortunately, the divine beast white tiger was an existence that was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. With a loud roar, Hong Yan's formation was completely crushed by the divine beast white tiger's attack. Hong Yan was sent flying and his blood splattered across the sky. The divine beast white tiger leaped up and swallowed Hong Yan and the crystal heart in his hand. His aura increased once again. At this moment, the divine beast white tiger looked at Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng. All of you will become my delicacy. The divine beast white tiger squinted his eyes and charged towards Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan kept retreating. How could a half-step divine king be so weak? Yan Ling Yu. Yu Jingfan shouted. This was the heavenly divine tool of his clan, the Yan Ling Yu. In the hands of the Yu clan, the Yan Ling Yu seemed to be blessed by the gods. Terrifying feathers covered the sky, the fiery red space, and the feathers flew towards the divine beast white tiger. The white tiger's roar shook the heavens. Under Yan Ling Yu's attack, it did not move at all. Such a terrifying fella. Yu Jingfan gasped and staggered backwards. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The divine beast white tiger sneered and tried to devour Yu Jingfan. Shueliang slashed his sword and stopped the divine beast white tiger. At this moment, his sword was filled with golden radiance. Not bad. You're quite powerful. The divine beast white tiger was not angry and turned towards Shueliang. The sword in Shueliang's hand shone with golden radiance. Forgotten sword technique, golden saint sword. Shueliang went on a killing spree. Gold and red intertwined in the tree hole, the light was dazzling. The divine beast white tiger swallowed the sky and suppressed all directions. It directly went against Shueliang's golden holy sword. Shueliang was forced to retreat 100 meters. Chapter 2542. The golden holy sword was smashed into pieces by the divine beast white tiger's claw. Forgotten sword scar. Shueliang rushed forward again to meet the challenge. The small figure formed a sharp contrast with the divine beast white tiger. However, this time Shueliang was not defeated so easily. Both of them took a step back, but Shueliang's sword had a crack. Just so. The divine beast white tiger continued to absorb the energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, which meant that his existence was connected to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was his solid support. Jiang Chen stared at the scene without blinking. Shueliang's strength was completely revealed. The third sword was also Shueliang's strongest sword. Forgotten sword becomes void. Shueliang's expression was cold and indifferent. His momentum was unstoppable. His sword swept through millions of troops as if it was born from the heavens and earth. This time the divine beast white tiger also became serious. The huge sword shadow pierced through the void as if it was going to pierce through his heart. Melt for me. The divine beast white tiger swallowed the huge sword shadow. However, Shuoyang was in a sorry state. He was blown away by the divine beast white tiger and the sword shadow was melted. Shuoyang was blown away. He knelt on one knee and stood with his sword. However, the sword was no longer complete. The day the broken sword is reforged, the day the night returns. Shuoyang murmured as he looked at the void. He was defeated in this battle, but he would never admit defeat. Let's get rid of the white tiger first, then we'll settle our old scores. What do you think? Li Zongheng looked at Jiang Qin. That's what I was thinking. Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng looked at each other. Although Li Zongheng was killed by him once, he had his own pride. Especially after his rebirth, Li Zongheng's only thought was to defeat Jiang Qin fair and square. Therefore, Jiang Qin was not worried that Li Zongheng would play tricks on him. A true expert had his own pride and belief. Li Zongheng was like that. Moreover, he was so proud. Even if you found out that I am the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, what can you do to me? Ah. The divine beast white tiger said with extreme confidence. Let's see if you really have the ability to swallow me. Jiang Qin said. The two of you will be my most delicious food. The divine beast white tiger said with a smile. He had already sentenced Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng to death. As long as the two of them were killed, there was nothing to worry about. The rest were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals, nothing to be afraid of. Did I do the right thing? The old gibbon fell into silence. He realized that the divine beast white tiger wasn't as docile as he had imagined. He wasn't as calm as he had expected either. Because he had been guarding it for thousands of years, just to prevent others from entering the Wudong Sunset Mountain and threatening the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine and his safety. However, because of his existence, his clan had been guarding it for thousands of years. Every generation of ancestors had disappeared without a reason. It must have something to do with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. If it wasn't for the ape ancestors' help, I'm afraid I would have become the prey of tigers and wolves. The girl said in a low voice. You're the son of heaven. You won't die even without me. You're different from the others. The old gibbon sighed. You're different from me. But I can't tell if what I'm doing is right or wrong. Is the inheritance of the ancestors just to protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? The old ape showed a rare bewilderment. A crack had appeared in his heart. He was no longer perfect and flawless, and he no longer had a clear conscience. Why did you help the black-robed man? The old gibbon asked. I don't know. Because of the token in his hand. It's as if that token has always existed in my memory. It was rare for the girl to speak so much. Token? What token? The old gibbon was even more surprised. Buddha token. Buddha token. The old gibbon shook his head. He did not know anything other than what happened in the Tianqi mountain range. His mission was determined the moment he was born. It was to protect the Wudong Sunset Mountain and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The divine beast white tiger was fighting against Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng. Both of them were invincible. Be it Jiang Qin or Li Zongheng, both of them posed a great threat to the divine beast white tiger. Roar. The divine beast white tiger roared continuously as if to express his anger. However, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. He did not need to be afraid of Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng at all. You look weak, so I'll start with you. The divine beast white tiger squinted his eyes and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sneered and instantly transformed into a half-dragon and half-human. Although he looked tiny, he was filled with a domineering aura that could fight against the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin threw out a punch and clashed with the divine beast white tiger's claw. Radiance shone and thunder rumbled in the sky. Jiang Qin's tiny figure was not worth mentioning in front of the divine beast white tiger. However, it was this tiny and seemingly powerless attack that made the divine beast white tiger gasp. Not to mention that both of them were equally matched. The might of the white tiger could not be displayed at all in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's dragon aura was suppressing the divine beast white tiger. For the first time, the divine beast felt that his aura was suppressed. Are you a human or a dragon? The divine beast white tiger shouted. I am the descendant of the dragon. Jiang Qin smiled confidently and charged towards the divine beast white tiger. Although he looked weak, he was able to unleash an earth-shattering power. What a terrifying fella. Yu Jingfan thought. He finally knew the gap between him and Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Xian was not a half-step divine king, he was stronger than a half-step divine king. He could even suppress the divine beast white tiger with his dragon aura. He could clearly feel the dragon aura from Zhou Xian. Yu Jingfen looked at Yu Ernyang. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was not easy to get. Little seventh, you're still as good as ever at judging people. Fifth brother is not as good as you. Yu Huafan sighed and looked at Yu Ernyang. Yu Ernyang looked at Zhou Xian with a complicated expression. He was really too powerful, especially among those who were below the divine king realm. His combat strength was unparalleled. Just his human dragon form alone was enough to crush countless people. You're right. The old gibbon was slightly startled and his heart trembled slightly. The mightiness of the demonic beasts, especially the mightiness of the divine beasts, was frightening. Zhou Qian's dragon mightiness was exactly the same. Chapter 2543. Of course, Li Zongheng did not want to be outdone. After Zhou Qian transformed into a dragon, his aura became stronger, which made Li Zongheng feel serious. Little pagoda art. Buddha shakes the heavens. Li Zongheng's hand seals were intertwined and a black whirlwind was condensed in his hand. A huge palm print was shot out and collided with the divine beast white tiger. Zhou Qian's attack was powerful and incomparable. The divine beast white tiger was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Li Zongheng's Buddha shakes the heavens had already collided with the white tiger. The divine beast white tiger groaned and withstood the attack. However, it was hit by Zhou Qian's punch and was sent flying away. 2 of its teeth were knocked out by Zhou Qian's punch. Such a strong physical strength. Is this guy a human or a beast? Yu Huafan said with a bitter smile. Zhou Qian had made him understand that a human's strength could still be as overbearing as a demonic beast's. His body's resistance and strength had reached its peak. Yu Huafan said with a bitter smile. The dragon scales were attached to the body, the dragon breath was unparalleled and the dragon's prestige was unparalleled. Zhou Qian was explaining to everyone who was the real king of the physical body. So what if it was the divine beast white tiger? It was still impossible for him to take a step back. Zhou Qian pressed forward step by step with irresistible force. Li Zongheng's little pagoda art was also extremely powerful. Under the joint attack of the two, the divine beast white tiger had completely lost its previous majesty. However, the divine beast white tiger did not want to be outdone and continued to absorb the energy from the scarlet cloud ancient vine tree. I didn't expect you to have improved so much. Li Zongheng glanced at Zhou Qian. You're not bad either. Zhou Qian smiled indifferently. After his dragon transformation he was completely unreasonable. He fought hand-to-hand with the white tiger and trampled on the white tiger miserably. If it was not for his strong recovery ability and evil energy, he would have already fallen down. Buddha covers the sky. Li Zongheng roared proudly. The tree hole was filled with flames and was covered by darkness. It was like a giant hand that could support the sky, grabbing the divine beast white tiger. Zhou Qian immediately moved forward and entangled the divine beast white tiger so that it had no chance to escape. Under Li Zongheng's giant palm, the divine beast white tiger howled and was finally defeated by the two. Zhou Qian and Li Zongheng did not stop. They attacked the white tiger fiercely, making it difficult for him to turn. No, I don't want to die. The divine beast white tiger finally showed a hint of panic. He could feel the murderous intent of Zhou Qian and Li Zongheng. He was born for thousands of years just to be able to transform into a human one day. However, he suffered a fatal attack at this moment. You greedy humans, you'll all die a horrible death. The divine beast white tiger gritted his teeth. However, 2 of his fangs had already been knocked off by Zhou Qian, making him look extremely funny. Zhou Qian snorted. He had swallowed so many people, why didn't he think about whether it was his fault? The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had actually transformed into the body of the white tiger. This was something that no one had expected. However, Zhou Qian and Li Zongheng obviously had no intention of holding back. The divine beast white tiger could no longer resist their attacks. It was just a slow death for him. No, I can't let them succeed. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. In the midst of struggle and conflict, the rational god of war finally showed his emotional side. Whether he was merciful or cowardly, he still had to follow the ancient teachings. From the moment he was born, he was destined to be the guardian of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart for the rest of his life. The old gibbon did not know if it was the blind loyalty of his ancestors, but he had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, how would he be able to meet his ancestors after his death? The old gibbon gathered all of his strength and soared into the sky, just to stop Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng. The old gibbon was enraged and his aura rose again. He threw a punch and forced Jiang Qin to retreat. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and stared at the old gibbon. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? You can't save the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Qin stared at the old gibbon. He did not want to make things difficult for the old gibbon, but the old gibbon insisted on getting involved. He could have stayed out of this, but the old gibbon had to protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart until his death. Jiang Qin was impressed by the old gibbon's determination. However, this was a battle to the death. Everyone was here for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Retreat. There was no longer any way to retreat. This is my mission. I will protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart even if I die. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. He raised his saber and stood between Jiang Qin and the divine beast White Tiger. Old gibbon, looks like you're quite stubborn. Then I shall send you to heaven. Li Zongheng's eyes flickered coldly. I hope that you're right. Jiang Qin did not say anything because the battle was to show respect to the old gibbon. No one could tell whether he would win or lose, but the old gibbon could die without regrets through the battle. Thank you. The old gibbon's eyes were clear. He was ready to die in this battle. Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng were not to be trifled with. They were invincible under the Divine King realm. Alright, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, the divine beast White Tiger did something out of everyone's expectation. He opened his mouth and swallowed the old gibbon. Even Jiang Qin did not expect this. The green-clothed girl's eyes revealed a trace of suffering and she was deeply moved. Jiang Qin's pupils shrunk and his expression froze. You deserve to die. Jiang Qin said while gritting his teeth. He's willing to live and die for me. This is his glory. This is his glory. To be eaten by me, he will feel even more honored. Every generation of forest ape ancestor is the best fertilizer for me. Their 10,000 years of cultivation are all at my disposal. Ah. The divine beast White Tiger said while laughing wildly. His voice was filled with horror. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and Leng Leng stared at the divine beast White Tiger. Unfortunately, the old gibbon was still proud of his loyalty at the moment of his death. However, he was swallowed by the divine beast White Tiger in the next second. He never expected the divine beast White Tiger to be so ambitious. Jiang Qin disdained the old gibbon's loyalty, but he respected his choice. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The ending shocked everyone. Chapter 2544. His death is not to be regretted. He was born for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine and died for it. This is the inheritance of the ancestors of the forest. Their lives belong to me. The strength of the divine beast White Tiger continued to rise. At this moment, the divine beast White Tiger's strength seemed to have reached the critical point of breaking through. After swallowing the old gibbon, his strength had reached a higher level. With the addition of the energy from the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, he was about to break through to the Divine King realm. We must not let him break through to the Divine King realm. Otherwise it will be more troublesome for us. Li Zongheng said. He was not afraid of the divine beast White Tiger. He just did not want this guy to be a hindrance to him. Moreover, Jiang Qin was eyeing him. Such a ruthless guy. The old gibbon swore to protect his master, but he was swallowed by the White Tiger in the end. How cruel. Yu Huafan's expression was solemn. He was a sincere man. Although he did not belong to the same camp as the old gibbon, he still felt it was unfair for the old gibbon. This divine beast White Tiger was worse than a beast. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill the divine beast White Tiger that was transformed from the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. No one could stop him. Although Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng were enemies, they had a tacit understanding. Facing the divine beast White Tiger that was growing stronger and stronger, their attacks were as ruthless as usual. Jiang Qin used his flesh and blood to fight against the divine beast White Tiger. However, the divine beast White Tiger's strength did not stop there. It was continuously absorbing the energy from the tree hole. It was like an indestructible beast. However, Jiang Chen's attack was like a sharp knife. The divine beast White Tiger had no chance to fight back at all. Li Zongheng's little pagoda art was constantly causing him more trouble. Being attacked from both front and back, the two of them were still a notch higher in terms of skills. However, this time, the divine beast white tiger did not show any signs of nervousness, as if it had a card up its sleeve. I've had enough. Now it's my turn, right? The eyes of the divine beast white tiger flickered as he sneered. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation had suppressed him for a long time. At this moment he had finally broken through to the divine king realm. Oh no, he still broke through to God King. Li Zongheng said in a deep voice. Not yet. He's only borrowing a part of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's energy. He's infinitely close to a divine king, but he's still not there yet. Jiang Chen's eyes were vicious. Even so, it's enough to kill you. The divine beast white tiger turned defeat into victory and began a new counterattack. Sword Will of Solitude won with the sword. Jiang Chen did not plan to give the divine beast white tiger any chance at all because he had touched Jiang Chen's bottom line. If the old gibbon fought with them, it would be a glorious death. However, the moment he was engulfed by the divine beast white tiger, Jiang Chen's heart was pounding heavily. This guy is worse than a beast. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light. His sword shadows covered the sky and earth. The sword Will of Solitude was unstoppable. Heavenly Fortune Palm. Li Zongheng did not show any mercy. Jiang Chen had seen this palm before. He knew how terrifying it was. Both of them used their ultimate moves, leaving no chance for the divine beast white tiger. White tiger's divine might, chi of inheritance. One chi shakes the universe. The divine beast white tiger spewed out a mouthful of divine origin chi, covering the sky and earth. This was the divine beast white tiger's inheritance chi. One chi shakes the universe. However, Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng were not to be outdone. Their palms whistled, covering the sky and earth. Even the space in the tree hole seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Chen's sword Will of Solitude under the one with the sword, his speed was beyond the limit. In a split second, the divine beast white tiger's body was pierced through by the nine swords reincarnation. Jiang Chen's sword of solitude pierced through the layers of qi. The divine beast white tiger felt a great pressure, as if its body was pierced through. The heavenly fortune palm pressed it down fiercely. Its knees were broken and it was crawling on the ground. It had completely lost its ability to fight and its aura had disappeared. Jiang Chen had also consumed a lot of his strength. He had used 9 swords in a row, which was not something he could do in the past. Li Zongheng was the same. The heavenly fortune palm was his ultimate move. In order to kill the divine beast white tiger as soon as possible, both of them had used their ultimate moves. Although the divine beast white tiger had comprehended some of its inheritance chi, it was still of no use. If it was the real divine beast white tiger, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen murmured. Looking at the white tiger lying on the ground, he was ready to kill. Accept the death sentence. Jiang Chen struck with his palm, intending to kill the divine beast white tiger. However, he was stopped by Yu Er Nyang. Wait. Yu Er Nyang's shout stunned Jiang Chen. Give me a reason not to kill him. If you kill him, the value of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart will be greatly reduced. At that time it will only be a medicinal ingredient, nothing more. Yu Er Nyang looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. He's right. Although this guy deserves to die, we should make the best use of him. However, there's only one Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Their battle had just begun after defeating the divine beast white tiger. If that's the case, this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is mine. I want to refine a medicinal pill, and the main ingredient is this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen said confidently. To be honest, although this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is important to me, it's not as important as you in my heart. Killing you might be the most exciting thing for me. Li Zongheng smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth arched upwards. They were destined to fight to the death. Even if Jiang Chen was willing to spare his life, Li Zongheng would not leave just like that. Jiang Chen knew that he had left a shadow in Li Zongheng's heart. Li Zongheng's obsession was the deepest. If Li Zongheng did not kill him, he would never be able to become a true expert. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Back then you also made a solemn vow. However, I don't think I need to explain the result, right? Even after leaving the hidden secret realm, you still haven't learned your lesson. Jiang Chen said to Leng Leng. Yu Jingfan Yu Er Nyang and the others sighed silently. Jiang Chen was still the same Jiang Chen, the all-powerful Jiang Chen who stirred up chaos in the world and shocked half of the Lone Dragon County. As you wish. You'll die miserably in this battle. I promise. Li Zongheng slowly raised his head. The entire space within the tree hole was filled with a black aura that covered the sky, completely blocking the raging flames. Chapter 2545. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I must get it. Yu Ernyang silently looked at the divine beast White Tiger's dispirited figure. At this moment he had completely turned into a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. He did not pose any threat at all. He lay there motionlessly, his eyes were filled with fear. Don't mess around, Nyang. Just wait and see. If Jiang Chen is able to defeat that guy, we don't need to take the risk. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. For the sake of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, the three of them had been living in seclusion for 100 years. If they failed in the end, how could they face their elders when they returned? Therefore Yu Ernyang had already prepared herself. If she could not get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, she would be too ashamed to return home. But, doesn't Jiang Chen want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart as well? Yu Ernyang murmured. He was now in a dilemma. If they were to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, it would be all thanks to Jiang Chen. How could she open her mouth? I know your difficulties, but don't act rashly. In this godforsaken place, any mistake will lead to your death. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice and stared at Yu Ernyang fiercely. Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng were ready for battle. Jiang Chen could not afford to be careless in this battle. After his rebirth, Li Zongheng was obviously much stronger and more terrifying. If he was not careful, Jiang Chen could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat Li Zongheng. Even he had to be extra careful. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Li Zongheng's voice was filled with battle intent and expectation. Jiang Chen was the devil in his heart. If he could kill Jiang Chen, then he would be like a dragon rising to the heavens. If he lost, no matter how talented he was, he would not be able to move forward. Therefore Li Zongheng knew that he could only win and not lose. The person Li Zongheng wanted to win was not Jiang Chen, but his own devil in his heart. History repeats itself. You will make the same mistake again. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and calmly. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was still as swift as ever. He rose up and crushed Li Zongheng with a roar. Li Zongheng became more and more excited. Their fists and palms collided in the space of the tree hole. Shuailiang silently watched this scene. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was still above his. At least for now he was no match for Jiang Chen. Even if he exerted all his strength, it was still impossible for him to defeat him. Shuailiang was not a person who was willing to admit defeat. Even Li Zongheng was more powerful than him. Therefore Shuailiang had to regroup. His heart as an expert could never be silent. Anyone who stood in his way would be destroyed by him. Sooner or later I will fight you fair and square, Jiang Chen. Shuailiang murmured. But at this moment he still hoped that Jiang Chen could win and crush Li Zongheng to death in the space of the tree hole. Jiang Chen was extremely powerful. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. After using the dragon transformation, he was able to fight against a half-step divine king. An ordinary peak heavenly god was no match for him. Even a half-step divine king was no match for him. The strength of Jiang Chen's body was extraordinarily terrifying. It was intertwined with Li Zongheng's. Their palms were linked together like a tsunami. However, Li Zongheng did not retreat at all. There was only battle intent in his heart. Little pagoda art, 7-storied pagoda. Li Zongheng's hands kept changing. The terrifying black pagoda was unparalleled, crushing the void. The 7-storied pagoda was a 7-storied black pagoda. Every floor seemed to oppress all living beings. Jiang Chen felt the crushing force of the 7-storied pagoda and kept retreating. But he still underestimated Li Zongheng's 7-storied pagoda. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck the 7-storied pagoda, but it did not move. The black pagoda was still intact, but Jiang Chen was pushed back. He was at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the heavenly dragon sword. It had been a long time since he last used it. This time he was going to destroy the 7-storied pagoda again. Solitude and sleeplessness solve all worries. One sword light chills 14 prefectures. The sword of solitude swept across all directions. The sword light was like a meteor falling from the sky. It was ferocious. The sword left a sound as it passed by and fell on the 7-storied pagoda. The 7-storied pagoda trembled slightly. Li Zongheng frowned. He knew that Jiang Qin had finally taken out the heavenly dragon sword. 7-storied pagoda, destroy all living beings. Li Zongheng clenched his fist and the 7-storied pagoda pressed down once again. Jiang Qin swept his sword and fought against the 7-storied pagoda fearlessly. A golden light flickered. The moment the sword fell down, a cold light appeared and the 7-storied pagoda was pushed back. Li Zongheng held the pagoda in his hand calmly. Jiang Qin's sword would always reveal its edge, leaving not a speck of dust in its wake. What a powerful sword. Yu Jingfan took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. It was his first time seeing this sword. Yu Ernyang was the same as well. It was filled with the great spirit and the dragon's prestige. I'm afraid that even the sword in the patriarch's hand is not as powerful as this sword. Yu Jingfan was shocked. This Jiang Qin was indeed a person who could stir up a storm in the Linhe boundary. Even a divine king would be tempted by such a treasure. He was just a mid-heavenly god but he had such a divine item. It was really enviable and enviable. Yu Jingfan was a mid-heavenly god. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, as if he had the help of the gods. He did not flinch when fighting against Li Zongheng, he even had the upper hand. One should know that the gap between their strength was not small, but now it seemed like they were on par. You're indeed getting stronger and stronger, but I'm not weak either. 7-storied pagoda, deliver all living beings from suffering. A terrifying power of faith came out from the 7-storied pagoda. Jiang Qin's expression changed. He never expected that Li Zongheng's 7-storied pagoda would contain the power of faith. The power of faith had surpassed the power of divine origin energy. Immortal could even turn the situation around with his endless power of faith. Sword cutting through the void, heaven's will. Jiang Qin's sword pierced through the sky, causing the entire space in the tree hole to ripple with a series of fiery red ripples. However, the power of faith that could save all living beings from suffering had completely suppressed Jiang Qin. The 7-story black pagoda was pressing down on him. Jiang Qin could feel that his strength was being stripped away bit by bit and his soul was being suppressed by the power of faith. No. Jiang Qin's heart kept resisting, but the dreadful power of faith had already engulfed him. The 7-floored pagoda had completely turned into a purplish-black color. Li Zongheng saw Jiang Qin's painful expression and his eyes were shining brightly. Buddha's radiance. Chapter 2546. The moment the Buddha's aura intertwined with the power of faith, Jiang Qin was finally able to break free. The Buddha's aura had saved his life at the critical moment. After losing the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin's means of self-protection was naturally not as good as before. Even his dragon transformation skill was not as good as before. Puff! Jiang Qin was pushed back by the 7-floored pagoda. However, his face did not look good. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and his complexion was extremely pale. How is this possible? You actually broke through the 7-floored pagoda. Li Zongheng's face was filled with disbelief. He thought that the 7-floored pagoda would be able to suppress him. However, the Buddha's aura had dispersed his power of faith. This power of faith seems to be an extremely evil power of faith. Jiang Qin had a lingering fear. If he was suppressed under the 7-floored pagoda and was assimilated by the power of faith, then he would really be in danger. Jiang Qin, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Li Zongheng's attention towards Jiang Qin had increased by another level. Even the 7-floored pagoda was broken by Jiang Qin. However, Li Zongheng was also severely injured because of it. Cut the crap. You're not qualified to suppress me. Jiang Qin raised his sword and swung his sword. The heavenly dragon sword rotated and the sword of solitude was deadly. Li Zongheng did not dare to be careless. Let's end it here. Little pagoda art, Blackford pagoda. Li Zongheng held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The 7-floored pagoda changed again and merged with the pagoda token, forming a more terrifying pagoda light. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as he fought with his life on the line. The black graded pagoda was like a huge mountain, pressing down on Jiang Qin's head with an overwhelming aura. Jiang Qin's sword pierced through the air and the black graded pagoda became heavier and fiercer. Jiang Qin's knees were bent at this moment and he was forced to kneel down on one knee. The black graded pagoda was terrifying, causing everyone to hold their breath. Yu Jingfan and the others were forced to take a few steps back as it was difficult for them to breathe. The black-tiered pagoda is suppressed by the pagoda token. Not even a god king can reverse it. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. His aura was constantly being devoured by the black-tiered pagoda and his body was constantly being squeezed. He knelt down on one knee and his blood vessels were spurting out. His scarlet eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Jiang Chen suddenly saw a ray of light in his mind. That ray of light seemed to have burst out from the eyes of the frozen man. The frozen man in the myriad chi cauldron seemed to have opened his eyes at that moment. Jiang Chen saw a hint of battle intent, or rather a hint of will. That hint of will was like the Lord of the heavens and earth, born from the heavens and earth, changing the heavens and earth, seizing the creation of the heavens and earth. It was as if he was an ancient king that ruled the world, invincible and unstoppable. That hint of will made Jiang Chen's heart filled with fighting spirit, and it seemed to have aroused the weak Dao sense in the depths of his heart. Heaven-dominating Dao. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with a strange light again. The heaven-dominating Dao dominated the universe and everything. Jiang Chen's battle-intent soared into the Milky Way. No one can suppress me with the heaven-dominating Dao. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold, determined and even full of arrogance. Step by step, Jiang Chen slowly stood up and pushed the black-tiered pagoda up. Jiang Chen supported himself with one hand and held the black-tiered pagoda tightly in his hand. His knees were no longer bent and his battle intent rose to the sky. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded, especially Li Zongheng. He did not believe that the black-tiered pagoda could not suppress Jiang Chen. Impossible. Li Zongheng was a little angry, but Jiang Chen really stood up. He was like a bolt of lightning or a divine weapon, indomitable. Jiang Chen's Dao intent became a little stronger. At that moment, when he looked back at the myriad chi cauldron, he found that the frozen person was still silent and there was no change. In his mind, it was as if that person had never appeared. But Jiang Chen knew that the will had indeed existed. Between the heavens and the earth, only I, heaven-dominating Dao. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword and sent the black-tiered pagoda flying. The heaven-dominating battle intent made his strength soar. That sword intent was not only the sword of solitude, but it also contained an extremely powerful Dao connotation. Wherever the sword pointed, it would dominate everything. The black-tiered pagoda shook violently and the pagoda token fell down. The seven-floored pagoda was also broken into pieces. Li Zongheng's heart was fluctuating and he was extremely surprised. At that moment, Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating battle intent made him feel a little afraid. It was not because of the gap in strength but because of the Dao connotation which made him feel very depressed. What a terrifying aura. Jiang Chen's sword descended into the mortal world. Everyone was shocked. Yuanyang was extremely shocked. Jiang Chen was like a supreme existence between the heavens and earth. Even though it was only for a moment, his domineering battle intent had made everyone hold their breath. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the heavens and earth. Damn it! Black-tiered pagoda. Li Zongheng roared again and again. He was even a little angry out of humiliation. The blood and qi in his body were tumbling. His mind was disturbed by Jiang Chen's sword, and his momentum was completely disrupted. Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating Dao connotation was rampant, and he finally felt fear. The unity of man and sword. Jiang Chen's body turned into a sword, and his aura engulfed the mountains and rivers. He intertwined with the black-tiered pagoda, and the heavenly dragon sword's dragon might was matchless. The roar of the tiger and the roar of the dragon made Li Zongheng completely fall into a passive position. I have a sword that can cut the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Jiang Chen's sword rose again, and Li Zongheng's black-tiered pagoda was continuously bombarded by the heavenly dragon sword. The golden light and the black light intertwined and finally the black-tiered pagoda cracked. Li Zongheng was sent flying and blood flowed to the sky. I still lost in the end, but I am not willing to accept it. Why? Li Zongheng was a little absent-minded and his roar was like thunder, but he was already out of breath. Jiang Chen stood with his sword and he was calm and composed. You are not ashamed because the person who defeated you is called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what a good one. Since I am born, how can I be born? God, Li Zongheng, am not willing to accept this. I am not willing to accept this. Li Zongheng raised his eyes and looked at the sky and his heart was extremely complicated. He was a formidable person and he was like Xianyuan Kanglin in the Linhe boundary. Even Xianyuan Kanglin did not make him look so bad, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. How could he accept this? This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is yours. Li Zongheng murmured. It's expected. Jiang Chen smiled, calm and unruffled. Then have you ever asked me about it? Jiang Chen. Chapter 2547. It's you? You really can't get rid of me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and his heart became heavy. Everyone could feel a great pressure shrouding their hearts. Li Zongheng was indeed strong, but he was not strong enough to make Jiang Chen tremble with fear. Jiang Chen was incomparably excited from the battle just now, but he had also benefited a lot from it. After all, Li Zongheng was no longer the same as before and Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. That was why the battle between the two of them was so thrilling. In the hidden secret realm, there was only one person that could make Jiang Chen feel threatened. That was Xianyuan Kanglin. Not only was he strong, he had also fused with the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen did not know whether he had devoured the Tao Tai or the Tao Tai had devoured him. In short, Xianyuan Kanglin had always been a hidden danger in Jiang Chen's heart. Even though he had left the Linhe boundary, he could still feel the great threat from Xianyuan Kanglin. And the person in front of him was Xianyuan Kanglin. This fella, I didn't expect him to come as well. I'm afraid it'll be another feast. Shuelyang murmured. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was not any weaker than Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had witnessed the battle between the two of them. Jiang Chen was able to win against Xianyuan Kanglin because of a lot of factors. In terms of strength, even Jiang Chen was weaker than Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin was terrifying. Who is he? Yu Erkanyang asked. He can be said to be the #1 expert in the Linhe boundary. Although Jiang Chen had stirred up the Linhe boundary and caused chaos, he still left the Linhe boundary like a stray dog. Although I know that he'll come back one day, I'm sure he'll come back one day. And this person is the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Linhe boundary, the Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Kanglin. Shuelyang said faintly. His words were a little insincere. Back then he had the strength to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin and he did not even put Xianyuan Kanglin in his eyes. But now the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone had their own opportunities. Xianyuan Kanglin's was the biggest. He had fused with the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai. How domineering was that? How terrifying was that? Even though Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was still outstanding, he was no match for Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Shuelyang never showed weakness. He always had the heart of an expert. The Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect. This name is indeed very famous. Yu Jingfan said. Xianyuan Kanglin gave him a suffocating pressure. Even Li Zongheng did not have such an aura. Xianyuan Kanglin gave off a feeling that he was not a divine king, but he was stronger than a divine king. That suffocating aura made even the divine beast White Tiger feel a terrifying pressure. Only Jiang Chen remained calm. Lung Lung looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. You should be glad that I am here. Is this how you greet an old friend? Xianyuan Kanglin smiled faintly as if he was not interested in Jiang Chen. Looks like my greeting method is not to your liking. Then should I line the road to welcome you to kill me? Jiang Chen snorted. You still have the same bad temper. Back then, a few Divine King Realm experts forced you to leave Linhe boundary. Now that you're in my hands, if I kill you, will I become the hero of Linhe boundary? Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Jiang Chen with interest. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. In the end, you'll still be defeated by me like Li Zongheng. Jiang Chen said confidently. You think he's worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Ah, you're overestimating him. He's just an ant, I've never put him in my eyes. Xianyuan Kanglin's indifference enraged Li Zongheng. However, he was already defeated by Jiang Chen, how could he be brave? However, Xianyuan Kanglin's humiliation made him even angrier. These two fellas are not good people. Li Zongheng knew that he was not at his strongest yet. Only by fusing with the Buddha token and turning into a Buddha could he master the little Buddha art to great completion. At that time he would be able to dominate the world. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. Li Zongheng said while gritting his teeth. You're not worthy to talk to me. Li Zongheng, you're already a dead man, yet you're still lingering on your last breath. I don't care who saved your life, but killing you again is as easy as flipping my hand. Xianyuan Kanglin struck out with his palm. Li Zongheng formed the Buddha seal with his hand, but he was still heavily injured by Xianyuan Kanglin. It's just a casual strike, but it's already so powerful. Jiang Chen knew that the pressure on him had increased. Go to hell. Xianyuan Kanglin waved his sleeves and struck out with his palm. Lightning flashed and his strength was boundless. Li Zongheng's expression changed drastically. At this moment the flute sound was heard again. Terrifying soul blades slashed onto Xianyuan Kanglin's palm wind, blocking all of his attacks. Xianyuan Kanglin raised his brows and looked at the green-clothed girl in shock. Interesting. Such a powerful soul energy. Unfortunately, do you think that my soul energy is weaker than yours? Xianyuan Kanglin sneered. His terrifying soul energy shrouded the green-clothed girl and Li Zongheng. The green-clothed girl's expression was cold. The flute sound became more and more chaotic. That terrifying soul energy had completely suppressed the green-clothed girl. The terrifying soul blades were turning into nothingness in Xianyuan Kanglin's hand. The green-clothed girl's eyes finally showed a hint of solemnity. Your soul strength has grown quite a bit. Jiang Chen's body trembled. His soul energy swept across the sky and clashed with Xianyuan Kanglin. Both of them took a step back. Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Jiang Chen silently. You're trying to stop me? Looks like you should restrain your hypocrisy. Later on you'll die more miserably than anyone else. Xianyuan Kanglin raised his eyebrows. Lung Ling said. Back in the hidden secret realm you went against me. Now it seems like you still have a bad memory. Jiang Chen looked at the green-clothed girl. The latter's expression slightly changed. However, she did not say anything and quickly left with Li Zongheng. You're the one who lost to me, right? Jiang Chen asked. Don't tell me you don't know how you beat me. Do you think you're still my opponent now that I've fused with the Tao Tai? It's important to know one's own strength. You'll never have that. You're just conceited. Chapter 2548. You're the one who lost last time. But you've never won against me. Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll win once for you to see. I'll show you who the true ruler is, you arrogant bastard. Xianyuan Kanglin shouted. His roar shook the heavens like the roar of an ancient giant beast. To be exact, Xianyuan Kanglin was an ancient ferocious beast. Such a terrifying ferocious beast aura. The divine beast White Tiger was shocked as he murmured. He was the divine beast White Tiger, but he did not have such a ferocious aura. Moreover, the aura of an ancient ferocious beast contained a powerful dragon aura. Other than the ancestral dragon emperor, White Tiger Emperor, Nirvana Phoenix Lord and the Xuanwu Great Emperor, no other beast could suppress the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. Not even the Dragon Clan. Because he was the descendant of the Dragon Clan, his dragon aura was not any weaker than the Dragon Clan. I could have broken through to the Divine King realm in one go, but I didn't. Even so, there are only a few Divine Kings who could defeat me in this world. Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. Xianyuan Kanglin took a step forward and soared into the sky. His fist aura tore the space apart. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. Xianyuan Kanglin's words were not groundless. Jiang Chen believed that Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was enough to defeat a Divine King realm expert. He had merged with the Tao Tai giant beast, an ancient ferocious beast that could fight against those who were stronger than him. With his strength and talent, he would be able to soar into the sky once he broke through to the Divine King realm. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen unleashed the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. His strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm. At that moment, both of their auras reached the peak. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin clashed against each other. Their attacks shook the void. This was the true battle of the Heavenly Kings. Yu Ernyang, Yu Jingfan and the others were completely dumbfounded. This level of battle was not any weaker than a Divine King realm battle. Moreover, their combat strength was almost equal. Jiang Chen used the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique to fight against the Tao Tai. However, the Tao Tai's ferocious mightiness complemented Jiang Chen's. The dragon mightiness and ferocious mightiness were like a sharp sword that soared up to the sky. It was a battle between two enemies, the braver one would win. Xianyuan Kanglin's palm was like lightning while Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Lightning flashed and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Devour the heavens and earth. Xianyuan Kanglin opened his mouth. Jiang Chen felt as if his body was being sucked away by Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. Xianyuan Kanglin could only retreat because the heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. Xianyuan Kanglin did not dare to swallow it. Jiang Chen was fighting against Xianyuan Kanglin while holding the heavenly lightning in his hand. The two heavenly lightnings fused together. Jiang Chen's aura became more and more terrifying. Fusing heavenly lightnings? Let's see how terrifying your heavenly lightning's fusion is. Xianyuan Kanglin knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning's fusion was. Back in the hidden secret realm, Jiang Chen was only a peak true god, but he was able to defeat a half-step divine king. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly lightnings were. However, Xianyuan Kanglin was very confident in himself. After all, he was not immortal anymore. He had fused with the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai giant beast was his true body. That's right. Since you know, then come and die. Jiang Chen sneered. The two heavenly lightnings fused into one. The explosive energy of the lightning seemed like it was going to burst out from Jiang Chen's hand. Yu Ernyang and the others felt their throats dry. Only a madman like Jiang Chen could come up with such a terrifying heavenly lightning's fusion. How is this possible? He has heavenly lightnings. Two of them? He actually wants to fuse these two thunderbolts together? Yu Ernyang exclaimed. In this space, if the two heavenly lightnings were to fuse and explode, they would be greatly affected. Geniuses and madmen are always the same. The rise of every genius is because he is crazier than the others. Shuaoliang smiled. Jiang Chen set up a defensive formation to protect Yu Ernyang and the others. The heavenly lightning's fusion in his hand was getting closer to perfection. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that you can defeat me. Xianyuan Kanglin roared and turned into the Tao Tai, shocking Yu Jingfan and the others once again. These two fellas could only be described as monstrous. Devour the heavens and earth, devour the void. The Tao Tai roared and wanted to devour Jiang Chen. The huge mouth of the Tao Tai made them feel like the reaper of hell. The space around Jiang Chen and everything was devoured by the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen stabbed his sword into the ground and stood still, letting the rain and wind blow on him. 70 to 80% of the flames in the entire tree hole had been sucked away. It was rather terrifying and it made one's hair stand on end. The Tao Tai's devouring power completely engulfed Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen could not hold on anymore and was sucked away by the devouring power for more than 10 meters. Most importantly, half of the divine origin energy in Jiang Chen's body was devoured by the devouring power. His body was getting weaker and weaker. His life force, divine origin energy, essence, qi and spirit were all absorbed by the devouring power. Jiang Chen's face turned pale and the heavenly lightning's fusion in his hand did not stop. Myriad Qi Cauldron, it's your turn now. Jiang Chen held the Myriad Qi Cauldron in his hand. At that moment, even the Tao Tai's devouring power could not do anything to Jiang Chen. How could this be? Xianyuan Kanglin's face turned solemn. At that moment, the heavenly lightning's fusion in Jiang Chen's hand was completed. Be destroyed for me. Jiang Chen's eyes froze and pushed the heavenly lightning's fusion towards Xianyuan Kanglin. I shall devour the heavens. Xianyuan Kanglin roared furiously, trying to devour Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion. However, he did not succeed in the end. The heavenly lightning fusion exploded on the Taotia's body. It was like a thunderclap. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the heavens proudly. He did not expect that he would be heavily injured by Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning's fusion. A huge hole appeared on his chest. Even though his body was strong and he had fused with the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, he still could not withstand Jiang Chen's heavenly lightnings. Xianyuan Kanglin was in a difficult situation. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to withstand Jiang Chen's fatal attack. However, it was obvious that he and Jiang Chen did not gain the upper hand in this battle. Both of them suffered great losses. At that moment, Jiang Chen had exhausted all of his strength. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin had devoured 70 to 80% of his divine origin energy, essence, qi and spirit. Even the energy recovery pill could not allow him to return to his peak condition in a short period of time. The mountains never change and the rivers never stop flowing. Jiang Chen, just wait and see. Chapter 2549. Jiang Chen did not have the strength to chase after him anymore. In this battle he barely won against Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's strength had completely changed. After this battle, Xianyuan Kanglin was still able to escape from him. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength would definitely increase to the next level. If he really broke through to the Divine King realm, Jiang Chen would not be able to do anything to him. Xianxia, you're indeed the devil incarnate. Not only the Linhe boundary, your stage is far from here. Yu Jingfan said sincerely. He was full of admiration towards Xianxia. Xianxia knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. No one had expected that this battle would be so intense that even Xianxia was severely injured. Are you all right, Xianxia? Yu Ernyang helped Xianxia up and asked anxiously. I'm fine, I won't die for the time being. Xianxia smiled with a self-deprecating tone. Divine beast white tiger. Now it's finally mine. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at the divine beast white tiger. At this moment Yu Ernyang's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia still wanted to keep the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart for himself. He did not intend to give it to her. Although Yu Ernyang knew that this was all thanks to Xianxia, she really wanted the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart no matter what. Yu Ernyang had worked hard for 100 years just to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was within her reach, she was extremely excited. Xianxia clenched his fist and the divine origin energy enveloped the divine beast white tiger. Save me, father, save me. The divine beast white tiger's eyes flashed with fear as he said in a deep voice. Father. Xianxia frowned. At this moment he realized that this divine beast white tiger was just a child. This Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine should be its father, right? A bunch of despicable and greedy humans. You will never be able to take away my Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. No one who came here can leave alive. It has always been like this since the ancient times. An old and deep voice reverberated in the void. However, the divine white tiger had already been shrunk to the size of a pellet by Xianxia and was wrapped in an energy light formation. Xianxia held the divine white tiger in his hand. You are the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Xianxia said in a deep voice. That's right. You've come to my territory, yet you still want to leave alive? What a fool's dream. I can sense that your aura is the purest and also what I like the most. As long as you're still alive, everything will be worth it. It was a pity that there wasn't as much fresh blood as there had been 10,000 years ago. But you alone should be enough to make up for this regret. And those two fellas, their auras are not simple. They thought that they could escape from my palm, but little did they know that they've already fallen into my absolute territory. The old voice was filled with emotion, as if it had experienced countless years of accumulation. His hoarse voice was filled with excitement. Xianxia's pupils shrunk. He finally knew what the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was thinking. No wonder no one could leave this place alive after so many years, and no one had received any news about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. It turned out that this was all a plot by the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is just your bait. What you really want is the lives of countless humans who want to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Not bad, you're quite smart. But it's all too late. In the void, an old figure that was born along with the ancient vines floated in the air. His figure was tall and slender. Half of his figure was in the shape of a human, while the other half was made up of ancient vines. His old face and bald head gave off a strange feeling. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is the crystallization of my 10,000 years of metamorphosis. It can be considered as a true spiritual item. That's why many people want it for themselves. Unfortunately, they are not fated to have it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart will still be eaten by me. If I can devour you, I might be able to break through or at least speed up my progress. Within 10,000 years, I'll be able to completely transform into a human form. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart said calmly, as if it was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. So, you've set up this trap to make everyone your nourishment? Xianxia Lung said. That's right. Because I want to transform into a human form, I need to absorb their blood essence. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart murmured. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years I've lived here. Time is just a normal thing to me. No one can escape from my absolute territory, not even an ultimate god expert. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart's confidence shocked Xianxia. Even hierarch experts can't escape from here? It seemed like this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart had an extraordinary origin. It seemed like it had been growing here for countless years. Every 10,000 years, it would crystallize and form the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. It was an extremely easy thing for it to do. Moreover, its metamorphosis required such a complicated transformation. Over the years, the number of people who died in your hands must be piled up into a mountain. What exactly did you evolve from? Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. I don't believe that you're an ancient vine spirit. Even if you're an ancient vine spirit, it's impossible for you to be evergreen. You can ignore the passage of time. What kind of monster are you? Jiang Chen's expression became gloomy. He knew that this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was not an ordinary monster. Even the 1,000 ancient divine vine could not be evergreen. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for it to transform into a human form. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only half of its body was formed after countless years. He looks like you're quite knowledgeable. You're right, I'm not a Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. But now Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine is my name. As for what I am, you're not qualified to know. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent towards Jiang Chen. You don't even dare to see the sun. You're not a true peerless expert. You're just an evil monster. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is just your bait. Jiang Chen and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart stared at each other. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was not afraid at all. No one could survive in the space of the tree hole. It was extremely difficult to escape from here. Little doll, you're very smart, but you shouldn't have come here. This can be considered fate between you and I. I really like your body too much. Your blood will nourish my new life. Accept death, my nourishment. Chapter 2550. What a terrifying ancient vine. Yu Ernyang and the others took a deep breath. Jiang Chen was now surrounded by countless ancient vines. It was extremely difficult for him to escape, and he was in a passive position. This time we have miscalculated. This Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine is too terrifying. Yu Jingfan sighed, his eyes were filled with despair. Shualiang was in the same situation now. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he managed to defeat Li Zongheng and Shenyuan Kanglin. He still failed to defeat the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Moreover, this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was a true schemer. He had been planning for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Every time the news of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart maturing, it would be the time for him to devour people's hearts. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was unfathomable and terrifying. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, and the Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand flew out once again. The sharpness of the Heavenly Dragon Sword cut down countless ancient vines and burned them to ashes. However, in the space of the tree hole of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, the ancient vines were endless, and they were getting more and more terrifying. The terrifying sword shadows overlapped and intertwined with the ancient vines. Although the vines were extremely sharp and strong, they were still inferior to Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was unparalleled. Jiang Chen was fighting against countless vines. However, there were too many vines coming from all directions. Jiang Chen felt that it was quite troublesome to deal with them. After the vines were chopped off, they regenerated continuously and continued to advance. Jiang Chen's fighting space had been greatly compressed, and he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. If this goes on, Jiang Chen will definitely lose. Yu Huafan said worriedly. They could not help Jiang Chen anymore, but they were still worried about Jiang Chen. Little kid, you can't escape from my palm. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said coldly. Jiang Chen's pressure had reached a radius of 3 meters. Even the Heavenly Dragon Sword could not cut through the vines, forcing him into a dead end. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Jiang Chen's 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation instantly spread out. However, the vines seemed to be fearless. The entire tree hole was filled with raging flames. These flames were comparable to the 5 Elemental True Fire. It was the true Heavenly Fire. Under the Heavenly Fire, even Jiang Chen's 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation could not do anything. The astral wind of the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation was constantly being corroded by the Heavenly Fire. This was the first time Jiang Chen felt the decline of the 5 Elemental Fire. However, it was not the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's Heavenly Fire that caused the 5 Elemental Fire to be defeated. More importantly, the 5 Elemental True Fire had lost its initial fierceness. It was a pity that Red Lotus was still in a deep slumber. Otherwise, he could have easily crushed the Heavenly Fire. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation was suppressed by the Heavenly Fire. The ancient vines also broke through Jiang Chen's defense from all directions. Jiang Chen was trapped in the middle of the ancient vines. Everything comes to an end when there's too much. Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, you're too eager for quick success. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the tree hole. Jiang Chen saw that figure once again. Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang, it's you again. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's face darkened. The floating vines tightened. It was obvious that it was extremely fearful of Feng Qiuhuang. My heart is towards the bright moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. I could have cultivated to the great Tao, why would I choose to be reincarnated? Feng Qiuhuang's voice was deep, delicate and elegant like a ghost, yet holy and pure. Feng Qiuhuang, does he really exist in this world? Jiang Chen heard that Feng Qiuhuang was long dead, yet he was still here. Bullshit, great Tao. I'm the heavens now, who can stop me? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said proudly. A centipede dies but never falls down. You deserve to die. If you didn't seal me for 1,000,000 years, how would I be in such a miserable state? Now you're making sarcastic remarks. Even if you still have a strand of your soul left, can you defy the heavens and change your fate? You couldn't kill me back then and could only seal me for 1,000,000 years. Now I can finally be reborn, yet you're still trying to stop me. Looks like you won't be satisfied until I destroy your soul. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine stared at Feng Qiuhuang fiercely. Feng Qiuhuang was still walking leisurely, calm and mysterious. So, the grudge between these two fellows is so complicated. Only now did Jiang Chen realize that these two fellows were probably two old antique-level figures. One was reborn after being sealed for 1,000,000 years, while the other was dead for 1,000,000 years but his soul still lingered. Both of them were extremely powerful. Feng Qiuhuang, could it be that you're the undying phoenix of the Divine Phoenix clan? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, looking at Feng Qiuhuang's extremely handsome face. Until now he still did not know whether Feng Qiuhuang was a man or a woman. Feng Qiuhuang gave Jiang Chen a glance. His eyes were filled with a complicated feeling, but it was hard to describe. The wind stops the dust, the fragrant flower is gone, don't say 10,000 years of sorrow, we'll be together year after year, falling at the head of Nanjiang, Qiuhuang brings back the shame of our past lives, we'll hold hands when we part, don't force it. Things remain the same but people change, everything ends, tears flow before we speak. Feng Qiuhuang's eyes were filled with an unnoticeable tear stain. Jiang Chen frowned, the obsession in the depths of his eyes made Jiang Chen feel extremely pressured. What a great poem of longing. It's a pity that the undying Phoenix Lord fell in the Western Mountain, the Black Tortoise Great Emperor fell in the Northern Sea, the White Tiger Hades died, the Ancestral Dragon Heavenly Lord turned into starlight, Master Bodhi was crushed, old Ancestor Bodhi disappeared from the world, even the #1 lunatic in the world died in the ancient battlefield. The cycle of the heavenly Tao has long gone beyond recognition. What is the heavens? What is the demon? What is God? They're all nothingness. I only know that only the strong can have a foothold in this world. Wait till I reconstruct my golden body, I'll rise to the top and trample on the Emperor realm. Who in the world can stop me? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's voice was filled with coldness and bloodlust. He wanted to become the strongest in the world and step on the path of a supreme king. You're just a tree branch, how can you comprehend the heavenly Tao? 100 reincarnations. Is the undying Phoenix Lord someone you can blaspheme? Is old Ancestor Bodhi someone you can speculate about? Even the Buddha of the West Pole Divine Region has to address him as senior. You're too arrogant. Feng Qiuhuang said in disdain. I've been born since the beginning of the world, who can compare to me? If it wasn't for that old man destroying my golden body, even a little kid like you can't do anything to me. Hateful, pathetic. Chapter 2551. Since you're immortal, then I'll make you disappear from the divine world. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine raised his hand and countless vines struck towards Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang did not move at all. The moment the vines pierced through his body, he disappeared and reappeared beside Jiang Chen. You dare to fight against me? In my tree-hole space no one can contend against me. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said confidently. Go, I can only hold him back for a while. Otherwise you'll all die. Feng Qiuhuang's eyes were filled with anxiety. With a flick of his sleeve, the vines on Jiang Chen's body were dispelled. Who are you? Why did you save me? Jiang Chen was curious about Feng Qiuhuang. There's no time to explain. The moment you pulled out the demon suppressing steel, he's already reborn. Feng Qiuhuang sighed without a trace of reproach in his eyes. Demon-suppressing steel? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. So the demon-suppressing steel was used to suppress the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, but it was pulled out by him. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He only had himself to blame. The rise of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was not a baseless rumor. Everything had its cause and effect. But now that he had touched the demon-suppressing steel, should he put it back? Jiang Chen was reluctant. The demon-suppressing steel was not an ordinary item. Feng Qiuhuang and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine were not easy to deal with either. Looks like I'm still too greedy. Before you, there were others who tried to pull out the demon-suppressing steel, but no one could do it. Feng Qiuhuang murmured. Go, don't look back. Jiang Chen pulled Yu Ernyang and the others and prepared to leave. At this moment no one hesitated when it came to life and death. However, Jiang Chen could not bear to let others die for him. He was not an ungrateful person who would let others die for him. You want to leave? Let's see if you can get past me. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine sneered. Countless vines were unleashed once again. This time Feng Qiuhuang's illusory figure shone brightly. This should be your final glory, right? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said in a deep voice, showing no fear towards Feng Qiuhuang. You can try. Let's see if I can stop you. Feng Qiuhuang said with a faint smile. A single smile of hers was enough to charm hundreds of people. At that instant Jiang Chen discovered that she was indeed a girl as beautiful as a goddess. She didn't attract the attention of the mortal world, yet her soul could move the 9 heavens. The dignified Princess Qiu Huang actually ended up in such a state. The Divine Phoenix clan is only Esu. You should have been exterminated from this world long ago. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said with a feminine expression. Princess Qiu Huang. Jiang Chen's heart jolted. This Feng Qiuhuang was actually the princess of the Immortal Phoenix race, a prodigy of the Divine Phoenix race. All of you leave quickly. It's not safe to stay here for long. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice as he pushed Yu Ernyang, Yu Huafan, Yu Jingfan and Shui Liang out of the tree hole. No, we'll leave together. I will never leave you. Yu Ernyang said firmly as she stared at Jiang Chen. I can't feel at ease when others die for me. Even if I know I'm going to die, I will never take a step back. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and returned to the tree hole. I have to leave with him. Yu Ernyang looked at her 2 brothers with determination. Shui Liang did not say a word. However, he had no right to interfere with Jiang Chen's decision. Under the hesitation of Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan, Yu Ernyang chose to follow Jiang Chen without hesitation. In the space of the tree hole, Feng Qiuhuang returned to her original form. A 5-colored phoenix with golden wings appeared in the space of the tree hole. Bathing in fire, it was even more enviable. However, the bathing fire phoenix was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Her original body had already died, leaving only a trace of remnant soul. Now that she had accumulated 1,000,000 years of spiritual strength, she did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to save Jiang Chen and the others, causing the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine to have no time to take care of them. Stubborn fella. The Immortal Phoenix race will die one day. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine said in a deep voice. The ancient vine pierced through Feng Qiuhuang's body. The soul light gradually dispersed and her figure became more and more illusory. Jiang Chen returned to the tree hole. Why did you come back? Feng Qiuhuang stared at Jiang Chen. Because I can't leave her to die. Even if I know it's a dead end. Feng Qiuhuang murmured. I don't know where my love came from, but it goes deep. Sorrow reappeared in Feng Qiuhuang's heart once again. She thought back to the era when she was bathed in blood and fought bravely. Once upon a time, there was also someone who said to her affectionately, "It's impossible for me to leave you to die." It was still ringing in her ears. However, the person back then had changed. She could no longer return to the past. Very good. A person who values friendship. I like it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine sneered, full of mockery. Didn't you say it before? This demon-suppressing monument can suppress him. I believe it can still be done this time. Jiang Chen held the demon-suppressing monument tightly. Blood light emerged from the monument, but it contained a domineering aura. At that moment, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was slightly stunned. Back then you were able to suppress me because of your godly strength. Or else how could a broken demon-defending monument suppress me? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine took a glance at the demon-suppressing monument. There was no longer any fear in his heart. He was suppressed back then because of Feng Qiuhuang's strength. She exhausted her life force to suppress and destroy him. However, he was born from the heavens and earth. He would not die so easily. His life force was even stronger than the immortal phoenix race. You're dreaming. You're too reckless. Feng Qiuhuang looked at Jiang Qin and sighed. Her expression turned ugly. Her beautiful face was filled with worry and solemnity. Once the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine obtains the demon-suppressing monument, it'll be another heart-wrenching matter. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you and value friendship so much, I'll teach you a lesson. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine charged towards Jiang Qin. Thousands of vines pierced through the void and shrouded Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes were solemn. He held the demon-suppressing monument in his hand. This was his only chance. Suppress him. Chapter 2552. It's all in vain. You want to fight me with that little ability of yours? Dream on. I was trapped by the demon-suppressing monument once. I will not be trapped by it a second time. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine roared furiously. Feng Qiuhuang sighed. It was impossible for Jiang Qin to suppress the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine as their strengths were not comparable at all. No matter how strong Jiang Qin was, he would be restricted within the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's tree-hole territory. Under such circumstances, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine might not even be at a disadvantage against a Hierarch Realm expert. However, his strength was limited. Once he left this place, his strength would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to roam the Tianqi mountain range before he could completely reconstruct his golden body and transform into a human form. Really? At least I can trap you first. That's enough. Jiang Qin said. The demon-suppressing monument was on top of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's head and was continuously suppressed by Jiang Qin. As expected, it was a peerless divine item. Even though the monument was badly damaged, it was still able to suppress the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine for a while. There's still time to leave now. Otherwise it'll be too late. Feng Qiuhuang stared at Jiang Qin. This fella did not seem to have any intention of leaving. You should leave as well. Jiang Qin said. Me? It's impossible for me to leave. Do you know why I'm immortal? My bloodline is only one of the reasons. Secondly, this Wudong Sunset Mountain is formed from my body. If I leave this place, my soul will be destroyed. Feng Qiuhuang said calmly with a calm expression. From the start he had never thought of leaving this place. Is there no other way? Jiang Qin frowned. Feng Qiuhuang had saved him, he naturally wanted to help him. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. It was a matter of course. Leave. This is not a place you should be in. It's enough for me to trap the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Your appearance will only make it appear earlier. Feng Qiuhuang's tone was filled with worry. Princess Qiuhuang, what's the background of this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Even if you don't know, he still treats you very well. Once you know, you will be involved in a shocking conspiracy. There are too many things in this world that humans don't understand. Even gods are humans. I'm afraid that only the venerable emperor can understand the change between humans and gods. Even an emperor can't seem to be able to change these things. Feng Qiuhuang's eyes were filled with helplessness. Jiang Qin was shocked as well. Princess Qiuhuang did not want to tell him about the origin of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. She did it for his own good. Moreover, even the venerable emperor had his own helplessness. There were things that he could not change. The road to immortality, where would it end? Jiang Qin's emotions underwent a huge change. Feng Qiuhuang and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine were not ordinary people. Princess Qiuhuang was the princess of the Immortal Phoenix clan, while the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's background was even more mysterious. Damned demon suppressing monument. I don't believe that you can still suppress me after losing the suppressing power. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's roar could be heard continuously. He stood up continuously. The demon-suppressing monument on top of his head was getting dimmer and dimmer. Jiang Qin knew that the demon-suppressing monument could not suppress him for long. Leave now. Otherwise you'll all die here. Feng Qiuhuang shouted. Jiang Qin's expression turned solemn. However, he still wanted to suppress this fella. Ice-sealed man, it's all up to you now. Jiang Qin recalled that when he seized the devil-suppressing monument, he had to rely on the icebound man to suppress the devil-suppressing monument. That was how he managed to pull it out. Now he could only use the icebound man to try. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's expression changed the moment the ice-sealed man appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The terrifying suppressing power pressed on the demon suppressing monument and suppressed him as well. How could this be? How could this be? How could you have an immemorial being in your hand? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine roared in anger. It's him. It's actually him. Feng Qiuhuang murmured as she looked at the ice-sealed man. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. How did you get him? Feng Qiuhuang stared at the ice-sealed man without blinking. You know him? Jiang Chen was even more curious as he looked at Feng Qiuhuang. I don't know him. Feng Qiuhuang shook her head. However, Jiang Chen could tell that it wasn't that she didn't know him. She just didn't want to tell him. No matter how peerless you are and how powerful you are, you still fell in the end. Feng Qiuhuang murmured. Jiang Chen was confused. However, he knew that the ice-sealed man was not simple. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's voice was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. The power of this frozen man was not any weaker than the complete demon-suppressing monument. Moreover, it was suppressing someone as weak as him. Even if he was in his peak condition, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine would still be suppressed if he returned to the immemorial era. The reason for that was because this person was simply too extraordinary. This man should be a legendary figure in the immemorial era. Jiang Chen said. His heart was drenched in cold sweat. Such a legendary figure, no wonder he still has such a terrifying suppressing power even in death. The war song rises, the heavens resent, the clouds soar, the wind blows, the boundless heaven and earth, the ruler of the universe. Even you have fallen. An immemorial 9 revolutions emperor. A legend that led an era. However, the legend that belonged to him has already been settled, gone with the wind. Feng Qiuhuang said in a low voice. Since Jiang Chen had already guessed it, there was no need for her to hide anything anymore. Such a peerless figure should be immortal and leave his name in the annals of history. However, it was a pity that an era had fallen. The era of the great emperors had been gone for too long. The era of the great emperors, the era of war and strife had gradually been submerged in the long river of history. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was suppressed, and it was suppressed to the point that it could barely breathe. Looks like you're not a pushover. You actually possess the primordial venerable emperor's ice-sealing body. Feng Qiuhuang said. This ice-seal body is a great weapon to you. It's also a great killing weapon. You might use it to kill your enemies, but you might also lose your life because of it. Stay here from now on. No, I must take this ice-seal body away. Chapter 2553. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine has been suppressed, do you think you can take the frozen man away? If you take it away, your life will be in danger. Do you think you can fight against the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Feng Qiuhuang said. It's not necessary to use the frozen man to suppress it. Using a formation to suppress it is also a good idea. Jiang Chen smiled. You know how to set up a formation? It's impossible for him to come in by himself, but it's not difficult to set up a sealing formation here. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and concentrated. Among the 108,000 formations in the no-beginning formation, there was a terrifying intermediate formation, the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation. Although it might not be able to suppress a divine emperor or a god emperor, it should be effective against this fella. I hope you take care of yourself. After all, it's the body of an emperor. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. If others know that you possess the body of an emperor, those ancient families will dig you out even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground. After saying that, Feng Qiuhuang's figure gradually disappeared as her soul power was almost depleted. Jiang Chen, can your soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation really trap the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Yu Ernyang asked softly. I'll try my best. Jiang Chen said softly as he concentrated on setting up the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation in the space of the tree hole, covering the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine within it. Although Jiang Chen could not make the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation last forever, it could protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine for 1,000 years. That was enough. If he was lucky enough to live for 1,000 years, he would definitely come back to seal the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine once again. The soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation was extremely difficult to set up. It was even more difficult than the Little Ashura Sword formation. Because the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation required too many formation foundations. When Jiang Chen finished setting up the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation, His divine origin energy was almost depleted. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body was extremely empty. Behind him, a sword pierced through his chest, catching him off guard. Jiang Chen slowly turned his head. Yu Ernyang looked at him with a complicated expression. Jiang Chen's blood flowed down along the blade of the sword. Finally, Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee and fell. Why? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. His eyes were filled with bitterness. He had planned everything, but he had never expected that he would be tricked by Yu Ernyang. Her current strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm, which was comparable to Li Zongheng's previous strength. I'm sorry. Yu Ernyang's eyes were slightly red, but her voice was still extremely cold. Whether it's right or wrong, success or failure, it's all in the blink of an eye. It looks like I, Jiang Chen, have misjudged him in the end. I must obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, so I have no choice but to offend you. So you're pretending to be weak? You've already planned this from the start, trying to trap me, am I right? Jiang Chen shook his head. He felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. You can say that. I must obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen, I will take revenge in the next life. In this life I can only apologize to you. Yu Ernyang was very calm and determined. She grabbed the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in her hand. The mouth of a green bamboo snake and the sting of a wasp's tail. Both are not poisonous, but the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The heavenly fire was burning and Jiang Chen was surrounded by it. His life was hanging by a thread, his divine power was drained and his injuries were severe. Jiang Chen's death was already decided. Moreover, she had stabbed Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen would definitely die. Yes, I am the person with the heart of a snake. You think that you are chivalrous and gentle, but in my eyes it's just a joke. Remember, my name is Yu Jingxian. Xian Jingzhi Yu Luo, leave a message. The moment Yu Jingxian turned around, she could no longer hold back her tears, and they flowed down, disappearing outside the tree hole. However, she did not see that the moment Jiang Chen's divine origin power was drained, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart wanted to rush up and snatch the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen risked his life to seal the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in the soul-devouring demon sealing formation, and Jiang Chen was severely injured once again. When Yu Jingxian walked out of the tree hole, Yu Jingfan, Yu Huafan and Shuelyang were all paying close attention to her. Where's Jiang Chen? Shuelyang was the first to ask. Jiang Chen died together with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in order to save us. Yu Jingxian let out a long sigh of relief. Her tears were heartbreaking and it was really pitiful. Shuelyang knew that Yu Ernyang was deeply in love with Jiang Chen, and from the moment her tears fell like rain, Shuelyang had already believed it. How could this happen, Jiang Chen? Didn't you say that you're the strongest in the world? Weren't you arrogant and invincible? Didn't you want to compete with the world's heroes? Why, you died here. But Shuelyang said in a low voice with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Their friendship was better than family and it made Shuelyang even more emotional. Jiang Chen, our Yu family will never forget your great kindness. Please accept my kowtow. Yu Huafan knelt down outside the space of the tree hole and kowtowed 3 times. At that moment Yu Jingxian's heart was trembling. However, she must have her reasons for doing so. She could not go against the will of her family. All of them were extremely sad. Along the way, Jiang Chen had saved them from danger several times. But at this moment they could only watch Jiang Chen leave. Once again he had saved them. Outside the Wudong Sunset Mountain, Yu Jingxian looked back at the blazing fire cave, and her heart was like dead ashes. Killing Jiang Chen hurt her more than anyone else, but she had to do it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too important to her and to the entire Yu family. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Yu Jingxian felt that this sentence was too appropriate for her. Jiang Chen had helped her a lot, but in the end he was still swallowed by her. All of this was like a knife stabbing into her heart, and this knife was stabbed by herself. After Shuelyang left the Wudong Sunset Mountain, he parted ways with Yu Jingxian and the others. He wanted to go to a bigger stage to fight, to break through and to become stronger. Linhe boundary was no longer suitable for him, and the Tianqi mountain range was a good place for him. Jiang Chen took 10 recovery elixir pills, and with the help of the wood spirit he soon recovered to his peak state. However, his heart was deeply hurt by Yu Jingxian. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was indeed important to him, but it did not mean that he would not give it to Yu Jingfan. Chapter 2554. Jiang Chen stared at the scarlet cloud ancient vine. He who was sealed had completely lost his arrogance. The soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation had replaced the frozen man and the demon-suppressing steel. Jiang Chen placed the demon-suppressing steel into the myriad chi cauldron. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a slight throbbing. Although it was very small, Jiang Chen could feel it clearly because the myriad chi cauldron was already connected with his heart. The myriad chi in the myriad chi cauldron can actually repair the demon-suppressing steel? Jiang Chen was surprised. The myriad chi cauldron could not even repair the great Yu soul-forming light, but it could repair the demon-suppressing steel. This made Jiang Chen extremely surprised. However, the demon-suppressing steel was being repaired bit by the myriad chi cauldron. Jiang Chen was in awe. In less than a year, the demon-suppressing steel would be completely repaired. The great Yu soul-forming light is after all a divine tool that was refined. However, the demon-suppressing steel should be extraordinary. It was definitely not refined by a human but a divine tool of the universe. Jiang Chen murmured. He suddenly thought of the God-suppressing steel in Tyrant's hand. Could the God-suppressing steel be related to the demon-suppressing steel? Jiang Chen also planned to refine the great Yu soul-forming light. Although the myriad chi cauldron had a slight effect on the great Yu soul-forming light, the effect was minimal. It was completely different from the demon-suppressing steel. It seemed that the myriad chi in the myriad chi cauldron was the best thing to repair the demon-suppressing steel. If it was something else, it might not be able to achieve the same effect as the myriad chi. When Jiang Chen walked out of the Wudong Sunset Mountain, he once again saw the young girl with a bamboo flute on the top of the mountain. The young girl with the bamboo flute was looking at him silently. Their gazes met, then both of them turned around and left each other behind. Jiang Chen started his journey alone. To reach the Chilean boundary, he would have to cross the Tianqi mountain range. Jiang Chen was alone, he was able to deal with it easily. Along the way he killed many late heavenly god and peak heavenly god realm demonic beasts, absorbing their demonic spirit. His strength had reached the peak mid-heavenly god realm, only a step away from the late heavenly god realm. At that time, Jiang Chen's strength would surely rise. Several months passed by in a hurry. Jiang Chen had experienced many demonic beast calamities along the way, but he was able to deal with them every single time. However, there were some people who were not so calm. Jiang Chen saved a pair of late heavenly god brothers who were already covered in wounds from the attacks of the demonic beasts. Fortunately, he arrived in time and saved their lives. Thank you for saving me, benefactor. My name is Li Lei, this is my younger brother, Li Peng. The leader of the group said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Chen was not as strong as them, but he was able to kill 4 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts effortlessly. Those demonic beasts don't seem to want to kill you, they want to capture you? Jiang Chen frowned and said. That's right, benefactor is wise. They don't want to kill us, they want to capture us and offer us to the 8 lineages Silver River. Now that the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River is getting married, those demonic beasts want to capture us and offer us to the 8 lineages Silver River. I'm afraid that those who entered the Tianqi mountain range this year are going to be unlucky. It's hard for anyone to walk out alive. The other skinny man, Li Ping, said in a low voice, feeling helpless. Both of them were strong, they could even fight against a peak heavenly god realm demonic beast if they joined forces. However, they were continuously attacked. The 8 lineages Silver River has captured more than 1,000 people. They're going to hold a feast for the demonic beasts on the day of the young master's wedding. Those who entered the Tianqi mountain range this year can only blame themselves for being unlucky. In the past they could still talk about their feelings, but now, it has become a hunting war. All the demonic beasts of the 8 lineages Silver River are going to capture us and make us their food. Li Lei gritted his teeth. However, it was an undeniable fact that they were almost captured due to their inferior skills. No one could change this fact. The master of the 8 lineages Silver River was a divine king realm expert. Who would dare to go against him? Even in the Tianqi mountain range and the Chilean boundary, he was a supreme existence. The people of the Chilean boundary were not willing to offend this old monster, not to mention these merchants who came here to gain experience. This is truly cruel and despicable. Jiang Chen frowned. Using more than 1,000 people as food for the demonic beasts, this was the cruelest thing to do. Although Jiang Chen knew that in this world where only the strong were respected, the strong had their own rules. Humans were the smartest of all living beings, the survival of the fittest. In fact, they were just animals that stood at the top of the food chain. However, it was still hard for him to accept it, especially when it came to humans as food. It's hard for the demonic beasts and humans to get along peacefully. However, the 8 lineages Silver River has always been peaceful. This time, the war will definitely push the humans into a desperate situation. There will definitely be a great chaos in the Tianqi mountain range. Li Lei said. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of Xi Zhen and Xi Xining. Oh right, I want to ask you about someone. Xi Zhen, do you know him? Xi Zhen. Could it be that you know him? He's also been captured recently. The people of the 8 lineages Silver River are worse than pigs and dogs. Li Ping said in shock. Xi Zhen is also captured? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the 8 lineages Silver River. He did not intend to cause any trouble at first, but at this moment he had to do it. The 8 lineages Silver River was like the local tyrant of the Tianqi mountain range. If the local tyrant wanted to do something, who could stop him? That's right. There are only a few humans that are still wandering in the Tianqi mountain range. We're just lucky that we haven't been captured by the people of the 8 lineages Silver River. Li Lei sighed. However, it would be hard for them to move a single step. Do you want to do something big with me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Li Lei's body trembled as he looked at Jiang Chen. Our lives are saved by you, benefactor. Even if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, we'll do it without hesitation. Are you afraid of death? Jiang Chen continued. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. What's there to be afraid of if we can die a worthy death? Li Peng laughed heartily. Jiang Chen admired him. We're going to the 8 lineages Silver River to save our people. So many of our people were captured and they're standing on the opposite side of the demonic beast. They're our family and friends. This time I want to save them from the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen said his idea. Li Lei and his brother looked at each other and nodded silently. Although they were shocked, they also expressed their support for Jiang Chen's decision. Even if we die, it's worth it. Li Lei laughed. We're going to save our people, not to throw away our lives. Oh right, when is the wedding of the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River? Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. 3 days later. Li Ping said. Chapter 2555. In order to help them reach their peak condition, Jiang Chen was very generous. He gave both Li Lei and his brother a restoration pill each. Both brothers were extremely grateful and they treated Jiang Chen like a senior. Do you know where the 8 lineages Silver River is? The 1,000 Miles Glacier and the peak of the 8 lineages mountain is the base camp of the 8 lineages Silver River. But the 8 lineages Silver River is heavily guarded. It won't be easy for us to save them. Li Ping said cautiously. You two create some chaos for me. I'll go and look for those who were captured. We'll rescue everyone on the day of the wedding and give them a surprise attack. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and headed towards the 1,000-mile glacier with the Li brothers. The vast white snow covered the entire 1,000 Miles Glacier. The 1,000 Miles Glacier was covered with ice. Whether it was the boundless mountains or the tall pines and cypresses, they were all surrounded by the white snow. They looked like soldiers who were waiting for a battle with spears in their hands. The 1,000 Miles snowy mountain was covered with ice and snow. The snow never melted. The 8 lineages mountain was the most beautiful mountain. That's why it was called the 8 lineages Silver River. Amidst the ice and snow, the sky and the earth were in one line, giving people a visual impact. An incomparably huge ice-field bear was crawling on the ice and snow, adding a touch of liveliness to this dull world of ice and snow. The moment Jiang Chen stepped into the 1,000 Miles Glacier, he felt as if there was an eye staring at him. Such a huge formation. It's the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Jiang Chen was shocked. This formation could be considered as the peak of the middle grade formation. At least he couldn't set it up now. The person who could set up such a terrifying formation was definitely not an ordinary person. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was one of the 108,000 formations in the No Beginning Formation. Although its lethality was not comparable to the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation, it was still quite terrifying. Looks like there's an expert in the 8 lineages Silver River. This formation is not simple at all. Jiang Chen murmured. Once the formation was activated, the 1,000 Miles Glacier would be burnt to ashes. could easily stop a Divine King realm expert. We won't die here, right? I don't want to die yet. I haven't married yet. I haven't become a famous expert in the Huyu boundary. I can't die, I can't die. Lu Xingjuan gritted his teeth as he looked at the ice-cold cages around him. His eyes were filled with fear. Hundreds of people were trapped in these steel cages. Even though he was no longer afraid of the cold, the chill in his heart still made his hopes of survival extremely slim. Lu Xingjuan's face was deathly pale. The moment he was caught by the demonic beast, he surrendered because he didn't want to die. However, the moment he was caught by the steel cage, he knew that death was not far from them. Can you stop screaming like a ghost? Xianxia glared at Lu Xingjuan and said in a deep voice. Her beautiful face was also dirty and had long lost the dazzling brilliance of the past. But even so, she was still extremely cold, causing Lu Xingjuan to still be affectionate towards her. I just don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Lu Xingjuan murmured. Who do you think wants to die here? But what else can we do? Our skills are inferior and we're captured by a group of demonic beasts. We don't even know if we're alive or dead. What can we do? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. She really hoped that a peerless hero would come down from the sky to save her. Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of her. That cold young man, would he come and save her? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Suddenly she realized that she was a little naive. Her strength was not ordinary, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot if he wanted to go against the 8 lineages Silver River. Xianxia's words made many people who were sighing in despair. But no one could change this fact. Not only will we be imprisoned, we will probably become the food of these demonic beasts. Xizhen said in a deep voice. Lu Xingjuan and Xianxia trembled. Becoming the food of the demonic beast was the most terrifying thing. Really? Will they eat us? Impossible. They're inferior demonic beasts. How could they eat us? Lu Xingjuan shook him continuously. His heart suffered a great blow once again. Xianxia's eyes became gloomy. It was just that her uncle did not tell them about this. But now that Lu Xingjuan's condition was extremely bad, there was no need for Xizhen to hide it anymore. Hundreds of people were trapped here. There were 3 half-step Divine King experts, 70 to 80 peak Heavenly God experts and some who were as strong as Xizhen. But more than half of them were weaker than him. Everyone wanted to leave this place alive. No one wanted to become the food of these demonic beasts. But being trapped here was a situation that no one could change. Xizhen's eyes flickered with regret. He shouldn't have brought Xianxia to Tianqi mountain range. Otherwise she wouldn't have lost her life. She was still young, she still had a bright future ahead of her, but she had to experience the darkest moment of her life. To her it was unfair. I'm sorry, Xianxia. Xizhen said in a low voice. Xianxia did not blame her uncle at all. Everything was her own choice. It was a little self-deprecating to say that it was her own fault. But since she had made her choice, even if she knew that the road ahead was bleak, she had to walk on it step by step. This was fate. How about Jiang Chen? Isn't Jiang Chen very powerful? Will he come and save us? Lu Xingjuan looked at Xizhen emotionally. No matter who it is, coming to the 8 lineages Silver River is equivalent to courting death. Why would he risk his life to save you? Why do you only have such thoughts at this moment? You've really disappointed me, Xingjuan. Xizhen sighed. No one would be willing to face death and still be calm. However, Lu Xingjuan had done it again and again. In front of death he was always the most nervous, the most passive and the most disappointing one. Perhaps this was human nature. I don't believe it. I don't believe in fate. It's all your fault. If you didn't bring me here, would I have died? If you didn't have the ability to protect me, would I have died? Everything is your fault. You're still trying to deny it. You're a jinx. Lu Xingjuan pointed at Xizhen and shouted hysterically. Xizhen could only smile bitterly in his heart. Disappointment and loneliness were not enough to express the determination in his heart. Death was not scary. What was scary was surrendering in the face of death. Lu Xingjuan even made him feel disgusted. The 100 zhang underground steel cage was made of real millennium cold iron. It was so sturdy that even a Divine King realm expert could not destroy it. It had completely sealed their way out. Under the ice field, between the 8 lineages peak, countless demonic beasts were dancing in joy. Because it was the wedding day of the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. The entire Tianqi mountain range was celebrating together. The entire 8 lineages peak was like 8 fingers that pierced through the clouds. Chapter 2556. Failed? Two useless fellas. Could it be that there's a divine king realm expert in the eastern Wu Sunset Mountain? With their strength, not only did they fail to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but they were also killed there. I'm really curious, who is so powerful and daring to go against my 8 lineages Silver River? Young master, it's hard to predict the opponent's strength. However, it's said that there's more than one person who survived the battle. A deep and cold voice resounded in the young man's ears. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, his figure was tall and slender, wearing a black robe. He looked extremely cold, a stark contrast to the young master. According to what you said, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has already been taken away, right? Shui said and looked at the black-robed man beside him. I can't deny it. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart doesn't seem to be that important to the young master. For now, young master's wedding is more important. The black-robed man said calmly. Great Guardian, I'll leave the people here to you. Those 2 trash are dead. The 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River have become the laughing stock of the Tianqi mountain range. I'd like to see who's going to cause trouble on my wedding day. Shui sneered and looked at the vast ice field. His heart was as calm as still water. In the Tianqi mountain range he was the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Those who dared to go against him, only death awaited them. The black-robed man was the leader of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River, Yuan Fengchen. Young master's wedding is a joyous occasion. Who dares to cause trouble in the entire Tianqi mountain range? Yuan Fengchen will definitely make them die a graveless death. Yuan Fengchen said in a deep voice. That's great. Great Guardian, from today onwards, you'll be my right-hand man. When I ascend to the position of the River Lord, you'll be the first hero. Now that my father is about to make a breakthrough, 8 lineages Silver River is in need of manpower. Those unreliable guys are really worrying. Don't let me down. Shui said in a low voice. Young master, don't worry. Yuan Fengchen will do anything for you. Good, good, good. I'm right about you. Shui patted Yuan Fengchen's shoulder twice. Go and see how the preparations are going down there. There are nearly 10,000 guests, we must take good care of them. Although our 8 lineages Silver River is the overlord of the Tianqi mountain range, we still need to give them some face, especially not to let them see us as a joke. By that time, 8 lineages Silver River will definitely give them a big surprise. Let them know that I, Shui, am marrying the real #1 beauty in the world. I'll go see my beauty first. As he spoke, Shui turned around and walked towards his icy mansion. The 8 lineages Silver River was heavily guarded. When Xianxia arrived at the foot of the 8 lineages peak, he felt a great pressure. The 8 lineages peak was closely connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. In other words, the 8 lineages peak was the real formation eye, a natural formation eye. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation could make the 8 lineages Silver River invincible when facing strong enemies. Xianxia suddenly saw a figure at the foot of the 8 lineages peak. He was wearing a green robe and had a fat body. Although he had concealed his strength, Xianxia could clearly feel the terrifying aura that was being emitted from his body. Blue-eyed azure flower toad. Xianxia took a deep breath. Could this blue-eyed azure flower toad be the father of the blue-eyed azure flower toad that he had killed? Senior, please wait. Xianxia stopped the green-robed man. Who are you? The green-robed man looked at Xianxia coldly, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior, I can feel a familiar aura from you. Xianxia said. The green-robed man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xianxia. Speak clearly, otherwise you'll die today. The green-robed man's aura had completely locked onto Xianxia, leaving Xianxia with nowhere to hide. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed a Divine King expert. Although this fella had just broken through to the Divine King realm, he was extremely powerful. Senior, if I'm not wrong, you should be Brother Toad's kin, the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Xianxia said solemnly. What are you trying to say? The green-robed man pressed on. Senior, please take a look. Is this your crown prince's aura? Xianxia flipped his hand and took out a poison pill. This was given to me by my brother Toad before he died. He wanted me to find his father and let his father take revenge for him. Both of Xianxia's eyes were red and he said emotionally. The green-robed man held the poison pill given to him by Zhou Xian. His hands were trembling and his eyes were slightly red. A raging flame was rising from his heart. This was indeed his son's aura. I am his father. Then who are you? The green-robed man obviously would not believe Zhou Xian so easily. Are you really Brother Toad's father? It's truly a case of wearing out iron shoes and finding no place to hide. To think that I would be able to find you here, the heavens really have eyes. Zhou Qian's excitement was evident in his words. Tell me the truth or I'll kill you right now. Brother Toad and I hit it off the first time we met. Brother Toad did not look down on me and asked me to follow him. No one in the Xianxia mountain range dared to do that. However, we met someone who claimed to be the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. He did not care about Brother Toad and me. How arrogant is Brother Toad? How could he tolerate others looking down on him? Therefore, Brother Toad fought with the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Brother Toad's strength was terrifying and he was able to suppress the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to help. However, the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River brought 2 half-step heavenly god realm guardians with him. Brother Toad fought against the 3 of them alone, but he still lost in the end. The 3 of them were severely injured. Before he died, he saved me and asked me to find his father and let his father take revenge for him. Unfortunately, you're even more powerful than Brother Toad. I couldn't find your trace at all. Luckily, I met you here today. It's God's arrangement. Zhou Xian said while gritting his teeth. His eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. The green-robed man could feel his anger too. Then why are you here? The green-robed man Lung Lung said. Senior, my wife was taken by the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. He saw that my wife was as beautiful as a flower and she was devastatingly beautiful, so he took her for himself. He even announced that he wanted to marry my wife in the 8 lineages Silver River. I couldn't wait to cut him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. But it's not enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. It's just that my strength is weak and I'm not his match at all. I want to take this opportunity to sneak in and find a chance to kill him. Chapter 2557. I will take revenge for you. I will definitely let that old man of 8 lineages Silver River know the price of killing my son. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make him pay the price. The old toad was not afraid of death. Zhou Xian was moved. It seemed like the old toad was not sure if he could defeat the master of 8 lineages Silver River as he had just broken through to the Divine King realm. Zhou Xian saw the hesitation in the old toad's eyes. However, he had to do it for his son. I have long suspected that the people of 8 lineages Silver River killed my son. Seems like I am right. I will make you pay the price. The old toad gritted his teeth and said, Senior, can you really help me save my wife? Zhou Xian asked weakly. You are my son's friend and I am indebted to you. If I can help you save your wife, it will be easy. Senior, how about I make a deal with you today? Zhou Qian's expression suddenly turned solemn. The old toad squinted his eyes and stared at Zhou Qian. Spit it out. Senior, I found a pill by chance in a cave, the Azure Spirit Pill. I wonder if you know the effect of the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad rapidly closed in on Zhou Qian. Even his breathing became sluggish. Azure Spirit Pill? You said you have the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad's excitement made Zhou Qian happy. This was the kind of old toad that he wanted. That's right. I am willing to offer the Azure Spirit Pill to Senior. I only hope that Senior can help me save my wife. I will be very grateful. Although the Cyan Spirit Pill is precious to me, I can't fully utilize its effects because the Cyan Spirit Pill can only be fully utilized in the hands of a Divine King Realm expert. Zhou Qian seemed to have made a great decision. I wonder if Senior has broken through to the Divine King Realm? Of course I have. Where is the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad said impatiently as he stared at Zhou Qian without blinking. Zhou Qian flipped his hand, and the Cyan Spirit Pill appeared in his hand. If Senior takes the Cyan Spirit Pill, your strength will definitely improve. At that time, you will definitely be able to defeat the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. At that time, you will be able to save my wife and avenge Brother Toad. Although this Azure Spirit Pill is precious, compared to Brother Toad's life and my wife, it is not worth mentioning. Zhou Qian's eyes were hazy with tears. He was so emotional that even the old toad was moved by the scene. Grabbing the Azure Spirit Pill, the old toad only had one thought in his heart. and that was to break through as soon as possible so that he could have a life and death battle with the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Especially the young master, he must break his bones and tear his tendons apart so that he would never be able to reincarnate. Not bad. At such a young age you have some foresight. You are deeply righteous and quite responsible. After we rescue your wife, you can follow me and be my adopted son. I will train you myself. The old toad held the azure spirit pill in his hand and said casually, "Thank you, senior. I dare not ask for too much. Now, I only hope that you can kill the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River to avenge Brother Toad and help me find my wife. I am already satisfied and grateful. The wedding is coming soon and there will be a lot of guests. I will make the entire 8 lineages Silver River lose face." The old toad held the azure spirit pill in his hand with hatred. Xianxia was also feeling sorry for the old toad. However, in order to make the old toad target the master of the 8 lineages Silver River, Xianxia had no choice but to do so. Moreover, the timing was just right. The azure spirit pill could make the old toad more effective against the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. It would be best if both of them were severely injured. That was what Xianxia wanted the most. Moreover, the azure spirit pill could also win the trust of the old toad. Now the old toad had no doubts about him. With this azure spirit pill, there is no need to worry about revenge. The old toad said with a cold smile. He was extremely envious of the azure spirit pill and could not wait to swallow it. "Protect me and leave the 8 lineages peak. I will immediately swallow this azure spirit pill." "Great. Senior, you will definitely make a great achievement this time. Even the master of the 8 lineages Silver River will not be a match for you." Xianxia praised from the bottom of his heart. Good. Although it's a bit of flattery, there's one thing that you're right about. After I consumed the cyan spirit pill, my strength increased by another level. Even that old guy is absolutely not my opponent. In the future the Xianxia mountain range will have a new master. The old toad said with a wild laugh. He seemed to be full of confidence. "Senior is mighty and domineering. You are the real overlord of the Xianxia mountain range," Xianxia said with a smile. He had already done something to the azure spirit pill. Once the old toad swallowed it completely, he would not be able to live till dawn even if he wanted to kill him. Xianxia had planted the mark of the 5 elements true fire in the azure spirit pill. Once the 5 elements true fire triggered the old toad's heart fire, the old toad would definitely die. Therefore Xianxia was not afraid of this old man. He hoped that the old toad could kill the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. In less than half a day the old toad swallowed the azure spirit pill. Although he did not fully absorb the pill, he had already reached the peak of the early Divine King realm. As long as he could fully absorb the pill, he would definitely be able to reach the mid-Divine King realm. However, the old toad could not wait any longer. There was not much time left for them. The 8 lineages Silver River was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Decorated with lanterns and colored banners, the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. "Haha, congratulations. We have prepared a small gift for young master's wedding. I hope young master will accept it." "Yes. Me too. The gift is light but the thought is heavy. Young master, please accept it. Young master is a man of talent. Young mistress will definitely be a beauty. Congratulations, young master. In the future you will be in charge of the 8 lineages Silver River." Countless flattering voices reverberated throughout the 8 lineages Silver River. Thousands of demonic beasts and humans came to congratulate him. The people under the jurisdiction of the 8 lineages Silver River were not only demonic beasts, but also humans. Many of them had chosen to live in seclusion. In fact, they had chosen to live in another world. The 8 lineages Silver River was more snobbish and feared. Shui held a golden cup in his hand and toasted with countless experts of the Xianxia mountain range. The sound of gongs and drums was deafening. Magpies were circling around the thousandly ice field. Shui narrowed his eyes. Nearly 1,000 human cultivators would be eaten in this feast, which was specially prepared for his wedding ceremony. Shui glanced at Yuan Fengchen, indicating that he could show the feast of thousands of people at any time. Young master is a dragon among men and a peerless talent. Now we are even more curious. How peerless will young madam be? Li Lei mixed with the crowd into the 8 lineages Silver River and said loudly. Many people were interested. This brother is right. Young master, when will we be able to witness the peerless beauty of the world? We have been wanting to feast our eyes for a long time. Young master won't be so stingy, right? The young mistress is majestic, we should at least witness it. Everyone, am I right? Li Peng also said with a smile. Many people echoed Li Lei's words and Xue Ying was put in a difficult position. Good. Originally, I was planning to let my wife meet everyone at the last moment. Since everyone is so anxious, then this ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet someone eventually. Let's see if she is peerlessly beautiful. Everyone has the final say. Chapter 2558. Yuan Fengchen frowned. His original plan had been disrupted by the guests at this time. This 1,000-person sacrificial feast was the most important part of the demonic beasts. They could not afford to make any mistakes, especially on such a joyous occasion like the young masters. At this moment, Jiang Qin had already entered the 8 lineages mountain. Jiang Qin searched around and finally sensed Xizhen's aura. Looks like I didn't come here for nothing. Jiang Qin smiled and looked at the giant steel cage that was embedded in the ground. He was shocked to see so much millennium cold iron wasted here. If it was with him, he would definitely be able to forge countless divine tools. Who are you? This is the death prison of the 8 lineages Silver River. Outsiders, please leave now. Today is the young master's wedding day. We don't want to make things difficult for you. A late heavenly god cheetah shouted. The 10 mid-heavenly god cheetahs behind him roared furiously as well. But what should I do if I want to make things difficult for you? With a wave of his hand, Jiang Qin swung his sword, causing the sky to change color. 11 demon beasts were instantly killed by Jiang Qin, leaving no trace behind. Is Big Brother Xizhen here? Jiang Qin shouted. His voice resounded in the prison. Before Jiang Qin could raise his head, hundreds of late heavenly god realm demonic beasts had already surrounded the area, making it airtight. Xizhen and Xixing trembled. Lu Xingjuan was extremely excited. Xixing's eyes reddened. Did he come all the way here just to save me? The unparalleled hero in my heart had finally heard his call. It's him. It's him. It's really Jiang Qin. He's here to save us. Like I said, there's always a way out. Lu Xingjuan shouted excitedly. He had forgotten that he was disrespectful towards Xizhen. Now Xizhen was completely disappointed in him. However, in the face of death, Lu Xingjuan no longer cared about his reputation. As long as he could survive, it would be better than dying here. Someone's here to save us. We're saved. Really? Someone actually dared to step into the 8 lineages Silver River's territory to rescue someone. It seems like this person must be a peerless expert. We finally don't have to die. I've had enough of this damned place and these bastards. Hundreds of people cheered. At this moment they felt the hope of survival. Brother Jiang Qin, why are you risking your life to save me? How can I, Xizhen, be worthy? Xizhen covered his face and sighed. It would be fine if Jiang Qin saved them, but if he died here as well, then even if he died he would not be able to rest in peace. Brother Xi, you're wrong. Friends should treat each other with sincerity, right? Jiang Chen's voice made Xizhen feel a sense of respect and love that he had never felt before. This feeling was something he had never felt in his life. Brother Jiang Chen, with such a close friend, I have no regrets even if I die. What more can I ask for? Xizhen was extremely excited. On the other hand, Xixing was slightly disappointed. Jiang Chen, did he not come here just to save me? This is the Millennium Cold Steel, not even a half-step divine king could break it. Moreover, there's a formation on it. Jiang Chen, are you confident? Xixing asked. How would I know if I don't try? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked around. At least these hundreds of rubbish should be cleared first. Countless people were looking at Jiang Chen through the gaps. How could a mid-heavenly god save them? Even those who were excited at the beginning became hesitant at this moment. Since Jiang Chen was too weak, these hundreds of late heavenly gods were enough to tear him into pieces. How dare you step into the 8 lineages Silver River to rescue people? You're really audacious. Kill without mercy. The leader of the demonic beasts ordered. Hundreds of late heavenly god realm demonic beasts swarmed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calm. Facing so many demonic beasts, even Xizhen and the others felt suffocated. How dare a tiny speck of light compete with the bright moon? Jiang Chen sneered. His sword shadow flew up and his body moved like the stars. With 9 strikes of his sword, hundreds of demonic beasts fell to the ground. Not a single one of them was spared. Not a single trace of blood was left behind. Everyone took a deep breath. Xianxia was only a mid-heavenly god, but he was able to make the 4 half-step divine king experts shiver in fear. This huge millennium cold steel is the perfect material for my refinement. Xianxia raised his hand and the 5 elemental true fire pierced through the void. It was like a sharp fire sword that fell on the iron cage, instantly splitting it into half. The scariness of the 5 elemental true fire was beyond their imagination. Even the millennium cold iron was like a fallen leaf being swept away by the autumn wind. Brother, thank you. Xianxia's injuries were not light. He had yet to fully recover. Many humans were in the same situation. When they were being captured, they fought back with their lives. Xianxia looked at Xianxia affectionately. However, Xianxia remained calm. Xianxia's heart was once again shaken. Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. Hundreds of people were extremely grateful towards Xianxia. Humans and demonic beasts were always on opposite sides. Xianxia's action wasn't because he was a righteous person, he was just saving them out of convenience. Those demonic beasts were extremely hateful and they were extremely cruel. Don't say anything more. This is not a place to stay. Everyone hurry up and run. Xianxia said. Then hundreds of people left the 8 Meridians Peak. Brother Shi, Miss Shi, let's go. All right. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. How could Xianxia not know what she was thinking? However, Xianxia was at a disadvantage when it came to love. Moreover, it was impossible for her to fall in love with everyone she met. In this life, it could only mean that they were not fated to be together. Xianxia's heart was as calm as still water after going through so many twists and turns with Yu Jingfan. What great skills. You want to leave after killing someone? How can there be such a good thing in the world? A cold voice resounded in the void. A black silhouette pierced through the void. It was the great guardian of the 8 Meridians Silver River, Yuan Fengqian. Those who stand in my way shall die. Xianxia stared at Yuan Fengqian. Yuan Fengqian's smile became more and more intense. Then I want to see how I'm going to die. Yuan Fengqian sneered and pointed his silver hook at Xianxia. A mid-heavenly god fella, how could he put him in his eyes? You guys leave first. Leave this to me. Xianxia said to Xianxia in a deep voice. Xianxia did not say much. He was not a wishy-washy person. They would only be a burden to Xianxia if they stayed here. So it was better for them to leave as soon as possible. Xianxia, come back alive. Xianxia gritted her teeth and left. Yuan Fengqian did not stop her. Those people would be chased by the people of the 8 Meridians Silver River. He was more interested in Xianxia. Fei Ying and Xiongzhan, you should know them, right? Xianxia smiled. Who are you? Yuan Fengqian's pupils shrunk as he shouted. Your 2 brothers are waving at you. Can't you feel it? They've left, so you shouldn't be living in this world anymore. There's nothing good in the 8 Meridians Silver River. So, you're the one who killed my 2 brothers? Great, let's settle our grudges together. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. Chapter 2559. She's so beautiful. She's one of the best in the divine world. I swear I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. I've never seen such a beautiful woman either. God, she's so stunning. If I'm strong enough, I'll definitely snatch her away from me. I'll die for such a beautiful woman. It's worth it even if I die 10,000 times for her. This is truly the most perfect fortune given by the heavens. How could the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River marry such a beautiful lady? That's right and wrong. The young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River is indeed blessed by 10 lifetimes. Just the outline of her face under the green veil is enough to make people drunk. At this moment, all the guests who came to the 8 lineages Silver River couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Shui Ying held the white-clothed lady's hand. Her skirt was swaying in the wind. Not a single speck of dust could be seen on her. The thin green veil could not conceal her peerless beauty. Her temperament was flawless, as if she was the most perfect piece of art in the heavens. The lady's expression was cold and her eyes were calm. Even though her face was covered by the green veil, she was still extremely beautiful. Shui Ying's eyes were filled with excitement and pride. Who could go against him in the 8 lineages Silver River? In the Tianqi mountain range or even the entire Chilean region, his woman was the most beautiful woman in the world. Shui Ying never thought that he would be so lucky. Their encounter was quite funny. It was supposed to be a beauty saving a hero. But in the end, the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River took a liking to her. Xueying tried his best to make her stay in the 8 lineages Silver River. If it wasn't for his father's divine king realm strength that suppressed her strength, he wouldn't be so lucky. Xueying didn't care about the opinions of others. Moreover, he was the future master of the Tianqi mountain range. Why should he care about others? He finally got the beauty under coercion and temptation. When she becomes his wife, he wouldn't have any complaints anymore. 100 years later, no matter how rebellious she is, she'll still be a mother. Why should he care about that? Countless people and demonic beasts in the Tianqi mountain range congratulated Xueying. Xueying was now the focus of the entire Tianqi mountain range. It was also the dream moment of every man, especially for marrying such an enviable woman. Today, all of you are fortunate to come to my 8 lineages Silver River. My wife and I will be together on the wedding day. This is considered as fulfilling a request of all of you. My wife must be the most beautiful one in the world. Ah. Xueying said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with pride. Apart from me, who else could do it? Xueying felt even happier when he saw the envy and jealousy in their eyes. He wanted to let everyone know that his existence was like a king. No one in the 8 lineages Silver River would dare to go against him. He wanted to use this opportunity to announce to everyone that he was going to become the true master of the 8 lineages Silver River. It's like a beautiful flower stuck on a pile of cow dung. If Xueying wasn't the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River, how could he have the chance to marry such a peerless beauty? That's right. It's such a waste. Such a beauty should only appear in legends. Xueying's arrogant face makes me feel like he's blaspheming the gods. He looks like he's trying to bully others. Pfft. If it wasn't for his father who would come to congratulate him. Looking at this devastatingly beautiful woman, I'm so angry that I can't beat him up. He's taking advantage of everything. Many people were discussing about Xueying in private. To put it bluntly, they were those who were disturbed by the sight of the bride. Because the bride was too beautiful. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This wedding feast would definitely make countless people beat their chests and stomp their feet. The cold wind was blowing. Her jade-like face was combed and her green veil was settled. She looked like an iceberg and her eyes were like orchids. Her smile was like a falling mountain and she turned into a water fairy. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. They were shocked by the bride's beauty. Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. Even if she fell into the mortal world, she would still become a fairy. To think that there's such a beauty in this world. I've never heard of such a beauty before. Lu Xingjuan murmured. At that moment he stopped running. Not only him but even Shi Zhen and the rest also stopped running. No man could remain calm in front of such a woman. This was the charm of a beauty that could topple cities and countries. Even Shi Xining couldn't help but exclaim, if I'm 100th of her beauty, Jiangchen wouldn't have ignored me. Shi Xining smiled bitterly. She was also immersed in the beauty of the lady. Jiangchen slowly turned around and looked into the distance. At that moment, his body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. Qingqing, is it really you? Jiangchen murmured. Yan Qingqing, why did she appear here? Moreover, she had become the bride of the young master of 8 lineages Silver River. Jiangchen frowned. He had a complicated feeling in his heart. He had never expected that he would reunite with Yan Qingqing in the divine world on her wedding day. It was too ridiculous, too comical and too sad. I don't believe it. Qingqing will leave me. Jiangchen stared at the scene without blinking. He firmly believed that Yan Qingqing would never betray him. She would never marry someone else even if she had to die. Jiangchen was very sure about this. It must be the plot of the master of 8 lineages Silver River. Qingqing, you must have your own difficulties, right? Once upon a time, Yan Qingqing had been searching for Jiangchen with great difficulty. From that small border town where there were no experts, she walked step by step towards the divine altar of the immortal world. Jiangchen was touched by Yan Qingqing in the end. Her love was as clear as ice and as passionate as fire. It was not that he did not love her, but he was worried that he could not give her much. Life only lasts for a lifetime. Pursuing slowly just for longevity. This was the least he could do for her. Since he had fallen in love, he had no regrets. In Jiangchen's heart, no matter if it was Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingyu or Yan Qingqing, all of them were equally important to him. They were the ones he loved without any regrets. Someone wanted to marry his wife. Jiang Chen's heart was as cold as ice. No matter who it was, he would never let go. Jiang Chen had never expected that the lie he told the old toad would come true. The young master of 8 lineages Silver River was really going to marry his woman. Chapter 2560. No matter how Qingqing knew him, Jiang Chen must take her away. Unless she really likes the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River. But that was impossible. Jiang Chen believed in Yan Qingqing. Why? Are you shocked by our young madam? Not only you but everyone in the Tianqi mountain range is also shocked because the young madam is indeed a peerless beauty. Yuan Fengchen said faintly. Obviously he did not fall for it, showing that he was an expert with principles. You're right, but it's a pity that she's not your young lord's woman. Jiang Chen glanced at Yuan Fengchen. Lung Ling said. Yuan Fengchen was stunned. Jiang Chen had already turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky at an astonishing speed. Yuan Fengchen did not expect Jiang Chen to be this fast. He covered a distance of a dozen li in an instant. Yuan Fengchen could not even catch a trace of Jiang Chen under the Great Void technique. So fast. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and stood proudly in the sky. He was like a peerless war god that was above the 8 lineages Silver River. His appearance had caught everyone's attention because it was forbidden to fly in the sky in the 8 lineages Silver River. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to fly in the sky under such a harsh environment. Jiang Chen's appearance made everyone's eyes lit up. They were filled with curiosity and shock. A mid-heavenly god actually dared to appear in the sky of the 8 lineages Silver River, making everyone look up to him. It was no different from courting death. Let her go, otherwise I'll flatten your 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen looked at Xueying Lung Lung. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my 8 lineages Silver River? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? What a joke. Shui Ying's voice was cold and decisive. Both of them stared into each other's eyes and both of them revealed their killing intent towards each other. Who are you? Do you know who she is? You're not qualified to marry her. Because she's my woman. Jiang Chen said coldly. What an arrogant brat. It seems like you're here to cause trouble. Yuan Fengchen, kill this fiend for me as a warning to others. Shui Ying stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen even dared to touch his woman. It seemed like he really did not know how to spell the word, death. In the 8 lineages Silver River he was the supreme ruler. Who is this person? How dare he barge into the 8 lineages Silver River to kidnap the bride? Really? Looks like he's an idiot. He's just a mid-heavenly god and he dares to show off? I'm afraid he doesn't want his life anymore. There's no way someone like him can be a match for the young master. He's not worthy. Is that so? But from his serious expression, it doesn't seem like he's joking. Could it be that young master is really trying to snatch her away? The guests on the scene were discussing among themselves. Each of them had their own opinions. Jiang Chen's appearance had made everyone curious. The young master who had invited guests from all over the world had actually turned into such a farce on his wedding day. It was truly thought-provoking. Especially when Jiang Chen said that the bride was his woman. It was even more thought-provoking. Jiang Chen? Is he crazy? Shi Xining said in shock. Jiang Chen came out of nowhere. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he was lusting after the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River? But it did not make sense. After all, Yu Ernyang was not a bad person. Jiang Chen had always kept his chastity in front of her. Even if he was in love with her, he would not go so far as to kidnap the bride. Why did Brother Jiang do this? Could it be that he's really related to this woman? Xizhen was shocked. I don't believe it. Shi Xining gritted her teeth. She was not reconciled. But if the bride was really his woman, then Shi Xining would completely give up. After all, Shi Xining was inferior in front of that woman. Not even 1 out of 10,000. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and his eyes became gentle. But when Yan Qingqing looked at him, she looked so unfamiliar. Jiang Chen felt pain in his heart as if his heart was being torn apart. How could this be? Who are you? Why did you say that I'm your woman? Yan Qingqing frowned her brows. She was extremely beautiful. Just a glance from her could make all the beauties lose their color. Qingqing, have you really forgotten about me? Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. But in Yan Qingqing's eyes he could not see any intimacy or longing. The familiarity between lovers had turned into indescribable unfamiliarity. That was definitely not an act. Could it be that she had lost her memory? You are not the hero that I wanted to marry since I was young. You are neither a prince nor an expert. Yan Qingqing looked straight at Jiang Chen. But she felt an indescribable intimacy towards this man in front of her. She wanted to say that he was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh, but she could not bring herself to say it. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's right. I am neither a prince nor an expert. Why do you like me? In the past, Yan Qingqing did not care about thousands of miles to pursue him, just to be by his side. Now she was still as graceful as before. But now there was a big gap between them. Jiang Chen thought of giving up, but he knew that the current Yan Qingqing was not necessarily happy. No matter if she was controlled or lost her memory, Jiang Chen would not let go of her hand. Just like how she would rather die than to let go of his hand. Although I don't know who you are, I have a special feeling towards you. I can't stop thinking about you, I don't dare to forget about you. Yan Qingqing murmured. A nervous smile could be seen on the corner of her mouth. This person was indeed very special, but she really couldn't remember. Could it be that there was such a thought-provoking feeling between the two of them? That's enough. In Jiang Chen's heart he was even more certain that she was the Qingqing in his heart. Since you have forgotten everything, that's fine too. From now on I will return everything that I owe you. Back then you were the one who pursued me. Now I will use my own method to pursue you. Love is not about parting. Even if two hearts are separated by thousands of miles, they will never be separated. It has nothing to do with romance, it's about sincerity. Jiang Chen's words made Yan Qingqing look at him with interest. You're very interesting. Yan Qingqing gently sucked on her slender fingers. Countless people were shocked. Such a beautiful woman was able to move their heartstrings. This bride snatcher was really too daring. Trash, you want to snatch Qingqing away from me? Are you worthy? If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as killing an ant. Shui Ying was disdainful. He was too lazy to kill Jiang Chen himself. Are you trying to silence me? You want to kill me to silence me? She's my woman. You are not worthy of her. Chapter 2561. Who's the one who's not good enough for Qingqing? Do you still not understand? I don't care who you are, Qingqing will never like you. Don't even think about snatching Qingqing away from me. Shui Ying was embarrassed into anger. He looked at Yuan Fengchen, who was rushing towards them. I don't want to see him anymore. Kill him. Yes, young master. Yuan Fengchen nodded and looked at Jiang Chen. Even if you don't do it, I won't stay silent. You'll die if you dare to touch my woman. Jiang Chen drew out his sword. The moment the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed and revealed a hint of shock. What a terrifying sword. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with lingering fear. But more than that, her gaze was filled with desire and provocation. The moment the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, it was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Yuan Fengchen stepped on the sky and stood above Jiang Chen. The surrounding area was covered in ice. Not a bad sword. But you're too weak. I'm taking this sword. Shui Ying's eyes lit up. He was also interested in the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Yuan Fengchen's blade was sharp as he slashed towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Not even a half-step divine king like Yuan Fengchen could kill him with a single strike. Jiang Chen held his sword and danced in the sky. The sword of solitude swept across the land. Yuan Fengchen did not expect Jiang Chen to be so violent. He managed to push Yuan Fengchen back with just a single strike. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in an uproar. The leader of the 4 great guardians, a half-step divine king, was pushed back by a mid-heavenly god. Is he really a mid-heavenly god? Isn't he a little too powerful? Yeah, he's ridiculously strong. That Yuan Fengchen is known as the strongest person below the divine king realm in the Tianqi mountain range. How could he be so weak? Yuan Fengchen's expression became extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen was just a mid-heavenly god. Could it be that he couldn't do anything to him? Then he would really become a laughingstock. Winter Azure Saber. Yuan Fengchen let out a furious roar and charged straight at Jiang Chen. An awe-inspiring cold light suddenly appeared, and the saber light tore through the void, extremely dazzling. Both of their figures intertwined, reverberating in the air. Metal clashed, radiance flashed, and even the spectators held their breaths. Both of them stood still. Jiang Chen's sword was unstoppable. The heavenly dragon sword's overbearing dragon might made Yuan Fengchen feel a great pressure. Under Jiang Chen's dragon might, Any demonic beast would have to retreat and be courteous. How could he have such a terrifying dragon might? Yuan Fengchen was extremely shocked. The long blade in his hand slashed through the void, but it could not break Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, his aura was suppressed by Jiang Chen no matter what. A mid-heavenly god actually possessed such strength. Yuan Fengchen felt humiliated. However, those who had not fought against him before would not understand how terrifying Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was. The fusion of dragon and sword was invincible. Yuan Fengchen, don't disappoint me. Shui Ying's voice resounded in Yuan Fengchen's ears. Yuan Fengchen trembled. He knew that the person in front of him was only a mid-heavenly god. How could he establish himself in the Tianqi mountain range in the future if he was suppressed by his opponent? How could he gain the trust of others? Yuan Fengchen raised his saber again. It was unstoppable. Jiang Chen was fearless. The two of them clashed with each other. The glaciers within 1,000 li cracked. The ice mountains beneath the 8 lineages Silver River collapsed one after another. The snow melted and the ice melted. It was truly earth-shattering. Other than Divine King experts, no one had seen it before. However, the battle between the two of them seemed to be on par with a Divine King expert. Jiang Chen only had one thought in his mind: to kill Shui Ying and bring Yan Qingqing away. Die, you don't stand a chance anymore. Yuan Fengchen swept his blade once again. His aura shrouded the sky, his silhouette shone brightly. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain and looked at Yan Qingqing with a gentle gaze. He then turned around and stood firm, his lips curled into a cold expression. Killing decisively will only happen today. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Jiang Chen activated the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Countless rays of saber light scattered in the void, shattering mountains and rivers. However, Jiang Chen did not even budge an inch. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen would definitely fall, but the result was beyond their expectations. Jiang Chen withstood Yuan Fengchen's attack with his body. He had completed the final attack in defense, causing Yuan Fengchen to lose all his confidence. Yuan Fengchen took 2 steps back, his expression changed. He did not expect Jiang Chen's defense to be able to nullify all of his attacks. Not bad, but it's a pity that you're not strong enough, you're still too weak. Yan Qingqing shook her head and smiled faintly. Her harem was devoid of color. Have a taste of my attack. Jiang Chen's eyes became cold. The aura of the heavenly dragon sword soared to the sky. The sword of solitude, a sword that could break thousands of swords. This was Jiang Chen's unrivaled strength, the sword of heaven's will. Jiang Chen exerted all of his strength. He turned into a rain of swords, covering the sky with his sword. His name was left behind, his sword was left behind, his sword was left behind, his sword was left behind. Everything turned into ashes. Jiang Chen used his body as a sword and did not hold back at all. Yuan Fengchen felt the fear of death and took a few steps back. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was filled with respect. Even though Jiang Chen's strength was not as strong as Yuan Fengchen, his technique was unparalleled. His sword intent cut through the void, severing love and hatred, life and death. Jiang Chen pierced through Yuan Fengchen's body and ran in the opposite direction of Yuan Fengchen. No one knew that Jiang Chen had kept his sword and stood still. Just so. Yuan Fengchen sneered. He took 3 steps forward and spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the snow red. He staggered and knelt on the ground. His face was pale and lonely, his expression was full of vicissitudes. Jiang Chen smiled. He was confident and calm, because that sword had cut through Yuan Fengchen's strength. Even if he was not dead, it would be hard for him to fight again. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in a state of shock. Nobody had thought that things would turn out this way. The leader of the 4 great guardians of 8 lineages Silver River was so weak? You've really disappointed me, Yuan Fengchen. Shui Ying sighed. He was also shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. This fella could not be judged by common sense. It seemed like he had underestimated this fella who came to snatch the bride. Shui Ying, could it be that you're not his match? Yan Qingqing looked at Shui Ying and asked. Joke? How could a despicable fella like him be compared to me? What a joke. Chapter 2562. I want to marry a man of indomitable spirit. Yan Qingqing smiled sweetly. Shui Ying was already intoxicated by Yan Qingqing's laughter. There's no one in 8 lineages Silver River that I, Shui Ying, am afraid of. Shui Ying looked at the sky with disdain. Of course, his father was a divine king. You're not qualified to stand beside Qingqing. Next it's your turn. Jiang Chen saw that Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with coldness and provocation. That's right. This was a provocation. Jiang Chen could feel that the current Qingqing wasn't the same Qingqing who needed his protection anymore. Her strength was definitely not ordinary. Don't be too full of yourself. Don't be too arrogant. Since my great guardian has been defeated, I have to do it myself. Shuiying hated Jiang Chen to the core. Jiang Chen had disgraced the 8 lineages Silver River. Now that Jiang Chen had provoked him, he must not let him leave this place alive. How could a mere mid-heavenly god realm overturn the heavens? Especially at this moment, Shuiying had to show off his strong side in front of Yan Qingqing. A hero would be fearless in front of a beauty. I'll wait for your return. Yan Qingqing looked at Shuiying with a meaningful look in her eyes. Although Jiang Chen could not tell what Yan Qingqing was planning, he knew that even though she had lost her memory, she was not a simple person. She seemed to be brewing a conspiracy. Sometimes women are scarier than men, especially beautiful women. Jiang Chen felt that he had a whole new level of respect for Yan Qingqing. This fella is really courting death. He even dares to provoke the young master of 8 lineages Silver River. He must be tired of living. Hey. Lu Xingjuan curled his lips and said. He was a typical onlooker. He had forgotten that it was all thanks to Jiang Chen that he was able to escape. You're such a heartless fella. Even if Jiang Chen is courting death, he's still stronger than you. I will never forget your ugly face in the dungeon. You're not welcome in our Xilan escort. Shixining looked at Lu Xingjuan with scorching eyes, despising his current behavior and state of mind. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. We can't force them. Shizhen sighed and waved his hand, signaling Shixining not to make things difficult for Lu Xingjuan because he was thoroughly disappointed in this guy. You're right. A coward will always be a coward. Even if you're not afraid of death, do you dare to face the 8 lineages Silver River? At this time, Li Peng was standing next to Lu Xingjuan. Who are you calling a coward? Lu Xingjuan was enraged, but he was suppressed by Shizhen. Obviously, with Li Peng's strength, killing Lu Xingjuan was as easy as flipping a palm. Even he might not be her opponent. Xilan Escort Agency's Shizhen, we have met once. We are indebted to Jiang Chen. However, some people don't know how to repay our kindness and even made sarcastic remarks here. I think brother, she is not the same as him. Li Lei took a step forward with a vigorous aura. Even Shizhen was no match for these two brothers. Lu Xingjuan was so frightened that he staggered backwards. His face was pale and bloodless, but he dared not say another word. I hope that Jiang Chen has his own plan. He shouldn't be a reckless person. Shizhen said in a low voice. We also believe that our benefactor is not a reckless person. This time he faced a life and death crisis to save you guys. It's really admirable. Li Lei said with a sincere tone. His respect for Jiang Chen came from the bottom of his heart. The battle between Jiang Chen and Shuiying was imminent. In just a blink of an eye, a great battle was about to break out. Now that you're at death's door, you should know your current situation. How dare a nobody behave atrociously in my 8 lineages Silver River? Die. Shuiying stepped on the sky and stood face to face with Jiang Chen. His eyes were cold and his terrifying aura spread across the entire 8 lineages Silver River. Since this was his territory, Jiang Chen dared to behave atrociously here. In his opinion, it was no different than courting death. Shuiying was gifted since he was young and he had great skills. His body was infinitely close to that of a divine beast. That's why his father became the strongest demonic beast in the entire Tianqi mountain range, the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. This time I'm afraid that this fella has nowhere to run. Even the young master has taken action. This bride kidnapping is destined to be a farce. Does he really want to go against the 8 lineages Silver River? He with just him? Isn't that right? Even a divine king expert might not have any chance of winning against the 8 lineages Silver River. I'm afraid that the old master's strength has already reached the pinnacle. I'm just watching the show. Some people were happy while some were sad. Some of them did not know about Jiang Chen's strength and they just wanted to see how this farce would end. Those who were saved by Jiang Chen were filled with righteous indignation. Hundreds of experts wanted to lend a hand to Jiang Chen. However, if they turn back now, they might become the prisoners of the 8 lineages Silver River again and face the choice of life and death. If we just leave like this, how are we going to face ourselves for the rest of our lives? That's right. Although we met by chance, we've benefited from our benefactor. No matter if he's overestimating himself or that woman is really his wife, we have no reason to stand aside and do nothing. It's not good news for our benefactor to take action now. I have a suggestion. If our benefactor is defeated, let's not have any scruples anymore and attack together. I don't believe that they can stop us. We're already going to die and we're indebted to our benefactor. If we just leave like this, how are we going to live up to the word human? Haha, you're right. The reason why humans are humans is because they have more humanity than demonic beast. Love in the human world is to experience the vicissitudes of life, to see the vanity of the world and to maintain one's cultivation. If we don't have any pursuit, how are we different from the walking dead? Li Peng laughed and said. His words aroused everyone's interest. Hundreds of eyes were looking at Jiang Qin and Shui Ying. The final outcome would be decided in an instant. Jiang Qin stared at Yan Qingqing. He did not even put Shui Ying in his eyes because Shui Ying's strength was almost the same as Yuan Fengchen's. Why should he care about Shui Ying? However, the person he cared about the most was Yan Qingqing. Jiang Qin did not know what kind of grievance she had suffered. Since they parted in the immortal world, there was no news about them. Now that they met again in the divine world, Jiang Qin naturally did not want to see Yan Qingqing living alone in the mortal world. As her man, he could not let her suffer any grievance. This battle is only for you. Chapter 2563. You're courting death. 8 lineages. Silver River is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Shui Ying took the lead, trampling on the ice and snow of the mountains and rivers as he fought with Jiang Qin. Shui Ying held the towering heaven hammer in his hand. It was as if thunder was roaring in the ears and the wind was howling. The giant hammer dominated the sky and came down with a whistling sound. It was as if Mount Tai had fallen, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Jiang Chen's eyes looked dignified as he held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword flew in all directions as the intense battle between him and Shui Ying shook the 9 heavens. The ferocity of the hammer and the sharpness of the sword made Jiang Chen more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The heavenly dragon's sword roared furiously as it laughed proudly in the universe. What a powerful fella. Is he still a mid-heavenly god? Oh my god. Shui Ying might be in big trouble. However, the old master has not taken action yet. Moreover, Shui Ying is not the only expert in 8 lineages. Silver River. It really makes people sigh. If on the day of the wedding this well-known young master was beaten to a pulp, wouldn't that be a joke? There were always people who came to watch the show. Moreover, they would never complain that the battle was not exciting enough. Jiang Qin and Shui Ying's figures were constantly crossing each other. The collision of the hammer and the sword, the trembling of the light and the shadow. The two of them fought for a long time and it was hard to determine the winner. In the glacier valley, thousands of miles of ice and snow were falling. The 8 lineages were trembling in fear. Worthy of being the young master of 8 lineages. Silver River. You're quite capable. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and looked at Yan Qingqing. The latter was also looking at him with interest. However, it was only interest, there was no trace of love. Jiang Qin did not care. Since he had chosen to start all over again, he would not allow himself to lose his composure in front of the woman he loved. Moreover, it would not be easy for Shui Ying to defeat him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. It's good that you know. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you'll be torn into pieces by me later. Shui Ying said softly. Mediocre strength, but you're one of the best in boasting. Jiang Qin said calmly. Brat, you will die very, very miserably, I promise. Shui Ying was infuriated by Jiang Qin. The two of them clashed again. 1,000 feet of sword light cut down the mountain peak, shattering the glacier. The deafening sound was deafening and the avalanche was hundreds of miles away. Not a single blade of grass grew. The wind and snow between the two of them danced in the air. The scene was extremely beautiful, but every sword strike had touched Shui Ying's bottom line. It made his heart tremble again and again and he retreated time and time again. However, Shui Ying did not want to be outdone. He raised his gigantic hammer and smashed it down. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling. Jiang Qin dodged the attack while the two of them continued to fight. It's time to end this. It's time for my woman to go home. Jiang Qin sneered as his eyes became sharper. His combat strength increased again after using the dragon transformation. His physical strength had already reached the half-step divine king realm. Jiang Qin swept across the universe, his sword pierced through the void and overpowered Shui Ying. At this moment the onlookers finally understood how powerful Jiang Qin was. After using the dragon transformation, his sword swept through Shui Ying's crown. Shui Ying's hair was disheveled and he looked extremely embarrassed. Shui Ying kept retreating. He still had a lingering fear from the beheading slash. This guy can only be described as a freak. That's right. Now I know why he is so arrogant. After all, he has the right to be arrogant. This young madam seems to have a powerful background. If she is really the wife of the man who stole the bride, then Shui Ying and Shui Ying will really fight to the death. The 8 lineages Silver River will not admit defeat so easily. After using the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength increased to another level, reaching the half-step Divine King realm. Together with the powerful sword intent of the Heavenly Dragon Sword, Shui Ying had nowhere to hide. He could only take the attacks and stagger backwards. Did this guy eat shit? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Shui Ying's face turned pale. Under Jiang Chen's ferocious attacks he had completely lost the initiative. Even though he was the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River, no one would give him any protection. In a battle of life and death there was only death. Jiang Chen's sword aura was unparalleled. He was like a peerless god of war, invincible. Shui Ying did not have the strength to resist at all. At this moment the title of being invincible under the Divine King realm seemed extremely ridiculous and ridiculous. Jiang Chen's 9 swords fell on Shui Ying's body. Shui Ying had no way to avoid the attacks. The overwhelming sword shadows had completely destroyed his defense. As the pride of the 8 lineages Silver River, he was utterly defeated by Jiang Chen and was ridiculed by thousands of people. Shui Ying's face became more and more gloomy. Blood flowed out from his body, covering the snowy ground. He slightly moved his hand and a silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The terrifying spear light was like a cold light that made everyone gasp. What a terrifying spear! Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This silver spear was indeed a good treasure. It was at least a high-grade heavenly divine tool. It was completely different from a divine tool. Moreover, this silver spear seemed to have an innate murderous aura. Shui Ying held the spear tightly in his hand. A cold light suddenly appeared and his aura suddenly rose. Like I said, Shui Ying would never admit defeat so easily. He has not even used his trump card yet. The silver snowflake spear. This is the old master's natal heavenly divine tool. No wonder Shui Ying dares to say that he is invincible under the Divine King realm. Seems like he has his reasons. Hee. A few thousand years ago the snowflake spear had challenged all the experts in the Tianqi mountain range. Everyone was terrified of it. The old master's name had spread throughout the Tianqi mountain range. I wonder if the silver snowflake spear is as terrifying in the hands of the young master. The appearance of the silver snowflake spear had attracted everyone's attention. This silver snowflake spear was the pride of the entire 8 lineages Silver River. The reason why the old master was invincible was because of this silver snowflake spear. Now that the inheritance of the silver snowflake spear had fallen into Shui Ying's hands, it was unknown if he could regain his former glory. What a handsome divine spear! Jiang Chen said sincerely. If the silver snowflake spear fell into his hands he could definitely add it into the Little Ashura Sword formation. In that case he could increase the lethality of the Little Ashura Sword formation. This high-grade heavenly divine tool was even more powerful than the 2 hammers. The current Jiang Chen could only forge a peak-grade divine tool. It was not easy to forge a heavenly divine tool. Therefore a heavenly divine tool was extremely precious to Jiang Chen. It's good that you know. This spear is called the Silver Snowflake Spear. It's more than enough to kill you. Shui Ying looked at Jiang Chen again. His killing intent intensified. Just now Jiang Chen had made him suffer. Now he would definitely kill him in one strike. This spear is not bad. I want it. Chapter 2564. The ignorant are truly fearless. Now I will show you the power of the silver snowflake spear. Just the spear radiance alone is not something you can withstand. Shui Ying took a step forward and went straight to the sky. The spear's shadow covered the void like a silver dragon entering the sea. The silver snowflake spear really lived up to its name. One spear sets peace. Shui Ying was invincible. Everyone thought that the spear transformed into thousands of spear radiance. Was it not enough to force Jiang Chen to retreat and kill him? But everyone was wrong because Jiang Chen was just too powerful. After transforming into his dragon form, he was like a peerless war god that was invincible. No matter what kind of attacks came at him, he wouldn't budge an inch. Although the silver snowflake spear was strong, how could the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand be an ordinary weapon? The silver snowflake spear might be invincible in other people's hands. However, to Jiang Chen it was too passive. The heavenly dragon sword was so skillful that it completely made the silver snowflake spear lose its dignity as a heavenly divine weapon. Even Xue Ying could not believe that the heavenly dragon sword was like the silver snowflake spear's nemesis. A spear radiance of 10,000 zhong and the spear set's piece should not be difficult at all. However, when Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon sword, any divine weapon seemed to become ordinary. In fact, the silver snowflake spear was not weak. It was the heavenly dragon sword that was too powerful. No matter how many spear shadows of the silver snowflake spear were, they could not withstand the power of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen approached Xue Ying again. The silver snowflake spear flew up and down. Jiang Chen used the Great Void technique and his figure flashed 9 times. Xue Ying could not find any trace of him at all. The two continued to fight. Xue Ying's silver snowflake spear, which was once an invincible divine weapon, was defeated by Jiang Chen for the first time. This made Xue Ying extremely depressed. Not only did he fail to complete his father's halo, but he was also forced to retreat several times by Jiang Chen. Even the silver snowflake spear could not change the situation. Jiang Chen raised his sword and looked arrogant. Jiang Chen stared at Xue Ying with a cold smile. Xue Ying had nowhere to retreat. After 3 strikes, the Sword of Solitude knocked the silver snowflake spear away. Xue Ying was completely at a loss and fear. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to press him. Xue Ying's heart almost collapsed. He kept clashing with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Good sword, so powerful. Yan Qingqing murmured as she looked at Jiang Chen. This guy is not easy to deal with. He is even better than Xue Ying. Xue Ying was forced into a desperate situation by Jiang Chen and was on the verge of death. The young master of the 8 lineages Silver River was beaten up in front of his own house. It was really sad. Father, save me. Xue Ying's face was pale without a trace of blood. His hysterical cry for help made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. Xue Ying's heart had completely collapsed. Boy, how dare you! A deafening roar resounded through the sky. Everyone on the 8 lineages Silver River's expression changed drastically. They were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. It was obvious who this person was. He must be Xue Ying's father. Jiang Chen took a few steps back. However, he was still pushed back 100 meters by the terrifying airwave. The aura in his body was boiling. It was just a casual strike, but it was so powerful. It was terrifying. A divine king realm expert indeed lived up to his name. The master of the 8 lineages Silver River? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. A middle-aged man with white hair and eyebrows landed in front of Xue Ying. At that moment, everyone bowed down to him. Welcome, master. May the master live as long as the heavens. One after another, their voices echoed in the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. The white-clothed middle-aged man was skinny and his expression was stern. He stood on the Silver River like a gust of wind. His cold eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through one's heart. He slowly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that his whole body was as cold as frost. This man was too powerful. He was comparable to Di Long, an elder Luo of Battle Sect in Linhe boundary. His dreadful aura instantly swept across the entire 8 lineages Silver River. That dreadful confinement force made Jiang Chen feel that he had been locked down. There was a huge difference between a divine king realm expert and a heavenly god realm expert. One would never know how terrifying a divine king realm expert was without fighting against him. Everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River knelt down on the ground. They were extremely respectful towards the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. One could imagine how powerful the master of the 8 lineages Silver River was in their hearts. However, no one knew if they were in awe or fear of him. Jiang Chen stood proudly and looked into the white-robed middle-aged man's eyes. He was not timid at all. Neither of them wanted to be in a disadvantageous position. Jiang Chen's strength was far from a divine king realm expert. However, he was able to look down upon the heavens. Everyone was shocked by this. You're quite powerful. How dare you look into my eyes? Ordinary people, even a half-step divine king, would not have the guts to do so. Xuejia said coldly. His aura was vigorous like that of a peerless god. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent which made people shudder. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill me. Jiang Qin smiled confidently. Xuejia squinted his eyes. This fella is indeed powerful and arrogant. Unfortunately, arrogant people don't have long to live. Moreover, he has offended the 8 lineages Silver River. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a critical period of his seclusion, he would have come out to deal with this fella. If it wasn't for Xueying asking for help, he might still be in seclusion. Do you think you can escape from the 1,000-mile Silver River? Xuejia was amused by Jiang Chen's confidence. He shook his head and asked. Since I'm here, I don't plan to let you leave alive. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Ha! Ridiculous. Ridiculous. You don't plan to let me leave alive. You're too confident. Ever since the 8 lineages Silver River was established 10,000 years ago, this is the first time I've heard someone say that he doesn't plan to let me leave alive. Xuejia's expression was calm as he regained his arrogance. A divine king expert would never be provoked by Jiang Chen because of his mental state. I really don't know where this fella's confidence comes from. Now that the master of the 8 lineages Silver River is here, why isn't he running away? You even dare to spout nonsense here. You're really impressive. Say, this fella, does he want to fight a divine king realm expert head-on? Even though he has defeated a half-step divine king, it's impossible for him to fight a divine king realm expert. He thinks too highly of himself. Looks like he's going to die soon. Many of them were mourning for Jiang Chen. They thought that he had completely provoked the master of the divine king realm and it was only a matter of time before he died. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yan Qingqing smiled. Jiang Chen looked at her as if he was thinking about something. Her gentle smile seemed to have infected him. Indeed, I'm arrogant. But it's for you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. How could he say such sweet words when he's going to die? Chapter 2565. You're the first person who dares to behave so atrociously in my 8 lineages Silver River. Xuejia Lengling said with a smile. Father, you must kill this bastard. I want him to die a horrible death. Xueying gritted his teeth as he hated Jiang Chen to the core. However, he did not have the ability to defeat Jiang Chen. Shut up, useless thing. Go back and reflect on yourself. Xuejia said in a low voice. Xueying looked extremely embarrassed and could only lower his head helplessly. His father's strict words had become the most ironic words that he had ever heard as the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. The people of the 8 lineages Silver River were not fools. Xueying had been beaten badly by Jiang Chen. It was impossible for him to leave in peace. Xuejia gently stroked the silver snowflake spear in his hand. This was his favorite weapon in the past. It was like a limb to him. He would never take it out if he wasn't worried about his son. However, his disappointing son had made a fool of himself. Even the silver snowflake spear that had shaken the entire Tianqi mountain range was broken. Moreover, this man was just a peak mid-heavenly god. It really made him furious. Your past glory has been destroyed by my unfilial son. Today you and I will work together to restore your glory. Xuejia held the silver snowflake spear tightly and said. A domineering aura rose from his body and everyone held their breath. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he's not a match for a divine king realm expert. What should we do now? Xianxia said worriedly. However, there was nothing she could do. It seemed like Jiang Chen was a little reckless. The 8 lineages Silver River was not an ordinary place. Now that the real master of the 8 lineages Silver River had appeared, his arrogance had become a joke. Yeah. Why is our benefactor still here? Could it be that this bride was really his wife? Didn't you say that you'll leave after saving him? Now that the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River has been lured out, it's too late to leave. Li Lei said in a low voice. He was extremely worried in his heart. This was completely different from their plan. Not only did Jiang Chen not leave immediately, he even tried to kidnap the bride. This was something that the two brothers couldn't understand. Benefactor, you are a man of true character. I like you. So what if it was love at first sight when he met the woman he liked? I'm not afraid of having my bones smashed to pieces. I want to leave a good name in this world. Ah. Li Peng squinted her eyes and stared at Zhang Chen. Her eyes were full of admiration. I believe that he would never do something he's not confident in. Xijin said in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Zhang Chen would not be so reckless as to not leave a way out for himself. It was not like him at all. Although Zhang Chen was arrogant, he had a mature side. A man should be a hero in life and a hero in death. However, a true expert should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Only then could he become the final king. Zhang Chen stared at Xuejia. At this moment the old toad was hiding in the dark. As long as he gave the order, he would definitely not let Xuejia have a good life. Boy, go to hell. Xuejia said in a deep voice. His cold voice reverberated throughout the entire 8 lineages Silver River, and the valley was deafening. Senior, if you don't take action now, when will you? Brother Toad's death will be avenged today. Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at the void. At the moment when Xuejia took action, a black ray of light pierced through the void. The old toad wore a black robe and his eyes were sunken. Endless anger was burning in his heart. The death of his son was absolutely irreconcilable. How sad was it for him to die before his son? All of this was done by the 8 lineages Silver River. How could the blue-eyed azure flower toad not be angry? Such a domineering aura. I'm afraid that he's already at the mid-divine king realm. Xuejia squinted his eyes. This fella's strength has improved so fast that he's catching up to me? Old toad, it's you? Xuejia recognized the blue-eyed azure flower toad immediately. Although the blue-eyed azure flower toad had just broken through not long ago, it was still the Tianqi mountain range. A divine king realm expert had the power to change the whole situation. Xuejia was not someone that could be ignored. It's me. As the master of the 8 lineages Silver River, it's rare that you still recognize this old man. The old toad said with a smile. Brother Toad, what do you mean? You've just broken through to the divine king realm and I haven't had the time to congratulate you. You've come here first. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. Xuejia didn't want to offend a divine king realm expert. Moreover, he had yet to figure out the background of this old toad and what his intentions were. Could he be on the same side as this human? Congratulate me? Could it be that Brother Xue wants to kill me so that you can continue to be the only king of the Tianqi mountain range? What have I done to make Brother Xue care about me so much? The old toad said in a weird tone, not giving any face to Xuejia. Brother Toad, if you're here to congratulate my son's wedding today, then I'll welcome you with open arms. But if you're here to mess things up, then don't blame me for disregarding our friendship and falling out with you. Xuejia said proudly. He thought that the old toad had just broken through to the divine king realm not long ago. How could he fight against me? Even though his strength had improved a lot, he was still not a match for him. You're right. I'm here to mess things up. And the thing I'm here to mess things up is your son's wedding. The old toad's eyes were cold and his azure flower eyes were flickering. I have no enmity with you. I don't think the 8 lineages Silver River has anything to do with you, right? Xuejia frowned his eyebrows. If the old toad really wanted to mess things up at this moment, he would definitely be in a difficult position. Then you'll have to ask your precious son. Brother Toad and I were sworn brothers in the past. Your disappointing son was defeated by me and Brother Toad. In the end, he was not convinced and sent his protector to frame Brother Toad and kill him. He even took my wife away. Such a deep hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today I'm here with you to seek justice for my son. Jiang Chen said righteously and sternly. Everyone sighed in their hearts. They never expected the people of the 8 lineages Silver River to be so despicable and shameless. But then again, they wouldn't have any doubts if all these were done by Xueying. Because Xueying was an arrogant and spoiled person. If it wasn't for his father's great reputation in the Tianqi mountain range, he would have been torn apart by 5 horses. I never expected the young master to be so despicable. This kind of thing is done behind the scenes. If it's done in the open, isn't it just a matter of opening his mouth? Everyone says they are right and everyone says they are right. This fella is a hot-blooded man. He endured humiliation and finally stood out at this moment. It's reasonable that he wants to take revenge for his wife and son. Chapter 2566. Don't you dare slander me. When did I take your wife away from you? When did I kill the son of Senior Blue-Eyed Azure Flower Toad? Xueying's face turned pale as he roared in anger. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, no one believed him because he was used to doing such shameful things. Bastard, are you trying to defame our 8 lineages Silver River on purpose? Shui Ying harumphed coldly and said. Whether or not it is discrediting us, we know it in our hearts. Old Senior and I also know it in our hearts. Today we will either leave you, the young master, alive, or haha, we will fight to the death. Today both Senior and I are prepared to face death with equanimity. If we don't kill this bastard, I swear that I am not human. Jiang Chen was filled with righteous indignation. He stood up for the blue-eyed azure flower toad and himself. Many people felt the same way. Father, I didn't. Shui Ying said anxiously. It was not a good feeling to be wronged. Moreover, what he said had become a joke. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Her face was filled with joy. In the eyes of those who were observant, they were naturally affectionate towards each other. Lad, I've underestimated you. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Qingqing had never thought that Jiang Chen's ability to make things up was so impressive. You killed my son and even did such a shameless thing. Even if it was someone else, they would not be able to stand it. Today, I will take your son Shui Ying's head to comfort my son's soul in heaven. The old toad said quietly. His sorrowful expression made people sigh. You can always find a way to frame someone. Looks like you two are here to provoke our 8 lineages Silver River. No matter how glib your tongue is, don't even think about leaving my 8 lineages Silver River today. Shui Ying did not bother to argue with Jiang Chen because they were certain that his son killed the blue-eyed azure flower toad. It's useless to argue with him. Shi Zhen, Shi Xining and the others were dumbfounded. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to tell that this nameless expert was undoubtedly the blue-eyed azure flower toad's father. Jiang Chen was truly remarkable to have such a close relationship with the blue-eyed azure flower toad. No wonder he was so confident and fearless. It turns out that there's an expert here. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's strength was definitely on par with the old lord of 8 lineages Silver River. Only Jiang Chen knew in his heart that he had put in a lot of effort in this act. He had even given the cyan spirit pill to the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the old toad's trust so easily? One should know that these beasts are naturally suspicious. Now that Jiang Chen has forced the old toad into the heart of the struggle, the old toad and Shuijia have already reached a point where only one of them can live. Jiang Chen could also take this chance to take Yan Qingqing away. Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Chen shrugged. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Shuijia said faintly. Then you'll have to defeat the old senior first. My opponent is your son. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Shui Ying. At that moment Shui Ying's body trembled. Because he knew that he was no match for Jiang Chen. Even when he held the silver snowflake spear, he was still defeated by Jiang Chen mercilessly. It was impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Chen now. Shuijia looked at Shui Ying worriedly. It was not a big deal for him to fight against the old toad. However, if the old toad continued to attack Shui Ying, it might be an ending that he did not want to see. Everyone from 8 lineages Silver River, listen to my command. Kill this monster with all your might. Otherwise, there will be no peace in 8 lineages Silver River. Shuijia's command reverberated across 8 lineages Silver River. Countless experts roared thunderously. Shuijia did this to protect his position in 8 lineages Silver River. Although Shui Ying was no match for Jiang Chen, there were so many experts in 8 lineages Silver River. How could they be afraid of Jiang Chen? However, if Shui Ying could lead the experts of 8 lineages Silver River to defeat Jiang Chen, it would be the beginning of him ruling the 8 lineages Silver River. Everyone listen to my command. If I don't kill this man, I'm not a human. Shui Ying leaped up. Although his strength was severely damaged, he knew what his existence meant to the experts of the 8 lineages Silver River. To him this was a rare opportunity. If he wanted to become the master of the 8 lineages Silver River in the future, he would have to go through the test of blood and fire and become the master of the 8 lineages Silver River in order to become the master. As long as there's no divine king realm expert, I'll kill all of you. Jiang Chen's arrogance soared to the heavens as he held his blade horizontally across the glacier. With the spirit of one man he could go against thousands of enemies. Senior, don't worry. Leave Shui Ying to me. You only need to deal with him. I'll kill this bastard with my own hands to comfort Brother Toad's soul in heaven. Jiang Chen said. It's my son's fortune to have a brother like you. Don't worry. Shuijia will not touch you. Let's see what the master of 8 lineages Silver River can do to me today. Ah. The old toad soared into the sky with his aura shaking the surroundings. He looked down at the sky and clashed with Xuejia. Even Xuejia didn't expect the old toad to be so powerful after breaking through to the Divine King realm less than 10 years ago. He had already reached the mid-Divine King realm, but his foundation was not stable yet. He was summoned by Xueying when he was cultivating in seclusion. Meanwhile, the old toad was approaching the peak of the early Divine King realm, almost the same as him. Both of you have to die today. Xuejia was not worried about Xianxia anymore. There were so many experts in 8 lineages Silver River. How could they be defeated by a middle heavenly god? I'm afraid that you don't have the capability. I won't give up even if I die today. I'll make your son pay for what he did. Xuejia was extremely depressed. He did not know whether his son killed the blue-eyed azure flower toad or not. However, he knew that Xianxia was definitely not Yan Qingqing's man. Xuejia was very clear about this. Because Yan Qingqing would not be trapped in 8 lineages Silver River if it was not for Xuejia. However, Yan Qingqing's character changed in the end and she decided to stay with his son. Xianxia, you've destroyed my 8 lineages Silver River. Today shall be the day you die. Xueying waved his hand. Thousands of late heavenly god experts soared into the sky. There were dozens of peak heavenly gods and 4 half-step divine king experts. They completely blocked Xianxia's way. This was all the strength of the 8 lineages Silver River. There were almost 2,000 late heavenly gods. They were the strongest in any sect in any region. There were countless demonic beasts in Tianqi mountain range and these were only the beasts under the 8 lineages Silver River. 2,000 late heavenly god realm experts, even a divine king realm expert would be drowned by them, especially at this moment. Not even the god of heaven can save you, Xueying said fiercely. Only a fool would fight him alone. At this moment he displayed his outstanding leadership skills. 2,000 late heavenly gods were approaching Xianxia under his command. Chapter 2567. Xianxia is really in danger this time. Li Lei said. Yeah, not to mention the few half-step divine kings and peak heavenly gods, even the thousands of late heavenly gods would be able to swallow him alive. Xizhen said worriedly. I don't know what you guys think, but our benefactor has saved us from danger. We can't just stand here and do nothing, right? At the very least, I Li Peng won't do such a thing. If I live my life as a coward, I might as well die. Even if I die, I will let the world know that I, Li Peng, am not someone who is afraid of death. Benefactor's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Even if I die in this battle, I will have no regrets. Li Peng was the first to rush out. Hundreds of human experts that were saved by Xianxia became silent. After a few breaths, more than 80% of them chose to follow Li Peng. Not everyone had a conscience. Some of them knew that they would lose, some of them were tactful while others had different attitudes. Everyone had their own ambitions, they could not be forced. Alright, I Li Peng have so many brothers to save our benefactor. My death today is not to be regretted. Li Peng and Li Lei took the lead while Xizhen and the others followed closely behind. Even Xining wanted to join in but was stopped by Xizhen. Lu Xingjuan, my Xilan escort has always treated you well. If you still consider me as your senior, help me look after Xining. If there's a chance, help me bring her out. You guys shouldn't have come to Tianqi mountain range. Xizhen had trapped Xining, who was eager to fight. If she were to make a move now in the midst of the crowd, she would definitely die. All right. Lu Xingjuan didn't say anything else. At this moment he naturally chose to flee with those dozen people. Tears welled up in Xining's eyes as she bit the corner of her lips until it bled. She knew that there wouldn't be many that could survive this battle. Or it could be said that this was a battle of moths flying into a flame. However, Xizhen and the others still followed behind Xianxia resolutely. This was a kind of faith, and it was also an attitude of facing death with equanimity. Xianxia looked at the hundreds of people behind him and a smile appeared on his face. You guys are enough. Li Lei, Li Peng, bring everyone away. Today I will fight the 8 lineages Silver River alone. Xianxia's words caused everyone to hold their breaths and suck in a breath of cold air. In their hearts they all thought that Xianxia had gone crazy, that he was going to die, but his cold and arrogant side gave them an incomparably firm feeling. Benefactor, but this... Li Lei hesitated. Cut the crap, get out of this 8 lineages Silver River. I saved you guys so that you guys can live well, not follow me and be in danger again. No one can stop me if I want to leave. Jiang Chen said with a sneer. At this moment, Li Lei's expression turned serious. His arrogance and conceit had caused everyone to have a whole new level of respect for him. That sentence, "If I want to leave no one can stop me," was the last bit of trust Li Lei had for Jiang Chen. Since benefactor insists on this, then let's wait and see first. Li Lei stopped everyone, leaving Jiang Chen alone on the glacier. Snowflakes were falling and the cold wind was piercing. 2,000 late heavenly god realm experts were like a sharp knife, piercing into the hearts of the enemies. Jiang Chen was fearless. What could 2,000 late heavenly god realm experts do to him? Jiang Chen's fearless aura made Li Lei and the others shiver in fear. However, that domineering aura was something that they would never be able to possess in their entire lives. Jiang Chen was still taking a stroll in the park in the face of death. He was still as steady as Mount Tai. Who could be like him? He was confident that he would be able to hit the water 3,000 miles away after living for 800 years. Let the storm come more violently. Jiang Chen stood with his sword. One person against 2,000 people formed a sharp contrast. On the glacier, everyone's heart tightened. Even Yan Qingqing could not help but break out in cold sweat for Jiang Chen. Are you really confident or are you not afraid of death? Yan Qingqing murmured. She did not know why, but at this moment she was worried about Jiang Chen. She hoped that he would be able to stand out amongst the 2,000 people like a comet and become the true king of kings. You idiot. 2,000 late heavenly gods, even if you're a divine king, you'll still die from exhaustion. Shui Ying's eyes were extremely gloomy. When Jiang Chen chose to fight against 2,000 people alone, he had already announced his death. However, was that really the case? Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and he suddenly raised his head. The heavenly dragon sword was like a meteor streaking across the glacier. His figure was still standing proudly on the battlefield, fighting against 2,000 people. The shadow of the sword flashed past, slashing through the mortal world. Jiang Chen was like an immortal war god, facing all difficulties head-on. On top of the glacier, figures fell down one after another. None of them could stand up again. Blood dyed the 10 miles of glacier red. He was like a war harvester sweeping away everything in his way. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. These thousands of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were not a challenge to him at all. The demon spirits of 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts should be enough for him to make another breakthrough. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and started a massacre. In the blink of an eye, 300 experts were killed and the glacier was stained with their blood. Xuering also felt his heart palpitating. Jiang Chen was too arrogant. He killed 10 people with a single slash and showed no mercy at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's battle-intent soared to the heavens and no one could stop it. So what if there were 2,000 late heavenly gods? This fella is a peerless god of death. It's terrifying. Is he still human? No, he's not. He's a demon that harvests lives. Everyone felt that their throats were dry. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Qizhen, Li Lei and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's confidence was not blind or arrogant. I don't believe that you won't run out of energy. These 2,000 people will exhaust you to death. Shui Ying said in a deep voice. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Time passed by. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was still not stained with blood. However, more than half of the people had died. Every demonic beast that charged forward was still fearful. To them, death was just a matter of time. Jiang Chen was getting more and more courageous as he fought. He did not show any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, the late heavenly god realm demonic beasts were in a state of panic. They were not war machines, but they were still living beings. They were also the mainstay of the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen's battle intent was like a soaring sword. Everyone was trembling in fear. Who else could he share such lofty sentiments with? You're really a lunatic. You're a complete lunatic. Yan Qingqing was filled with curiosity and respect towards Jiang Chen. This fellow was a reaper of death. Jiang Chen's sword was invincible. He had become the nightmare of every demonic beast. However, they had no other choice. 8 lineages Silver River would be their grave if they retreated. In less than an hour, Jiang Chen had already killed more than 1,800 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Now he was no longer a human in everyone's eyes. He was a god of death. Chapter 2568. Who can do anything to me? Ah. Jiang Chen raised his sword towards the heavens. Under his final strike, even the 4 shivering half-step divine kings became souls under his sword. At this moment, 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts had fallen in Jiang Chen's hands. Their blood had dyed half of the glacier of the 8 lineages Silver River red. The cold wind was blowing and the snowflakes were still falling. However, it could not stop the blood from freezing. Jiang Chen was standing on top of the glacier with his sword pointing towards the sky. At that moment, Xue Ying trembled in fear and kept retreating. Jiang Chen made him understand what fear was. Although Xue Jiao was slightly on the upper hand in the battle with the old toad, he could not control the situation at all. The old toad was extremely ferocious and it was beyond his expectation. Jiang Chen killed 2,000 late heavenly gods in a blink of an eye. Xue Jia's eyelids twitched. Jiang Chen had fixed his eyes on Xue Ying again. "Where's Dou Hongming?" Xue Jia shouted. Suddenly, a white-clothed figure appeared on the void. His strength had reached the true perfection realm. Compared to Xue Ying, who was at the half-step divine king realm, he was much stronger. Just like the old gibbon, he was hovering between the divine king realm and the half-step divine king realm. "Doshir, there's nothing I can do today. The 8 lineages Silver River is in danger. I hope that Doshir can protect my son." Xue Jia looked at the white-clothed elder and said solemnly. The white-clothed elder looked solemn and arrogant. He did not show any respect to Xue Jia at all. The appearance of this person made many people confused. They did not expect there to be such an expert in the 8 lineages Silver River. It was unbelievable. "I know what to do. Young master will be safe." The white-clothed elder's words made Xue Jia feel assured. As long as he said it, there would definitely be no problem. This person was the true master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Moreover, he was the one who set up the Great Mountain Formation and Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. "All right, I'll leave my son to Doshir." Xue Jia calmed down. Only then could he fight the old toad with peace of mind. The old toad didn't think that Jiang Chen would overcome so many trials and defeat so many enemies. 2,000 demonic beasts perished under his hands. How arrogant was this? How arrogant was this? It really gave off the feeling of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. "Kid, I've really underestimated you. I won't let Xue Jia off easily either." "Ah. You should worry about yourself first. Now that Doshir is here, there is no need for me to worry. You must die in this battle." Xue Jia roared, and the 2 powerful godly king realm experts collided with each other again. Jiang Chen stared at the white-robed old man in front of him. In the depths of his eyes, his fighting spirit was soaring. Right now, even if a deity descended from the heavens, he would definitely not retreat. "You're strong, but that's all," Dou Hongming said lightly. "Is that so? How would you know if you don't try?" Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Now he had become the most terrifying existence in the entire 8 lineages Silver River. Young and successful, but it's a pity that this is your fate. After defeating so many trash, you're still trash after all. Dou Hongming seemed to be full of disdain towards Jiang Chen. "An old man who doesn't die is a thief. Today I'll send you to the next world." Jiang Chen and Dou Hongming were at each other's throats. Neither of them wanted to show any weakness. Then there's no need to say more. You don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. Take this. Dou Hongming's breathing became heavy. He knew that Jiang Chen was strong, so he did not underestimate him. He threw spiritual stones towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was caught off guard. He raised his hand and the 5 elemental trigram fire formation wrapped around him. Dou Hongming's eyes brightened up as he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. "You know how to use formations. Interesting. Dou Hongming turned his palm and the formation was activated. A battle formation was set up by him. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This formation was indeed strong. But it was obviously impossible to deal with him. Even his 5 elemental trigram fire formation couldn't break it. As expected, the battle formation that Dou Hongming was so proud of could not break through the defense of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Rays of light shot through the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. It was like hitting water, like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no sound at all. Dou Hongming's eyes narrowed and he sneered, "I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves. To be able to set up such a formation. I'm surprised. I'm surprised too. You're so weak. How dare you show off here with just these tricks? Could it be that you can't even break my most basic formation?" Jiang Chen sneered. Alright, since you're also a formation master, then how about we set up the 3-sex formation? If you can break through the 3-sex formation, then I'll admit defeat. If you can't, then you'll have no way out. Obviously, Dou Hongming wanted to have a formation battle with Jiang Chen. This was the most common way for a formation master to compete. Whoever could set up a more terrifying formation, whoever could break the formation would be an extremely exciting thing. Obviously, Dou Hongming, who was a formation fanatic, wanted to have a formation battle with Jiang Chen more than anything else. Are you sure you want to compete with me in formations? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. I have the no beginning formation and 108,000 formations. Any formation would be easy for me. Even if he couldn't set up a formation due to his limited abilities, it would not be difficult for him to break it. Moreover, based on Jiang Chen's understanding of Sherdou, a formation master who was below the Divine King realm would not be able to do anything. Without reaching the peak Divine King realm, one would not be able to set up many high-level formations. Without reaching the peak Divine King realm, who would dare to call himself a formation master? The formation foundation of a formation needed energy to support it. As long as one's strength reached a certain realm, he would be able to turn something rotten into something magical. It was the same for the formation foundation. If the formation foundation could be formed naturally, then one would be called a formation master. A formation master would not be qualified to call himself a formation master without reaching the hierarch realm. Could it be that you don't dare? Dou Hongming said in a weird tone. He looked at Jiang Chen and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. He was so young and had not even reached the half-step Divine King realm. What qualifications did he have to show off in front of him? Moreover, Dou Hongming was not afraid of anyone who was at the same level as him in terms of formations. He came from a formation family. If he did not have such confidence, how could he survive in the divine world? Why not? I believe a formation master will not play tricks. I will wait for you to set up 3 formations. If I can break them, you will not be far from death. Jiang Chen was very confident. If you can't break them, you will die too. Dou Hongming harumphed coldly. He was very clear of his own abilities. If he was given enough time to set up a formation, even a divine king would be defeated by him. But this young man was so arrogant and conceited. This was the beginning of his nightmare. Chapter 2569. Jiang Chen was clear that during the battle he would naturally give his all and he would use the no-beginning formation to break the formation. He was confident that he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. When he was full of confidence, it would also be the time when he was exhausted. At that time, success or failure would be decided. He didn't even need to spend much effort and Jiang Chen would definitely give in. Jiang Chen was incomparably confident in the art of formation because his master was none other than the no-beginning formation. The no-beginning formation was the master of all formations. It was equivalent to mastering one technique and breaking 10,000 techniques. No matter what kind of attacks came from all directions, it would remain unmoved. This was the kind of awe-inspiring feeling it gave off. Jiang Chen's confidence made Dou Hongming sneer. To him it was not difficult to trap Jiang Chen first. Then he would attack and defend together with the amplification formation. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he would definitely not be able to get out. Moreover, this guy was really stupid. He actually went into the formation. It was no different from seeking his own death. Because this was the biggest taboo in formations. No matter how confident one was in his own formation, no one would walk into the trap willingly. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Dou Hongming were full of confidence. At the same time, they wanted to kill each other. Jiang Chen also wanted to see how this guy cultivated his skills. This heavenly palace exterminating formation must be set up by him. I have been studying formations for thousands of years. You're just a kid. Do you think you can beat me? Since you're seeking your own death, I won't be polite. Dou Hongming sneered in his heart. He had been immersed in this Tao for thousands of years. If he wasn't so obsessed with the study of formations, he would have already reached the Divine King realm. Even so, given enough time, he would definitely be able to fight against a Divine King realm expert. First formation. Heavenly Xian Earth Shell formation. This is the strongest formation among the initial formation. After I improved it, it's comparable to a middle-level formation. However, it can only be used for defense. You're good if you can break it. Dou Hongming said coldly. Then he started to set up the second formation. In less than half an incense's time, he was done setting up the second formation. It was the intermediate formation, Thousand Killing Blades formation. Even a Divine King Realm expert would not dare to take the risk of breaking this formation. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Dou Hongming's eyes were sharp. The Thousand Killing Blades formation was second only to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. Moreover, its strength was definitely not ordinary, as it could kill a Divine King Realm expert. Most importantly, it had the third formation, the Green Light Arhat formation. The Cyan Light Arhat formation had a great effect on the Heavenly Xian Earth Armor formation and the Thousand Killing Blades formation. It could allow the two formations to reach their peak. It was like an early heavenly god being able to exert the battle strength of a late heavenly god. Only those who experienced it would know how terrifying it was. Dou Hongming was extremely focused on setting up the formation. He believed in Jiang Chen's dignity. Since they chose to trust each other, Dou Hongming would not take action at this moment. This was the dignity of a formation master. Jiang Chen was extremely confident. The three formations looked simple and clear, but they were all interconnected. Most importantly, every formation was connected. It was perfect and flawless. The last Cyan Light Arhat formation could greatly enhance the Heavenly Xian Earth Armor formation, and the Thousand Killing Blades formation could even increase the power of the two formations. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this before? The formations were interconnected with each other. Through the amplification of the formations, his little Ashura Sword formation would probably be able to reach a higher level. I've really benefited a lot. Seems like I still have a long way to go in the path of formation. Jiang Chen thought from the bottom of his heart. However, the most important thing right now was to break through the 3 layers of formations, then he could defeat Dou Hongming. Defeating his masterpiece would be more painful than killing him. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The 3 formations were closely connected. Jiang Chen did not dare to look down on them. Moreover, the most important thing was that Dou Hongming had reached his limit. His strength was quite weak and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. But looking at his perfect formation, Dou Hongming's eyes were filled with pride and confidence. Dou Hongming's formation was quite strange. But Jiang Chen could see that Dou Hongming's formation technique was much better than his. Jiang Chen went from complexity to simplicity, while Dou Hongming went from simplicity to complexity. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Jiang Chen had to admit that he was not as good as Dou Hongming. In terms of formation, Dou Hongming's technique was extremely brilliant. It was even comparable to martial arts divine weapons. Jiang Chen naturally did not learn the technique of formation. No matter how good his learning ability was, this technique was deeply imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. It left a deep impression on him. Dou Hongming was not simple. Jiang Chen wanted to find out more from the beginning. He wanted to find out how Dou Hongming set up the formation. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed worth it. Even if he was trapped in the formation, he was still quite happy. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. But they didn't know that Dou Hongming's ingenious method of setting up the formation was what truly moved him. Such a brilliant technique. This formation technique should not be simple, right? Jiang Chen looked at Dou Hongming with a smile. Dou Hongming's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, "Let's break the formation first. If you're not qualified to know." Dou Hongming was slightly shocked. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Dou Hongming's formation technique was extraordinary. Even Xuejia, a Divine King Realm expert, could not tell what was so special about Dou Hongming's formation. But Jiang Chen could tell with just a glance. "The more it is so, the more curious I am," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Benefactor, you're too arrogant. I've heard of this Doshi before. He's like a divine king in the Tianqi mountain range. The formation that he set up had repelled countless enemies for the 8 lineages Silver River. Xuejia, the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River, joined hands with him to create the 8 lineages Silver River. Although his strength was not at the Divine King realm, I'm afraid that Xuejia would not be able to hold the position of the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River without him. This Doshi is the hero of the 8 lineages Silver River. His strength must be unfathomable." Li Lei couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen was willing to enter Dou Hongming's formation. It showed that he was extremely confident. It might not be easy for a formation master to kill you, but it was too easy for him to trap you. Moreover, Doshi was a terrifying figure. Dou Hongming's eyes lit up. "I've heard about it too. But it's just a rumor. I'm afraid that this fella is too strong now. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen has fallen into his trap." Xian's expression turned ugly. Jiang Chen had now become the eye of the formation. Dou Hongming had invited Jiang Chen into the trap, causing Jiang Chen to fall into the trap. Xian and the others were worried. The formation is completed. Let's break it. Chapter 2570. Alright. Let me see what's so special about your formation. I'm going to win this 3-layered formation. Chain formation activate. Dou Hongming shouted. Under his guidance, the 3-layered formation was activated instantly. The 3-layered formation was closely linked with each other, trapping Jiang Chen within. A terrifying pressure rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn and he did not dare to be careless. The mightiness of the formation was fully displayed. 1 for attack, 1 for defense and 1 for amplification. As expected of the old man, he's very cunning. It's not easy to break this defensive formation. Moreover, the defense is amplified. To break the attack, I have to get rid of the defense first. The last amplification is even harder to deal with. I've learned a lot from the 3-layered formation today. Jiang Chen's smile gradually disappeared. The deduction of the no-beginning formation kept appearing in his mind. These 3 formations were not really invincible, especially the defensive formation. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the best formation under the heavens. He had 108,000 formations. Who could be more than him in terms of formation origin? With the deduction of the no-beginning formation, it's not a problem to break this defensive formation. On the other side, Xuejia and the old toad were also fighting. This fella is the stupidest person I've ever seen. He dares to enter the formation and get trapped. I wonder how he grew up. Xuejia said sarcastically. Even the old toad thought that Jiang Chen was digging his own grave. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even if he walked into the trap, he might not be able to walk out alive. It's too early for you to be happy. You should worry about yourself first. The old toad snorted and his face darkened. The poisonous fog from his mouth covered the sky, forcing Xuejia to retreat again. Xuejia did not want to be outdone. The silver snowflake spear in his hand was like a tiger with wings. Compared to Xueying, he was much stronger. The spear danced in the air and everything in the world withered. Snow fell on the glacier and icy rain fell like flowers scattered by a goddess. The old toad couldn't advance or retreat. On the glacier, 1,000 miles collapsed. The old toad was forced into a difficult situation by Xuejia, but at this moment the old toad was getting more and more courageous. Their intentions were different. Xuejia wanted to protect the dignity of the 8 lineages Silver River while the old toad was willing to die. At this moment he wanted to kill Xueying. As long as he could avenge his son, so what if he had to die? Jiang Chen couldn't let the Azure Spirit pill go to waste. This pill had helped him increase his strength by leaps and bounds, giving him the chance to fight Xuejia. If not, how could the old toad who had just broken through fight Xuejia? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He struck out his palm, shattering the mountains and rivers. However, the formation remained unmoved. Countless grayish-brown inscriptions emerged from the formation, like a dragon roaring on the earth or a heavenly bull roaring in the void. A golden light shield rose from the void and formed a thick wall, locking Jiang Chen within it. Jiang Chen kept striking with his fist. The terrifying wind was deafening. Jiang Chen could not break the shield even after he had broken through the dragon transformation realm. The heavenly Xian earth shell formation made Jiang Chen suffer a little. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but his expression remained calm. However, Dou Hongming's confident smile fell into Jiang Chen's eyes. He was sure that Jiang Chen would not be able to break his formation. That's why he was so fearless. The golden light shone brightly as it pierced through the void. It was as if there were weapons clashing against each other. Jiang Chen was caught in a dilemma within the 3-layered formation. Moreover, behind the golden shield, there were terrifying weapons that whistled past his ears. Every step Jiang Chen took forward and backward was shocking. The second layer of the formation, the 10,000 killing blades, had unleashed a strong killing intent, and it had almost locked down all of Jiang Chen's vital points. Jiang Chen had to remain invincible in this formation, only then could he break it as soon as possible. But now he was in a dilemma. It was extremely difficult for him to break the first layer of the formation. The ultimate blade was unbridled. When the 10,000 blades were unsheathed, even the gods and ghosts would be shocked. The 1,000 killing blades formation was a supreme killing formation. It was similar to Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. However, the little Ashura sword formation was a combination of divine tools and heavenly divine tools. Its lethality was naturally not comparable to the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. However, the 1,000 Killing Blades formation was filled with divine origin energy, turning into supreme swords that could shock even the gods and ghosts. It made Jiang Chen feel extremely embarrassed. In a blink of an eye, several sword wounds appeared on his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Dou Hongming's smile became wider. This was only the first step. Jiang Chen could not withstand it completely. Once the third layer of the formation underwent a huge change, it would be the time of Jiang Chen's death. The transformation of the formation is caused by the transformation of the formation base. Moreover, he used divine origin energy as the formation base. He's still too young. Even among the divine kings, not many would dare to use such a method. He's really looking down on me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly in his heart. He had suffered a few sword wounds just to test if this formation was really as strong as the legend said. To break the first layer of the formation, I need the sharpest spear to pierce through the strongest shield. Jiang Chen understood. The heavenly dragon sword rose up and a dragon sword into the sky. Even though the heavenly dragon sword had lost its sword soul, it was still incomparably powerful. It showed off its sharpness. The heavenly dragon sword converged at one point. The sword chi spread across 800 miles. The sword chi of man and sword fusion tore the void apart as if it was going to devour the glaciers. Because the sword chi was too terrifying. Its sharpness made Dou Hongming's expression freeze. He could feel that Jiang Chen was like a trapped beast that was about to break out of its cage. It seemed like the first layer of the formation was not going to be able to hold him anymore. Dou Hongming's eyes turned cold. At this moment, the Cyan Light Arhat formation started to operate completely. The third layer of the formation was closely related to the first two layers of the formation. In the Cyan Light Arhat formation, green light appeared and purple light surged. Rays of terrifying spiritual light were injected into the formation, making the Heaven Xian Earth Shell formation even more stable and immovable. However, Jiang Chen's sword chi was determined to get it. Especially the heavenly dragon sword. The dragon's might was unparalleled and could conquer everything in the world. The golden shield started to turn into nothingness under the interweaving of Jiang Chen's sword chi. Eventually, the first layer of the formation started to show signs of cracking. Heaven Xian Earth Shell formation? Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Not bad. Chapter 2571. The first formation was broken. Would the second formation be far away? Jiang Chen revealed a confident smile. The first formation was the easiest to break. He was not arrogant and complacent because of this. The second formation was the scariest. It was indomitable and unparalleled. It was meant to kill the person in the formation with its terrifying attack power. With the amplification of the third formation, the attack power of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation would go up another level. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation is only focused on killing. The weakness should be the foundation of the formation. Blindly pursuing the attack power of the formation would definitely weaken the foundation and formation eye of the formation. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Dou Hongming had the same thought. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation was not weak and its explosive power was terrifying. With the amplification of the green light Arhat formation, it could even kill a divine king realm expert. Even if an ordinary person could break through the first formation, he would definitely be in a passive position in the second formation. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was moving freely in the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was quite difficult for him to fight against the tens of thousands of blades. There were hundreds of changes in the formation. The only thing that didn't change was its ferocious attack power. Sharp blades came from all directions, but there was only one target. Within the 100-meter radius of the formation, Jiang Chen's every step was taken with extreme caution. Everyone was on tenterhooks, worried that Jiang Chen would be struck down by the formation at any moment. Dou Hongming was still very confident. The first layer of the formation was just an obstacle for Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had broken through the first layer of the formation, then the second layer of the formation would not be as gentle. Attack is the strongest defense. It was the same with the formation. If Jiang Chen was left with no room to fight back, his attacks would only become defensive, and the formation's attacks would become more and more intense. Jiang Chen used the no-beginning formation to deduce the formation while using the heavenly dragon sword to resist. Although it was extremely difficult, Jiang Chen was still able to do it with ease. The no beginning formation included 108,000 formations, and the 1,000 killing blades formation was one of them. However, after being amplified by the green light Arhat formation, the 1,000 killing blades formation had undergone a lot of changes. Jiang Chen had to deduce step by step in order to solve the formation. Jiang Chen wasn't a peerless genius in the field of formation, but he had the no beginning formation in his hand. He was lucky enough to break the strongest formation in the world. That was why he had such a method and opportunity. The 1,000 killing blades formation was much more ferocious than he had imagined. Jiang Chen had to go all out and use softness to overcome hardness. Only then would he have the chance to break the formation. The sword moved with the wind, and the heavenly dragon sword retreated in order to advance. In the 1,000 killing blades formation, he didn't choose to fight against the extremely ferocious blade lights and sword shadows. If he did, he might be injured because the 1,000 killing blades formation wasn't too complicated. Jiang Chen was confident that he could break the formation. Even though it had been improved and amplified by Dou Hongming, Jiang Chen wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. It wouldn't be easy to trap him with just 3 formations. In the formation base was the first, and the divine spirit qi between the heavens and the earth was the key to building the formation. As long as the divine spirit qi between the heavens and the earth was disrupted, the formation would collapse by itself. Of course, the strength of the formation caster must be strong enough. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to destroy the divine spirit qi between the heavens and the earth, it would also become the amplification of the formation base. At that time it would be like shooting oneself in the foot. Xianxia praying wind formation. That's it. With the 1,000 killing blades formation, it's impossible for the formation base to be too strong. This Xianxia praying wind formation has the ability to disrupt the formation base. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Setting up a formation within a formation, giving Dou Hongming a taste of his own medicine. Using this method to break the formation would make Dou Hongming speechless. At the same time, Jiang Chen didn't want to be left out. While he was setting up the Xianxia praying wind formation, he was also studying the formation eye of the 1,000 killing blades formation. Once he found the formation eye, the Xianxia praying wind formation would be easier to break, and the speed of breaking the formation would be greatly increased. Qian Kuan above, Zhen Li's help, wind and thunder on the left, heavenly stems on the right, the formation eye in the southeast. This is indeed the best formation. 36 formation bases all connected. This Dou Hongming is really not simple. Jiang Chen was advancing and retreating, using softness to overcome hardness, avoiding the attacks of the 1,000 killing blades formation. Finally, he completely understood the pattern of this formation. Every step was extremely careful. After setting up the Xianxia praying wind formation, he quickly changed his approach. Dou Hongming's eyes were gloomy. Every move of Jiang Chen was under his control. He was also a formation master. How could he not know that Jiang Chen was setting up a formation? You want to break the formation with a formation? Isn't it a little too whimsical? Dou Hongming sneered. That will depend on whether your formation is sturdy enough or not. Jiang Chen laughed and said. The coldness in his eyes gradually froze and even reached the freezing point. Finally, it was time for him to show his prowess. He had been suppressed by the 1,000 killing blades formation for a long time. The terrifying attacks never relaxed at all. The 1,000 killing blade formation was powerful enough to kill a divine king expert. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to set up another formation in such a difficult formation. However, Jiang Chen's path of setting up the formation was filled with dangers and dangers, which made people shudder in fear. Jiang Chen's path of setting up the formation was filled with dangers and dangers. Under the amplification of the green light Arhat formation, the 1,000 killing blades formation was extremely terrifying. The aurora was like a continuous rain. The moment Jiang Chen's Xianxia praying wind formation was formed, Dou Hongming's eyes became solemn. He had a bad feeling. Although he didn't know what kind of formation Jiang Chen had set up, he still wanted to take precautions. Green light Arhat, tremble all directions. Dou Hongming took action once again, activating the green light Arhat formation. The attacks that Jiang Chen received increased. Jiang Chen could only take the attacks passively in the formation. Even when the Xianxia praying wind formation was formed, Jiang Chen still found it difficult to move forward. A terrifying gust of wind was accompanied by the shadows of swords and blades. Jiang Chen narrowly dodged every single sword and blade. Jiang Chen also suffered more than a dozen injuries on his body. Being able to hold on for such a long time without suffering any fatal injuries was already a blessing in disguise. The green light wrapped around the wind and snow, shaking the glacier. The ground under Jiang Chen's feet kept trembling. Jiang Chen withstood the fierce attacks one after another. Let's begin. Tianxian Praying Wind Formation disturbed the heavenly dipper. Chapter 2572. Tianxian Praying Wind Formation? What kind of formation is this? How could it cause the divine origin qi within 10 miles to tremble? Dou Hongming took a deep breath. He did not expect Jiang Chen's Tianxian Praying Wind Formation to be so strange. Although the Tianxian Praying Wind Formation could only cause the divine origin qi within 10 miles to tremble violently, the foundation of the formation would be greatly damaged. Moreover, not every formation could stand firm. At least his 1,000 Killing Blades formation might change its state in the Tianxian Praying Wind Formation. Once the foundation of the formation was destroyed, the 1,000 Killing Blades formation would collapse completely. Dou Hongming had never heard of the Tianxian Praying Wind Formation. As a member of the Dou family, he did not know about the existence of this formation. The Tianxian Praying Wind Formation looked simple, but it could cause such great damage to his 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was really unbelievable. However, Dou Hongming also knew the weakness of his formation. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation pursued the extreme. All the foundation of the formation was used to attack. Therefore, the foundation of the formation was not stable. This Tianxian Praying Wind Formation was simply the nightmare of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. Dou Hongming finally felt the danger. His scheming was still a step behind. He did not expect this guy's attainments in formation to be so terrifying. The formation that could disrupt the foundation of the formation must be built under the condition that the foundation of the formation was weak or the formation was not much stronger than the Tianxian Praying Wind Formation. If the foundation of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation was strong enough and the formation was stronger, then Jiang Chen's Tianxian Praying Wind Formation would be useless. It seems like I can only use the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Boy, you've really pushed me this time. Dou Hongming's eyes were cold. He had already decided to kill Jiang Chen. Even if he had to activate the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation at the cost of the entire 8 lineages Silver River, he must kill Jiang Chen. Moreover, Dou Hongming was extremely curious about Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen must have a lot of secrets about the formation. At the same time, Jiang Chen did the same thing. Both of them were plotting against each other. They wanted to kill each other, then kill each other and steal their secrets. The 10,000 Killing Blade Formation. It won't be long before you completely disappear into thin air. Jiang Chen had a well-thought-out plan. The heaven-revolving praying wind array stirred up the winds and clouds. With a force that swept in all directions, it disrupted the divine origin qi within a radius of 10 miles, stirring up the divine origin qi and the foundation of the 1,000 Killing Blades array. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his power soared to the sky. With a strong and domineering power, he confronted the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. The sword essence of solitude continued to cut down the mortal world, sword against sword. Countless sword qi pierced through Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon armor to protect his body and cut through the thistles and thorns. The 10,000 Killing Blades formation, which had been broken by hundreds of formations, also completely collapsed at this moment. The changes in the formation also shocked Jiang Chen. Although the 10,000 Killing Blades formation was broken by his spinning heaven praying wind formation, it did not make Jiang Chen happy. The last attack of the Cyan Light Arhat formation actually had a change of heaven and earth. Good job, my savior. I knew it. You won't die so easily. 2 out of the 3 formations have been broken. The last formation is not lethal at all. What can it do to you? Li Peng was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. He had become the most terrifying existence in the entire 8 lineages Silver River. He fought against 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts alone. Now he managed to break Dou Hongming's peerless formation. Even Shuaijiao was respectful towards him. How could he be ordinary? Heroes come from the young. We have underestimated him. Shizhen said sincerely. He was worried for Jiang Chen time and time again. But in the end, Jiang Chen was able to turn misfortune into fortune and become the focus of everyone's attention. Yan Qingqing stared at Jiang Chen. She was slightly moved by this handsome young man. However, It was indescribably complicated, as if his figure kept replaying in her mind. Who are you? Why do I feel that you're so familiar? I hope you won't affect my plan. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Jiang Chen's appearance had completely freed her existence. No one could restrain her anymore. Xuejia was extremely nervous now. Dou Hongming had met a true opponent. She could only sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Only then could she reap the benefits. I hope that both of you will suffer great losses. Yan Qingqing retreated slowly. Her target was Xueying. Go. We can't stay here for long. I'll bring you to hide. Yan Qingqing looked at the helpless Xueying and said softly. Xueying's eyes were filled with tears. Is she finally moved by me? She's finally willing to stand on my side now. After all, the 8 lineages Silver River is where she belongs. Don't say anything. I'll bring you away first. Those 2 fellas target is only you. Yan Qingqing pulled Xueying and quickly retreated into the valley of the 8 lineages Silver River. I've made a huge mistake previously. It turns out that you've always been on my side, Qingqing. I've wronged you. Xueying was overwhelmed with emotion. Although she had been humiliated in front of the person she loved this time, the final outcome was unexpected. She was actually so sensible. She was completely different from the cold and indifferent person she used to be. Yan Qingqing's smile came to an abrupt halt the moment both of them entered the hinterland of 8 lineages Silver River. The moment her graceful figure turned around, the coldness and conspiracy in her eyes caught Xueying off guard. Qingqing, you. Yan Qingqing had already closed in on him with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the speed at which she changed her expression made him terrified. The blade of despair whizzed past his ears. There's only one way for you to go now. Tell me, where is the great Bright Lord's relic? Yan Qingqing said calmly. The vast valley was empty now. Everyone was watching the battle from the top of the 8 lineages Silver River. Xuejia was in a fierce battle. Although her strength was suppressed by Xuejia, it was still impossible for Xueying, who was injured, to defend himself. Yan Qingqing was as beautiful as a jade and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a goddess. Xueying, on the other hand, was in dire straits. He smiled bitterly in the end as he felt that the difference between him and Yan Qingqing was like heaven and earth. So you're here for the great Bright Lord's relic. Like I said, you're an unparalleled beauty that's hard to find in this world. How could it be so coincidental for you to appear in a barren land like the Tianqi Mountains? I'm ashamed of your acting skills. I've never noticed that you're here for the great Bright Lord's relic. Not many people know about it. Who are you? Chapter 2573. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Where's the great Bright Lord's relic? I advise you to tell me if you want to live. Yan Qingqing smiled coldly. Xueying was charmed. He had never expected that the goddess that he had been yearning for would be such a scheming and cunning woman. It turned out that the reason why she entered the 8 lineages Silver River was because of the great Bright Lord's relic. Yan Qingqing was a peerless genius. Not to mention in the Chilean boundary, even in the Lone Dragon County, she would be a peerless genius. Xueying laughed at himself. Fear was spreading from the bottom of his heart. Yan Qingqing had seized the opportunity to kidnap him. Now that he had no way out and his father was in a fierce battle, he had completely lost his chance to live. Do you think you can still escape from the 8 lineages Silver River after my father defeats the old toad? Xueying pretended to be calm and said. You can try if you think that I don't have the ability to kill you before he comes. Yan Qingqing said calmly, but it broke Xueying's psychological barrier once again. He wanted to use his father to threaten Yan Qingqing. But it seemed like she had completely ignored him. The great Bright Lord's relic is not with me. I don't know. Only my father has it. Do you think he will tell others about such an important thing? Xueying said in a low voice. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yan Qingqing. As the old saying goes, the snake's mouth and the wasp's tail are both poisonous. The most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. Others might not, but you're his son. You've reached the half-step divine king realm for a long time. Am I right? Xueying's expression changed, but he did not say anything. That's why you've secretly begged your father to give you the great Bright Lord's relic so that you could break through to the divine king realm. Am I right? Your father refused to give it to you and you resented him. In the end, Xuejia could not bear the torment of his family. So, you're telling me that you don't know where the great Bright Lord's relic is? Yan Qingqing said with a faint smile. She had completely seen through Shuiying. Shuiying's face turned pale. He did not expect himself to be standing naked in front of Yan Qingqing. The feeling of being naked made him extremely disgusted and furious. Who are you? What do you want? Shuiying was hysterical and his eyes were wide open. I only want the great bright lord's relic. If you want to live, this is your only chance. Yan Qingqing's jade-like hand trembled as she held the green jade sword tightly in her hand. Shuiying's heart sank. If you kill me, you will not obtain anything. The great light ruler's relic is mine. It is mine. You cannot snatch it away. Shuiying roared in anger. At this moment he had already guessed the result. If he continued to be stubborn, he would only end up dead. His father couldn't even take care of himself now, and the 8 lineages Silver River was facing the biggest crisis in its history. He had been taken as a hostage by the goddess in his heart and used as a trading tool to obtain the Great Bright Lord's relic. If he didn't want to die, he had to hand over the Great Bright Lord's relic. My patience has its limits. Yan Qingqing's expression gradually turned ice cold. I want to know, who are you? You have no right to know. Yan Qingqing's green jade sword was already on Shuiying's neck. As long as he moved a little, Shuiying's head would fall to the ground. The Great Bright Lord's relic is too precious. I can't keep it with me. Come with me to get it. I will not give you a second chance. Yan Qingqing's voice was filled with killing intent. It made Shuiying feel that the green jade sword could take his life at any time. I swear I will not play any tricks. Shuiying said with a bitter smile. I hope so. Yan Qingqing pointed her sword at Shuiying and forced him to move forward with difficulty. Yan Qingqing dared not slack off. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin and the old toad's sudden appearance, it would not be easy for her to get the Great Bright Lord's relic. It was worth it for so many years to get the Great Bright Lord's relic. It was a taboo even for an ultimate god expert. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Yan Qingqing's trip to get the Great Bright Lord's relic made Shuiying understand that the 8 lineages Silver River was not united. They had been eyeing Yan Qingqing for a long time. At that moment, Jiang Qin had broken the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. However, the final Azure Light Arhat formation gave him a headache because the Azure Light Arhat formation was much more terrifying than the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. The terrifying part was not how terrifying the formation was, but it was because the Azure Light Arhat formation was not just an amplification formation. It was connected to the entire 8 lineages Silver River's giant formation, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. In other words, the Azure Light Arhat formation was connected to the whole Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. Dou Hongming had used the Azure Light Arhat formation to trigger the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. It was a brilliant move. Even Jiang Qin did not expect that Dou Hongming had such a trick up his sleeve. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation was different from the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was a formation that he had spent decades to build. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation could not be compared to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation was much stronger than the Little Ashura Sword formation. It was a mountain guarding formation that he had painstakingly built. Its power was terrifying. From the moment he knew that the Azure Light Arhat formation was connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation, Jiang Qin knew that Dou Hongming had the intention to kill everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River. He wanted to kill everyone at all costs. Such a vicious person made people tremble. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Jiang Qin took a deep breath and stared at Dou Hongming. Dou Hongming was still smiling. Even though the 2 formations were destroyed by Jiang Qin, he was just a little annoyed. His determination was not shaken at all. It seems like you've noticed something. Not simple. You've achieved so much at such a young age. I'm quite envious of you. If you're willing to join my sect, I might even spare your life. Dou Hongming stroked his white beard and said with a faint smile. Hee. You're too full of yourself. This move of yours is going to anger the heavens and the people. The Azure Light Arhat formation is connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation. You're going to burn the 8 lineages Silver River to the ground. I'm afraid that even Shuijia doesn't know about it. Jiang Qin's expression was cold. You're right. I only have one goal. What does your death have to do with me? You're just a small interlude. This Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation is prepared for Shuijia. But since so many of you have gathered here, I don't mind killing a few more. Your lives are no different from ants. Chapter 2574. What a complete lunatic. Jiang Chen sneered. He looked at Dou Hongming in a new light because Dou Hongming's way of thinking was totally different from what he thought before. Perhaps even Xuejia didn't know about Dou Hongming's determination. No one was willing to keep such a lunatic by their side because he could explode any time, harming others and himself. Do you know that once the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation is activated, the 8 lineages Silver River will cease to exist and the people who will die will be the top figures of the entire 8 lineages Silver River and even the Tianqi mountain range. More than half of the high-level demonic beasts will perish here. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He didn't doubt Dou Hongming's resolution at all. Yeah. What does what you said have to do with me? I'm still alive even if the others die 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Do you think that a mere Xuejia could trap me here in the 8 lineages Silver River? I'm just doing it on purpose. You're the outsider that caused me to carry out my plan in advance. Dou Hongming's eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Chen with extreme disgust. I'm a dignified battle god clan. How could I become a distinguished guest of a demonic beast? Dream on. My formation is unparalleled in the world. Even if you've broken 2 of my formations, let's see how you're going to break the 3rd formation. Dou Hongming was full of confidence because he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't seek his own death. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. It was not difficult to break the 3rd formation. But he didn't know what would happen if it was broken. The Cyan Light Arhat formation was closely connected to the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Once the 3rd formation was broken, the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation would destroy the entire 8 lineages Silver River. The most terrifying thing about this formation was its self-destruction ability. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was enough to destroy the entire 8 lineages Silver River. No one would be able to escape from it. Jiang Chen and Dou Hongming were not stupid. At this moment both of them looked at each other. Jiang Chen was not afraid of death. But he couldn't disregard the lives of everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River. That would be a great catastrophe. If Jiang Chen really did that, his Dao heart would definitely be greatly affected. The Dao of dominating the heavens was not above the lives and deaths of all living beings. Killing could not solve everything. Looking down on killing would definitely cause one to be consigned to eternal damnation. There were so many innocent people here. Jiang Chen couldn't just ignore them. Breaking the 3rd layer of the formation was a hurdle that Jiang Chen couldn't overcome. This was his principle. Dou Hongming didn't care about it at all. He was only responsible for his own actions and his own goal. In his eyes, all life and death were no match for him. At this moment Xuejia and the old toad were fighting fiercely. The old toad was not afraid of death while Xuejia was in a passive position. The old toad was forcing Xuejia to fight with his life on the line. 2 Divine King Realm experts were fighting with their full strength. It was imaginable that the scene would be earth-shattering. 2 of the 8 lineages Silver River had fallen. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Blood was raining everywhere. Both of them had suffered serious injuries. Xuejia had the upper hand but the old toad was still biting him. You can be unafraid of a gentleman but you must be careful of a mad dog. Because he would risk his life to kill you. That was the case with the old toad. Xuejia was getting impatient. However, his opponent was not an ordinary demonic beast. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was terrifying. Everyone knew how terrifying the blue-eyed azure flower toad was. If Xuejia was poisoned by it, he would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Xuejia did not dare to let his guard down. Jiang Chen had broken through 2 layers of formations, which made Xuejia even more impatient. If this continued, he would never be able to gain the upper hand. His opponent's state of mind was one that was ready to die, but he was too cautious. He couldn't let anything happen to his son. Master Dou, you must stop this bastard. Xuejia will reward you handsomely for this. Xuejia said in a deep voice. The old toad and the old toad rushed forward together. A ferocious silver dragon flew up to the sky. Its black horn was shining brightly, deep and gloomy. That silver dragon was Xuejia's real body, the single-horned snow dragon. It was also a branch of the dragon tribe. Although it was not a true dragon tribe, it had a trace of the dragon tribe's bloodline. Could be called a silver dragon. The silver dragon and the old toad were fighting in the sky. It was a piece of cake for them to break through the mountains and glaciers. The might of a divine king realm expert was terrifying. You're playing with fire. Jiang Chen looked at Dou Hongming. However, the latter was still walking leisurely. He looked calm and indifferent. So what? If you don't break the third formation, you'll be trapped here forever. If you break it, then the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation will be activated. The entire 8 lineages Silver River will fall into hell because of you. Do you feel like a sinner for all eternity? Do you still want to be a hero? The 8 lineages Silver River is not a place that you should come to. However, you came here without hesitation. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life and train you to be my successor. Of course, the prerequisite is that you take out all your formations for me to study. Dou Hongming also coveted Jiang Chen's talent in formations. He knew that Jiang Chen must have some great treasures in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a high understanding and attainment in formations at such a young age. Although the 1,000 Killing Blades formation and the Heavenly Xian Earth Shell formation were not his best formations, it was still quite difficult for someone below the Divine King realm to break them. However, Jiang Chen did it. Jiang Chen hesitated. At the same time, he was trying to find the best of both worlds. It would be perfect if he could break the third formation and save more people at the same time. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was being kind, but that he couldn't bear to see so many innocent people fall into dire straits. You don't have much time left. Dou Hongming shrugged his shoulders. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, even if you want to break the third formation, you won't have a chance anymore. Because this formation will disappear automatically and will be replaced by another formation that encircles the entire 8 lineages Silver River. You know what kind of formation it is? Dou Hongming sneered as if he was a treacherous schemer. He would be proud and gratified if others had no way out. Jiang Chen saw that the third green light Arhat formation and the Heavenly Palace Exterminating formation were not simple. Dou Hongming was the one who controlled it. In the ice cave, there were exquisite jade carvings, divine weapons and earthly treasures. Chapter 2575. In an inconspicuous corner, Shui Ying pushed open a secret chamber that could only fit one person at a time. Blue light shone brightly and a golden bone the size of a thumb appeared in front of Yan Qingqing's eyes. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered and she was shocked. She murmured, "That's right, that's right. Is this the Great Bright Lord's relic?" "That's right. The Great Bright Lord's relic. There are a total of 3 of them. They are the Buddhist treasures left behind by the Great Bright Lord's relic after he passed away. This relic is extremely beneficial to ultimate gods. The Saraira was the treasure that the Great Bright Lord left behind after he passed away. It was a secret treasure of the Buddhist sects, and ordinary people would find it hard to understand it. Even if one obtained the Great Bright Lord's Saraira, it would not be easy to consume it. Therefore, it goes without saying how precious the Great Bright Lord's relic is," Shui Ying said in a low voice with a solemn look on his face. At this moment his eyes turned cold. He seized the opportunity when Yan Qingqing was distracted and wanted to kill her. He grabbed the relic with one hand and wanted to swallow it, but Yan Qingqing cut off his palm with a slash of her sword. Blood spurted out and Shui Ying's face turned pale. "I've told you not to play tricks on me. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death." Yan Qingqing raised her eyebrows. At that moment she had lost her patience with Shui Ying. "My hand." Shui Ying held his broken hand tightly. His face was pale and he was extremely weak. Fear filled his mind. "It's indeed the Great Bright Lord's relic." Yan Qingqing held the Great Bright Lord's relic that was the size of a golden finger bone in her hand. Suddenly, a sense of peace surged into her heart. The Great Bright Lord's relic that was shining with golden light seemed to have the power to support the heavens. At the same time, it seemed extremely ordinary. It gave people a sense of peace that Yan Qingqing had never experienced before. "You're useless now." Yan Qingqing looked at Shui Ying from the side. Shui Ying subconsciously took a step back and said in a deep voice, "You can't go back on your words. You can't go back on your word. I've spent so many years trying to please you. Why do you want to kill me? What's the point of keeping a scum like you? Don't I know what scandalous things you've done all these years? The dignified young master of the 8 lineages Silver River is filthy. I'm afraid that my eyes will be dirted just by looking at you." Yan Qingqing turned around and left. Shui Ying heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Yan Qingqing was going to let him go. However, the green jade sword in Yan Qingqing's hand suddenly spun in the air at an astonishing speed. It left a small wound on his neck. Shui Ying's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell straight down. No, Shuijia's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He could feel that his son had lost his life in an instant, and it happened in the 8 lineages Silver River. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that his son was killed by someone. And that person was probably the peerless demoness Yan Qingqing. Damn it, demoness, I will never forgive you. Shuijia turned around and rushed towards the hinterland of the 8 lineages Silver River. But how could the old toad let him leave just like that? The battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. The old toad did not hold back at all. Both of them were severely injured. Old toad, if you dare to stop me again, I'll grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Shuijia bit his lips and blood stained the sky. His body was covered with wounds, all of which were inflicted by the old toad. The old toad was panting heavily. He grinned as if he had already disregarded life and death. I've said it before, I won't stop until I kill your son. The old toad said in a deep voice. My son is dead. Are you satisfied now? Shuijia's words stunned the old toad. Someone killed my son. I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Come out, demoness. Shuijia's voice was loud and clear. Jiang Chen could feel Shuijia's anger. This divine king realm expert was completely enraged. Demoness? Undoubtedly it was Yan Qingqing. Master Do, activate the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. I want everyone here to die together with my son. Shuijia was obviously mad. His son was killed and the murderer could only be Yan Qingqing, because she was the one who pretended to take Shui Ying away. Now that Shui Ying had lost his life, it was impossible for Yan Qingqing to escape from the 8 lineages Silver River so quickly. Now you don't even have the time to burn a stick of incense. Someone wants all of you to die here more than me. Do Hongming stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was prepared. He wanted to use the Little Ashura Sword formation to compete with the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. At least he could protect those who he wanted to protect in the Little Ashura Sword formation. Jiang Chen moved. His Little Ashura Sword formation could not withstand the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation perfectly. Jiang Chen knew this very well. Therefore he wanted to use the chain formation. There was a formation within a formation. Although it was the first time he used it, Jiang Chen would not take it lightly. Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation. The Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. It was a level higher than the Heavenly Profound Earth Armor Formation. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had to use his Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor as the foundation to set up the formation. The consumption of divine origin energy was too much for him. Jiang Chen did not know if he could withstand the 2 formations at the same time. It was definitely a challenge for him. Where is Yan Qingqing? Shuijia's deafening roar shook Yan Qingqing's body. She knew that Shui Ying's death must have alarmed Shuijia. This fella's soul power had spread throughout the entire 8 lineages Silver River to search for her. Yan Qingqing knew that she had nowhere to hide now. How dare you kill my son? So be it. Yan Qingqing said Lung Lung. Do you think you can still escape from here? Hand over the thing in your hand and I will give you a quick death. Shuijia looked at Yan Qingqing with disdain. He was furious because he knew that Yan Qingqing must have taken away the Great Bright Lord's relic. She must have escaped from the ice cave. Then come and get it with your ability. Yan Qingqing was not afraid at all. She was not inferior to a man. Her beauty made countless men blush with shame. Do Hongming's eyes moved and his lips curled up into a smile. His 1,000 years of preparation was finally going to be put to use. No one could take away what he wanted. Shuijia purposely did not mention the Great Bright Lord's relic because he was afraid that it would cause a commotion. Once the news spread to Tianqi Mountain Range, the entire Lone Dragon County would flock to Tianqi Mountain Range. Although Tianqi Mountain Range was small, the Great Bright Lord's relic was a treasure that could shake the entire Lone Dragon County. Chapter 2576. Shuijia went straight towards Yan Qingqing. He was determined to kill her. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness and anger. If anything were to happen to Yan Qingqing, he would not be able to control himself and kill everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen did not care about anything else and directly broke through the 3rd formation, the Azure Arhat formation. Like a meteor, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Shuijia and launched a punch. Although there was a huge gap between Jiang Chen and Shuijia's strength, Jiang Chen was still standing in front of Yan Qingqing. He tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He would rather be severely injured than to take a step back. Otherwise, Yan Qingqing's safety would be in danger. Jiang Chen looked at Xuejia and Yan Qingqing. If you want to touch her, you'll have to step over my body first. Jiang Chen said calmly. At that moment, not only Xuejia, everyone was stunned. Jiang Chen actually blocked Xuejia with his mid-heavenly god strength. Even though Jiang Chen was injured, his domineering manner still made people revere him. Yan Qingqing looked at the scene silently. It was impossible for her not to be touched. She really did not know who this person was, but he seemed to be deeply in love with her. Jiang Chen didn't look at Yan Qingqing because in his heart, nothing could be compared to her. No matter when, even if he had to die, he wouldn't regret it. Jiang Chen would stand in front of Yan Qingqing, shielding her from the wind and rain. Although she had already forgotten him, it didn't change Jiang Chen's longing for her. Especially when Yan Qingqing desperately chased after him in the past. That sadness and helplessness was still fresh in his mind. How could Jiang Chen let her suffer any harm? I'm really curious. Who exactly am I in your eyes? Yan Qingqing muttered to herself. She was not a person with a heart of stone. Although she was a qualified expert, only by being emotionless could she sever everything and become invincible. She was not a person with a heart of stone. A true expert would only be able to stand against 10,000 enemies if he was able to sever his relationship with a woman and cut off life and death. However, Jiang Chen was destined to be a person who would be burdened by worldly affairs. In his heart, his beloved woman was more important than anything else. Lad, you're going to die too. Since you can't wait, I'll fulfill your wish and let you live together with her. Then you'll be one step ahead of her and accompany her in death. Xuejia held the silver snowflake spear in his hand. Blood rained down from the sky. Jiang Chen was shocked. A divine king expert's strength should not be underestimated. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen took every step carefully. Moreover, he took Xuejia's attack head-on. The terrifying counterforce was not something a half-step divine king could compare to. Half-step divine king realm and divine king realm were only one step apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled under the dragon transformation. However, he was still struggling in front of Xuejia. If Xuejia was not injured during the battle with the old toad, Jiang Chen would have lost even more. However, Jiang Chen would not give up easily. He could only defeat Xuejia with his wits, not force. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation has been activated. This time it's not my fault, it's your own doing. Ah. Dou Hongming laughed and looked at Jiang Chen. Now that the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation had been activated, he only needed to wait patiently. As long as Jiang Chen and the others fought against Xuejia, he would be invincible and the Great Bright Lord's relic would be his. Let's see if your Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation can trap me. Jiang Chen sneered and said confidently. Currently, Jiang Chen's profound dragon jade armor formation had been completely set up. The human experts that he had rescued were all gathered within a 10 li radius. The profound dragon jade armor formation can at least protect all of you. Do not leave the formation. Jiang Chen looked at Shizhen and Li Lei. Although he did not know most of them, Jiang Chen would not leave them alone since he had saved them. Moreover, Shizhen and the others were among them. Benefactor. Li Peng's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He had never expected Jiang Chen to be so righteous. His strength and spirit had won everyone's admiration. Even those who came to congratulate the 8 lineages Silver River were filled with respect for Jiang Chen. After sending them away, Jiang Chen fought against all the enemies with his own strength. No matter if he won or lost, his spirit soared to the heavens. He's putting himself in a dead end, Shizhen said calmly. However, he could not stay calm in his heart. Jiang Chen's righteousness was so great that he fought against the Lord of 8 lineages Silver River alone. For the woman he loved, he was willing to risk his life. Who would not respect such a righteous person? Shixing turned her head abruptly. 8 lineages Silver River was still in her eyes. Jiang Chen's peerless figure was still engraved in her heart. Good man, you're a wolf. How many lambs are lost because of you? Good man, you're the strongest in the world. Countless heroes are heartbroken because of you. Good man, you're as bright as the sun. Young and frivolous. Good man, the heavens will make clothes for you. You'll wear armor and your name will be remembered forever. Good man, you'll break through the wind and waves. You'll soar freely in the vast sea and sky. Xining's voice was sweet and melodious. It was a touching melody from her hometown. It was perfect for Xianxia at this moment. Unfortunately, the falling flower wanted to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water had no heart to love the falling flower. She could only use this method to pay tribute to the love that had died before it had even begun. That indomitable man had forever become an eternal memory in her heart. If there's a next life, I'm willing to be a speck of dust on your shoulder. Xining murmured as she turned around resolutely. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. This trip to the Tianqi mountain range had allowed her to grow up from a girl. Sometimes one had to learn to be strong. No one would suffer for you. Xianxia was a person who stood above the sun. Xining knew that she would only get further and further away from him. No matter if he succeeded or failed, at least she used to love such a man. She had no regrets in her life. Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation? This is a peak intermediate defensive formation. You're really making me look at you in a different light. Boy. When Dou Hongming saw the Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation, he was slightly stunned. At least in a short period of time, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation wouldn't be able to break this Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation could destroy mountains and rivers. The moment the formation was activated, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was already irreversible. Everything in the formation was destined to be destroyed. Xuejia, although your son is dead, it's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You're going to die today. The old toad's eyes were filled with hatred. The pain of losing his son made him release all his hatred on the 8 lineages Silver River. Even though Xueying was dead, he still wanted Xuejia to die as well to atone for his son's crime. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation is terrifying. It's not something you can imagine. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Chapter 2577. Doshir, let's go. Xuejia said in a deep voice. The entire 8 lineages Silver River would turn into ruins under the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. However, Dou Hongming was the one who set up the formation. I'm sorry, Lord Xue. Please take care. This formation can only allow me to enter and exit alone. I'm really sorry. Dou Hongming sneered and quickly retreated, looking for the formation eye in the formation. What's going on? Doshiri. Xuejia's expression changed and looked at Dou Hongming. The latter shrugged his shoulders and looked helpless. To be exact, all of you will die in the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. However, I believe that the Great Bright Lord's relic will be fine after all of you die. Dou Hongming sneered. How dare you betray me? How cruel. How dare you kill me? Xuejia was furious. He did not expect Dou Hongming to betray him at this moment. This instantly put Xuejia in a desperate situation. He did not expect that the 8 lineages Silver River's defensive formation would be his death formation. I didn't come to your 8 lineages Silver River under your command. How is this betrayal? Dou Hongming made his stand clear. He only fought for himself from the beginning. You're here for the Great Bright Lord's relic. You know that the Great Bright Lord's relic is in my hands. Xuejia already knew what Dou Hongming was planning. The Great Bright Lord's relic was his most valuable treasure. Even if his son wanted it, he would not give it to him. Because Xuejia knew that the Great Bright Lord's relic would be crucial for him to break through to the Hierarch realm in the future. The Buddha's relic of Great Bright Lord's relic carried supreme majesty and power. It seems to be a little too late to know all this now. You don't even know what the Great Bright Lord's relic is for, and you don't even know how to use it. So the Great Bright Lord's relic in your hands is simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Dou Hongming said coldly. He did not care about Xuejia at all. Now we're all trapped in this Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Yan Qingqing said softly. I'll be your scapegoat even if I die. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. He didn't feel any sense of danger. You're still in the mood to laugh? We don't know if you're alive or dead. Even Xuejia, who's at the Divine King realm, can't escape from the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Enjoy it to your heart's content. This feast is tailor-made for you. Xuejia, I advise you to stop wasting your energy and wait for your death. Dou Hongming's words undoubtedly poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in a complete mess. What? He actually wants to seal all of us here? That seems to be the case. That guy is a lunatic. I don't want to die. I don't believe that I can't get out of this 8 lineages silver river. I have a feeling that the formation has been activated. The entire 8 lineages silver river, do you guys feel it? Seems to be trembling. I'm only here to congratulate you. I don't want to die here. I'm too unlucky. Even the Lord of the 8 lineages silver river can't do anything about it. Looks like it's impossible to break this formation. The 8 lineages silver river was in a mess. Tens of thousands of people who came to congratulate and hundreds of thousands of natives were in a state of panic. Facing the pressure of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation, everyone could feel their breathing becoming hurried as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, the glaciers of the 8 lineages silver river started to tremble. There was a huge crack on the main vein of the glaciers. Avalanches were everywhere and the icebergs were shattered. The 8 lineages silver river also started to crumble at this moment. It was like a towering mountain collapsing. The scene was suffocating. No one wanted to die. They were originally here to celebrate the wedding of the young master of the 8 lineages silver river. However, they did not expect that it would be the doomsday of the 8 lineages silver river today. Moreover, it caused them to lose their lives. Life became extremely fragile at this moment. Some of the weaker ones were already scared out of their wits when the mountain collapsed. The 8 lineages silver river that was collapsing had turned into a hell where ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Everyone was like a stray dog running away. Only among the hundreds of people no one was harmed by the formation. Break it. Xuejia rushed up to the void again and again, trying to break through the shackles of the heavens and earth with his spear. He wanted to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. However, he was repelled by the repercussions of the formation. He was in an extremely difficult situation. No matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't break through the formation. I've said it before. No one can break through my Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Dou Hongming's confidence came from his long time of accumulation. This formation was not set up in 2 or 3 days. It took 3 years to set up, 10 years to modify and 100 years to perfect. It could be said to be the pinnacle of Dou Hongming's work in his life. This formation was powerful enough to block a mid-divine king realm expert. Dou Hongming was absolutely confident that even a late divine king realm expert might not be able to break through this formation. Xuejia advanced and retreated 3 times, but he still couldn't break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. His eyes fell on Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing. Since I can't escape from this formation, I'll kill you two first. Even if you're going to die, you must die before me. Xuejia's eyes looked gloomy. The pain of losing his son had made him hate Yan Qingqing to the core. He couldn't calm down if he didn't kill Yan Qingqing. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. Jiang Qin stood in front of Yan Qingqing without hesitation. You're not a match for him alone. We might have a chance to survive if we work together. Yan Qingqing thought for a moment and said softly, no matter when, a man should never let a woman show her face. Moreover, I will never let you get hurt. I alone am enough to deal with him. Jiang Qin smiled confidently. You're so annoying, as if everything is under your control. Yan Qingqing said. But at least I like it. Yan Qingqing's sudden change of topic stunned Jiang Qin for a moment. Then he smiled. You're still flirting when you're about to die. Go to hell now. Snowflake Divine Spear. Xuejia dashed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin did not back off at all. Although his strength under the dragon transformation was not weak, he still needed to be careful when facing Xuejia. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. He took each step carefully and did not dare to be careless. How can I miss out on killing him? Huh. The old toad came from the side and approached Xuejia. Xuejia instantly fell into a disadvantageous position under the joint attack of Jiang Qin and the old toad. Although Jiang Qin could not fight against Xuejia alone, his heavenly dragon sword kept pushing back the silver snowflake spear. Xuejia could not gain any advantage at all. The old toad blotted out the sky and covered the earth with poisonous gas. Although the entire 8 lineages silver river had already collapsed, screams and wails could be heard everywhere. Whether it was humans or demonic beasts, they were all covered in blood, dyeing the entire 8 lineages silver river red. Life seemed insignificant and worthless at this moment. Damn it, all of you should die. Chapter 2578. You have such a terrifying true dragon pressure? Although Xuejia was shocked, he knew that his opponent would not give him any chance. Xuejia was cautious with every step he took. The old toad and Jiang Chen's cooperation was getting better and better. He was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back at all. Since you know, how dare you be so presumptuous? Unification of dragon and sword. Under the unification of dragon and sword, Jiang Chen's dragon pressure became stronger and stronger, forcing Xuejia into a desperate situation. Compared to the heavenly palace exterminating formation, he could feel the aura of death more intense. Almost 1/3 of the people and demonic beasts had died under the 8 lineages Silver River. The mountains collapsed, the ice and snow shattered, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The majestic scene of the 8 lineages Silver River no longer existed. Now that the glaciers were collapsing, everyone who was alive or those who were about to die were in a state of confusion. The giant golden sword pierced through the sky and the stars changed color. Jiang Chen's unification of dragon and sword gave Xuejia a great sense of danger. Xuejia was facing the old toad's relentless attacks, so he had no time to care about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attack was further amplified. The silver snowflake spear soared up to the sky and collided with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Xuejia's silver snowflake spear was shattered by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The silver snowflake spear, a heavenly divine tool, could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. How could this be? Xuejia was slightly shocked. The silver snowflake spear was his famous divine tool. How could it be shattered by a heavenly god realm kid? This was simply too inconceivable. While Xuejia was in a daze, the old toad turned around and slammed into Xuejia's body. Xuejia spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Xuejia suddenly raised his head, and Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had already pierced through his chest. Xuejia struck out with his palm and his body flew backward. He was severely injured. Jiang Chen didn't give Xuejia any chance at all. A true dragon palm that covered the entire sky covered Xuejia. The gigantic palm shattered Xuejia's last line of defense. Xuejia's body was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string. Soaring poison gas. The old toad spat out a mouthful of blood. This was its life essence blood, and its terrifying toxicity was self-evident. Xuejia was covered in blood mist as he was deeply poisoned. At this moment he had completely lost his high-spirited demeanor as a godly king realm expert. Toad, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Xuejia gritted his teeth. Go to hell now. The old toad didn't want to give Xuejia any chance. Before Jiang Chen could make a move, he had already charged at Xuejia. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The dignity of a godly king realm expert is not to be trampled on. Xuejia was like a comet and he flew up from the ground and hit the old toad. The old toad was badly mutilated and he obviously lost the upper hand in the battle with Xuejia. Even if Xuejia was injured, his attack was still shocking. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. Xuejia had reached the mid-godly king realm. How could he fall down so easily? Puff. The old toad was hit by Xuejia and his body was severely injured. He fell down immediately and Xuejia was also struggling to step on the old toad's dying body. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the sky and even Yan Qingqing looked at him in shock. Why didn't Jiang Chen save him? Jiang Chen, save me, the old toad said in a deep voice, and his aura was extremely weak. The cunning hare is dead, the hound is cooked, the bird is dead, the bough is hidden. Jiang Chen said faintly. You mean? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. The old toad had been through life and death with him just now, but now Jiang Chen had become an ungrateful person. Yan Qingqing couldn't understand him at all. I never planned to save him. Jiang Chen said. Blue-eyed azure flower toad, you've eaten my azure spirit pill and completed your mission in the 8 lineages Silver River. Now you can finally rest in peace. I killed your son. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression without a shred of pity. This was just an end, a process from something to nothing. He did not have the heart of a Buddha and he would not be merciful. He would never be merciful to those who deserved to be killed and he would never kill the innocent. The death of the blue-eyed azure flower toad was his own fault. Jiang Chen did not care how many humans and beasts he had killed. Jiang Chen did not have any compassion for the death of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. There would always be people with a fragile heart, but to achieve great things, one should not be bothered by trifles. The old toad smiled bitterly and looked at Jiang Chen with a desolate expression. He was on the verge of death and there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen only told him the truth so that he could rest in peace. The old toad hated Jiang Chen, and he was sad for his son's misfortune and angry for his son's incompetence. However, everything was coming to an end. He would die, Xuejia would die, and even the 8 lineages Silver River would cease to exist. So what if I'm dead? Jiang Chen, you will die too. Your azure spirit pill has successfully deceived my trust. I can only blame myself for being too stupid. So it was all a good show directed by you. The old toad laughed bitterly and his life was fading away. Xuejia was filled with anger. Not only did he become the scapegoat, even his son had died because of this, and Jiang Chen was the main culprit. Everything had its cause and effect. Jiang Chen had always believed in karma, but he would never go against the will of the heavens and he would never follow the will of the heavens. This was Jiang Chen. What a good show. However, the final winner will not be you. Xuejia Lingling smiled. He had already given up on life and death. However, the strength of a mid-divine king was not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen could feel that Xuejia was about to attack him one last time. It's still unknown who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At least it can't be you. Xuejia soared into the sky again, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Xuejia gathered all his strength and terrifying divine origin energy was gathered on his fist, giving Jiang Chen a heaven-shattering blow. Jiang Chen executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took gave birth to lotuses and he was like a tiger. 1 step to the sky, 2 steps to the sky, 3 steps to the clouds, 4 steps to the divine transformation, 5 steps to the heavenly dipper realm. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Xuejia had no chance to fight back. The 5 steps to the heavens was unstoppable. Jiang Chen's sword slashed down on the mortal world, and Xuejia's fist crashed onto Jiang Chen's sword. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through Xuejia's domineering earth qi. Above the sky, the sword's might shook and countless people bowed down in worship. The moment Jiang Chen repelled Xuejia, Dou Hongming's eyes fell on him. Now that Jiang Chen had defeated all the experts, only he and Yan Qingqing were left. The rest were just small fries, nothing to be afraid of. I didn't mean to kill the heavens and earth, but they didn't wait for me. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. Yan Qingqing, who was behind him, felt that Jiang Chen's thoughts were complicated, and he was not a simple person. Chapter 2579. That's right. It's a pity that the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation is shrinking. Heaven and earth will crumble, seas will dry up, rocks will crumble, rivers, lakes, seas, glaciers will shatter and volcanoes will erupt. You will all die. Dou Hongming was the one who benefited the most. Jiang Chen and the others were still trapped in the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation in the end. Do you really think that this Heavenly Palace exterminating formation can trap me just because it can trap others? Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the sky and sneered at Dou Hongming. Both of their confidence formed a sharp contrast. Jiang Chen did not believe that there was no way to break this formation while Dou Hongming did not believe that Jiang Chen could break through his 100 years of effort. My Battle God clan is the #1 in the world in terms of formations. You think you can break through my 100 years of effort? Even in the entire Lone Dragon County, there are less than 5 people who are better than me in terms of formations. Even if those experts want to break the formation, they will not be able to turn the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation into nothing in a short period of time. This is my 100 years of effort, how are you going to break it? Dou Hongming looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Young hero, high-spirited. Unfortunately, he thought too highly of himself. I don't believe it either. Who can trap me? Jiang Chen laughed crazily. A domineering aura surged in his heart. He was determined to break this Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Jiang Chen shielded Yan Qingqing behind his back. Yan Qingqing found it funny when she saw Jiang Chen's overflowing confidence. Who would have thought that such a meticulous person like him would have such a side to him? At least she felt a sense of crisis from the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The turbulent 8 lineages Silver River was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. It had completely turned into a wasteland. Countless people had died. Countless people were engulfed by the waves, glaciers and volcanoes, dying without a burial place. Jiang Chen deduced the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation using the no-beginning formation. He was shocked by Dou Hongming. This fellow was indeed a peerless expert in the field of formations. He had repaired the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation flawlessly. There was almost no weakness. This formation had changed from a great formation to a true exterminating formation. The final change of the great formation was to destroy the entire 8 lineages Silver River. This was Dou Hongming's final thought. The path of formations is really broad and profound. Jiang Chen's heart was solemn. Although the no-beginning formation's deduction speed was slow, it was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Under the deduction of the no-beginning formation, Jiang Chen gradually understood more changes in the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation could be considered as a textbook setting up formation. Jiang Chen had never seen such a terrifying formation. There were death gates everywhere and there was no chance of survival. However, there was only one life gate left for him, and Jiang Chen couldn't find any trace of it no matter how hard he tried. Countless people were buried along with the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn and he did not feel happy or sad. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation might not be able to kill him, but he must not let Dou Hongming's evil plan succeed. His target was the Great Bright Lord's relic in Yan Qingqing's hands. Although he did not know what the Great Bright Lord's relic was, Jiang Chen was tempted by the fact that Dou Hongming had been serving him for thousands of years. However, that relic belonged to Yan Qingqing. Therefore, Jiang Chen would not have any bad thoughts about it. Protecting his woman was what he wanted to do the most at this moment. Jiang Chen benefited a lot from the deduction of the no-beginning formation. The no-beginning formation was like a silent teacher, which made Jiang Chen's understanding of formations become stronger. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was like a living textbook. Not only could he learn a lot of formation methods from it, but it could also improve his understanding of formations. Dou Hongming was extremely confident. Jiang Chen was deep in thought. Even though he looked confident, no one knew if he would be the one to laugh in the end. After all, the dreadfulness of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was known to all. Almost half of the glacier hinterland of the 8 lineages Silver River had become a wasteland. Yan Qingqing stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. However, she would not put all her hope on Jiang Chen. Wouldn't that be equivalent to waiting for death? She did not want to be trapped here and die. Yan Qingqing moved like a nimble rabbit. She flew above the crumbling 8 lineages Silver River and broke through the sky. She tried to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation, but she was bounced back by the terrifying repulsive force. Her efforts were futile in the end. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was still there, but she was severely injured by the repulsive force. Yan Qingqing clenched her teeth tightly. Her charming face turned cold. Anger suddenly rose in her heart. She didn't feel safe placing her life in someone else's hands. Even though this person was trying his best to save her, she still didn't feel safe. Yan Qingqing held the Great Bright Lord's relic tightly. Even though she was a half-step Divine King, it was useless. Although she was only a step away from the Divine King realm and was stronger than Xueying, she was still a step away from reaching the Divine King realm. Yan Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood. Although her strength was slowly recovering after Xuejia's death, it was still not enough for her to break through the shackles. Jiang Chen's comprehension was absolutely terrifying. With the help of the no-beginning formation, he gradually figured out the way to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Although the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was complicated, it was not impenetrable. Jiang Chen had a good understanding of Dou Hongming's formation after breaking through 3 layers of the formation. With the help of the no-beginning formation, it was only a matter of time for him to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. The dragon travels to the left bank, the earth ridge forms a mountain, 3,000 seas overturns, reincarnation turns. What a great Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. This formation is only SOSO. Jiang Chen roared crazily and soared into the sky. Dou Hongming's confident heart became hesitant. Could this guy really break my formation? Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Time will prove everything. Jiang Chen's every step was shocking. Dou Hongming's mind was shaken by each step that Jiang Chen took. Finally, Jiang Chen had figured out the location of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation's base. As long as his Heavenly Dragon Sword soared into the sky and destroyed the base, the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation would become a useless formation. Such a monstrous guy. Yan Qingqing looked at the scene in disbelief. She knew that Dou Hongming was panicking. Jiang Chen's sword was aiming at the base of the formation, forcing Dou Hongming to defend himself. Break. Chapter 2580. Dou Hongming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This guy was a freak. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation that he had repaired for 100 years was going to be destroyed by him? The second sword. Jiang Chen's sword shadow slashed through the void. As the formation base was destroyed one after another, Jiang Chen became more confident. I've said it before. No one can trap me. Jiang Chen looked at the sky proudly like a divine dragon soaring in the sky. You forced me to do this. Dou Hongming's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said. His eyes became cold as if he had made a big decision. Jiang Chen frowned. What is he trying to do? The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation would definitely collapse as long as Jiang Chen destroyed the formation's foundation step by step. Dou Hongming would definitely be defeated by Jiang Chen. This formation was no longer controlled by him, it was supported by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that he had set up beforehand. Once the foundation of the formation was destroyed, everything would be gone. However, Dou Hongming seemed to be even more determined at this moment. According to the oath of the Battle God clan, I shouldn't use the Dou formation technique. But for the Great Bright Lord's relic I will fight till the end today. Dou formation technique, Dou formation Heavenly Palace. Dou Hongming murmured as his hand seals changed continuously. Between the heaven and earth, a terrifying airwave descended. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation that was shaking slightly became as stable as Mount Tai. The Dou formation technique was like an energy halo that shrouded the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. The power of the formation was greatly enhanced and it was terrifying. Moreover, this sudden wave of qi made Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing's body tremble. Battle God clan Dou formation technique? Jiang Chen was puzzled, but he could feel that the Dou formation technique was an ancient technique that enhanced the power of the formation. After Dou Hongming used the Dou formation technique, the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation became extremely powerful and unstoppable. Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Sword could no longer destroy the formation base of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. What kind of technique is this? How could he be so strong? Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air as he was extremely shocked. However, at the same time he also understood that the Dou formation technique seemed to strengthen the formation while also making it more indestructible. It seemed to be similar to his ancient soaring dragon technique. I've heard that the Battle God clan is an extremely ancient clan that is famous for their formations. This Dou Hongming should be from the Battle God clan. Yan Qingqing said solemnly. Under the Dou formation technique, no one can escape. Dou Hongming shouted angrily and the sky trembled. After casting the Dou formation technique, his face was extremely pale and he staggered backwards. He had used all his divine strength in the Dou formation technique and now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, under the Dou formation technique, no one in the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation would come out alive. In the formation it was like the end of the world. Countless glaciers and rocks fell from the top of their heads. It was a terrifying scene. Jiang Chen advanced step by step. However, after 3 consecutive strikes, the formation foundation was not damaged. Jiang Chen knew that the power of the Dou formation technique was definitely beyond his expectation. If he could obtain this Dou formation technique, wouldn't his strength rise to another level? Without the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen had lost his greatest support. However, he also knew that he must grow stronger as soon as possible. Now that Yan Qingqing had appeared in the divine world, would his family be far away? If he did not have enough strength to protect them at that time, it would be the biggest failure of his life. Slashing the heavens with a single sword, all for the sake of pursuing the highest realm. Jiang Chen's heart had no other distracting thoughts, but his family members were his exclusive property and he must protect them. Whether it was Yan Qingyu or Wu Ningzhu, he did not want them to see him in a miserable state in the divine world. However, one day he would stand at the peak and look down on all living beings. The person in front of him was his closest family member. Although she had forgotten him, Jiang Chen would never forget Yan Qingqing's deep love for him. It was like yesterday. How could Jiang Chen watch his loved one get hurt bit by bit? Although I am still unable to cast the no beginning formation, this part of the formation should be weaker than the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Dou formation technique. I am getting more and more curious about you. Jiang Chen thought and squinted his eyes. Now he could only try to block the Dou formation technique with this part of the no beginning formation technique that Jiang Chen had comprehended. Can you do it? Yan Qingqing asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen's body trembled and his face became solemn. How could a man say that he couldn't do it? Especially in front of his own woman. Absolutely. Although Jiang Chen did not comprehend the no beginning formation technique, he could already set up 1% of the formation. Although it was just a part of the formation, it had great power. The no beginning formation technique was the ultimate existence of the formation. Jiang Chen could use the no beginning formation technique to block the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique on a whim. It was still unknown whether he could succeed or not. Even if a part of the no beginning formation technique failed to block the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique, Jiang Chen still had a way to avoid this. It was just that he did not want to embarrass himself in front of the woman he loved. After all, it was not that easy for him to win Yan Qingqing's heart. Jiang Chen strode forward and the no beginning formation technique formed an impregnable formation within a radius of 100 feet. Although it was incomplete, the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique under Dou Hongming's Dou formation technique couldn't do anything to it. Jiang Chen was very proud of himself. It seemed like a part of the no beginning formation technique was completed. In the corner of the no beginning formation technique, Xianxia and the others were shocked by the scene in front of them. Their hearts were surging even more than Jiang Chen's. Because Jiang Chen could not feel their despair. Xianxia and the others could no longer maintain their composure as they looked at the humans and beasts falling under the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique. They could not help but look at the despair in their eyes. It was still unknown whether Jiang Chen could save them or not. The despair and helplessness at the bottom of the formation and the pleading in their eyes were just the desire to survive. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to control a part of the no beginning formation technique. Because with his current strength, it was like drawing a pie in the sky and he forced himself to complete the pie. In order to fully display the no beginning formation technique, his strength must reach the early Divine Emperor realm. Chapter 2581. Dou Hongming was infuriated and even a little hysterical. He couldn't believe it. He had been accumulating for thousands of years, enduring hardships and building a formation for hundreds of years just for this day. Even the Dou formation technique that he had never used before was forced to be used at this moment. But it was still not as good as a corner of the formation cast by this brat. Dou Hongming was speechless. Now you know that you can't even break a mere corner of my formation. What right do you have to strut around in front of me? Jiang Chen sneered. Although he was in a difficult situation and it was not an easy task to maintain the no beginning formation, Jiang Chen could not lose his poise in front of his woman. Sigh, the heavens are jealous of the talented. I sympathize with you, but it's a pity that you're no match for me. In terms of formation compared to me, it's like comparing a rock on the ground to a star in the sky. You're too ordinary. It's my fault for being too bright, too dazzling. Blame me, blame me, blame me. Jiang Chen's words made Dou Hongming clench his teeth, but he couldn't speak for a long time. He was already suffering from internal injuries. Dou Hongming spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't even break a corner of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. This made his thousands of years of hard work go down the drain. Jiang Chen's leisurely look made him even angrier. Dou Hongming could no longer endure the grievance in his heart. His face turned pale and he fell to the ground on one knee. Lung Lung stared at Jiang Chen. You. I can't accept this. What's the name of this formation? I spent hundreds of years repairing the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation and it's useless. Dou Hongming's body trembled in anger. He was completely disappointed, but he still wanted to know where Jiang Chen's formation came from. This formation of mine is very simple. Listen up, this formation is called the Ice Mountain Formation. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Ice Mountain Formation? I've never heard of it before. It seems like I, Dou Hongming, am still too short-sighted. Dou Hongming was still looking at Jiang Chen sternly. Exactly. You don't even know the tip of the iceberg. How dare you boast that your formation is unparalleled in the Lone Dragon County? I'm laughing my head off. Jiang Chen ridiculed Dou Hongming to the extreme. Dou Hongming was already extremely weak. He was angered to death by Jiang Chen. The tip of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. Dou Hongming murmured. At that moment he really wanted to defeat Jiang Chen. But in the end he was still humiliated to the point that he was worthless. He didn't even know the tip of the iceberg. What face did he have left in the world? I didn't expect that I, a dignified battle god clan's formation expert, would fall into your hands. Dou Hongming shouted himself hoarse. He was extremely unreconciled. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation destroyed the 8 lineages Silver River. Except for the humans that Jiang Chen saved from the dungeon, all the beasts and people that came to congratulate him were buried in the 8 lineages Silver River. Nobody was spared. Countless glaciers and mountain ridges were razed to the ground. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in a mess. Now it was truly terrifying. Feels like we have a new lease of life, Li Ping said with a sigh. They finally saw the hope of survival. At the moment when the sky fell and the mountains collapsed, everyone saw the tragic scene of the end of the world. At this moment they were undoubtedly lucky. Benefactor, you're the giant that I've been pursuing for my whole life, Li Lei said in a deep voice. Everyone was grateful to Jiang Chen except for Yan Qingqing. Seems like your means are extraordinary, Yan Qingqing said meaningfully. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Yan Qingqing. Even Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what this woman was thinking. However, he was already prepared to pursue her once again. Since she had given him the chance to follow her for life and death, he would also give her a dreamlike love story. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It's easy to deal with this kind of trash. Really? Yan Qingqing sneered. However, her gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with kindness and tenderness. Weak. Too weak. So weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen shot another arrow at Dou Hongming. Dou Hongming spurted out a mouthful of blood again. Jiang Chen suspected that Dou Hongming had lost all his blood. Jiang Chen's ridicule made him feel that he was just a piece of trash. He couldn't even see through the tip of the iceberg. He suspected that his attainments in the art of formation had become dogshit. You're not dead yet? Great, I'm very interested in your Dou formation technique. Tell me, what's the origin of your Dou formation technique? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He had been eyeing Dou Hongming for a long time. With the Dou formation technique, his strength would reach new heights. Don't even think about getting any information from me, Dou Hongming said. He had already been humiliated by Jiang Chen. He wouldn't mention anything to Jiang Chen now. You're not afraid of death? Jiang Chen smiled. If you dare to kill me, there will be no place for you in the northern cold divine region, Dou Hongming said confidently. Because of the battle god clan? Yan Qingqing looked at Dou Hongming and said. You know about the battle god clan? Dou Hongming was a little surprised, but he became even more arrogant and haughty. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Battle God clan sounded like an extremely powerful clan. Moreover, Dou Hongming dared to say that he wouldn't have a place to stay in the northern cold divine region. It was obviously not a threat, but a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. If I'm not wrong, the Battle God clan should be the strongest clan in the northern cold divine region. They're also the only existence that can fight against the God Luo clan. Am I right? Yan Qingqing said. She had heard that the Battle God clan was powerful 10,000 years ago. But now the God Luo clan was getting stronger and stronger. The Battle God clan can fight against the God Luo clan? Our Battle God clan is just keeping a low profile. You don't even know this? Jiang Chen looked at Dou Hongming in shock. Dou Hongming did not deny it. His pride had already explained everything. However, this wasn't enough to make Jiang Chen revere him. Especially now that he's about to die. He'll definitely get what he wants. How can the God Luo clan be compared to my Battle God clan? If the two of you dare to touch me, the Battle God clan will chase after you for the rest of your lives. I'll let the two of you fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Dou Hongming's expression was as noble as the ancient theocrats. A prisoner dares to spout such arrogant words? Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Just based on your words, I'll definitely kill you today. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He hated people who threatened him the most. Chapter 2582. You're too reckless. Yan Qingqing sighed and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. Jiang Chen's sword was extremely fast. She didn't even have the time to stop it and Dou Hongming had already been killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calm and smiled at Yan Qingqing. I, Jiang Chen, have never been indecisive. I hate people who threaten me the most. It's great to kill him. He deserved to die. So many people and demonic beasts died under the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. He deserved to die. I'm just doing justice on behalf of the heavens. Yan Qingqing shook her head. The strength of the Battle God clan is not as simple as you think. Moreover, this guy's status in the Battle God clan is definitely not a nobody. He has such confidence, which shows that he is extremely reliant on the Battle God clan. The Battle God clan is famous for being protective. It was said that there was once a great sect that offended a young disciple of the Battle God clan. In the end, the whole sect was exterminated. The cruelty of the sect was shocking. Now that you've offended the Battle God clan, I'm afraid that you'll be hunted down by them in the future. Although the Battle God clan has not appeared in the world for a long time, it's an existence that countless secluded sects are afraid of. Now that he's dead, the Battle God clan will definitely know about it. You'd better think about how to deal with the Battle God clan in the future. I don't care so much. I only know that as long as I'm happy, there's no one in the world that I, Jiang Chen, am afraid of. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen sympathetically. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and grabbed Do Hongming's storage ring, erasing all the marks on it. Jiang Chen looked at the storage ring. This guy really didn't have many things. Except for a few divine origin stones, there were very few things that could make Jiang Chen interested. Formation knowledge? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Even though Do Hongming's strength wasn't that strong and he couldn't be considered as one of the strongest experts, his attainments in the art of formation was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. Even though the no-beginning formation could help Jiang Chen to improve his understanding of the art of formation, Do Hongming's attainments in the art of formation could help Jiang Chen solve many problems in the art of formation. It was without a doubt that Do Hongming's attainments in the art of formation could help Jiang Chen solve many problems in the art of formation. To Jiang Chen, Do Hongming's understanding of formation was very useful. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to improve his formation. It was already easy for Jiang Chen to learn the no-beginning formation without a teacher. However, Do Hongming's understanding of formation was undoubtedly the best choice for him to perfect the formation. Do Hongming's understanding of formation was undoubtedly the best choice. Where is the Do formation technique? Jiang Chen frowned as he searched through his storage ring. Finally, he saw 3 words on a white jade plate with black words. Battle formation technique. Finally, I found you. Jiang Chen was very happy. The Do formation technique was very important to him. It was equivalent to a life-saving method. If it was used properly, it would definitely be enough to shock the world. Even his no-beginning formation would be even more terrifying if it was enhanced by the Do formation technique. Even if it was the integration of sky lightning, it might not be able to cover the sharpness of the Do formation technique. However, if it was the integration of 3 types of sky lightning, it would probably be more terrifying. But Jiang Chen was confident that if he integrated more than 4 types of sky lightning, it would definitely surpass the existence of the Do formation technique. However, it was impossible for him to have so many sky lightning now. He only had the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. The Do formation technique was extremely important to enhance his strength. Therefore, the Do formation technique could completely become an astonishing trump card for Jiang Chen. Even if he encountered a Divine King Realm expert, an ordinary formation with the enhancement of the Do formation technique would be enough to turn the tables. However, in the hands of Do Hongming, the Do formation technique might not be able to display its true power. Jiang Chen carefully kept Do Hongming's storage ring. Yan Qingqing was very intelligent. She smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Chen saved all of them. She naturally wouldn't say much to her savior. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned. She suddenly clenched the Great Bright Lord's relic in her hand tightly. At this moment, Jiang Chen made her feel a little nervous. Because Jiang Chen's gaze was filled with aggression. How could she not be on guard? He stared at a woman without blinking. Anyone would feel scared if they were in his shoes. Why? Are you finally showing your fox's tail? Are you here for the Great Bright Lord's relic? Yan Qingqing Lung said. The Great Bright Lord's relic is heavier than Mount Tai. Jiang Chen said sternly. Yan Qingqing was shocked. Sure enough, he came prepared. She was too naive to think that he would really give up on the Great Bright Lord's relic because he liked her. But compared to you, Even 10,000 great bright lords' relic is just a piece of broken stone. Yan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she heard Jiang Chen's words. Apart from shock and surprise, there was also a hint of disbelief in her eyes. You really don't want to snatch the great bright lord's relic from me? You're the most important in my heart. I swear to the heavens that I have no intention to covet the great bright lord's relic. But there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Yan Qingqing frowned. She felt that this guy was getting more and more unfathomable. I like you. It's true. Jiang Chen said gently. Yan Qingqing had expected it, but she still felt unnatural. She looked afar and fell into silence. What are you going to do next? Jiang Chen asked. Return to the Qilian boundary. Return to where I belong. Yan Qingqing said with a hint of nostalgia. Where is the place we should return to? Where did you come from? Where do you want to go? Jiang Chen seemed to be impatient. You seem to be asking too many questions. It's your business if you like me. It has nothing to do with me. Don't follow me, I hate it when people follow me. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, she turned around and flew into the sky. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qilian boundary? Then I'll find you even if I have to search the whole Qilian boundary. Big brother Shi, thank you for this trip to the Tianqi mountain range. We'll meet again in the future. Jiang Chen looked at Shizhen with a smile. You can go anywhere in the world with your strength. What does it have to do with me? Shizhen smiled bitterly. We've also benefited greatly from this battle. Our strength will definitely improve. We plan to stay in the Tianqi mountain range. When Benefactor misses us, you can come back to the Tianqi mountain range and we can drink and chat. Chapter 2583. Only a vaster world would be able to contain Jiang Chen's radiance. All right. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Shizhen, Li Peng and the others. This trip to the Tianqi mountain range had given him a great harvest. Whether it was the understanding of formations or the Dou formation technique, Jiang Chen's understanding of formations had increased tremendously. His strength had also increased. He could break through to the late heavenly god realm anytime now, it was just a matter of time. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to progress step by step, the foundation before the divine king realm was very important. Jiang Chen's heart had already embarked on his journey. But he knew that he would return here one day. The identity of the scarlet cloud ancient vine that was sealed, Feng Qiuhuang's life was bleak and sorrowful, unknown to the world. The melodious sound of the flute was accompanied by the sound of the zither. The eagle soared through the sky. Jiang Chen's desire to return became stronger. He turned his head and murmured, looking back at the mountains, the eagle does not fall from the 9 heavens, trampling through the Qilian mountains. A song messed up my heart, my soul was broken like the netherworld. If I don't become a celestial, I'll break into pieces. After a year, I'll return to slash the sky. My ambition to reach the clouds has yet to be fulfilled. Blood stains the beacon. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the sky. Between the forests, under the mountains and rivers. Hundreds of birds cried, shaking the heavens. Jiang Chen left. Shizhen, the Lilei brothers and many others stayed behind. At the end of autumn, the maple leaves were dyed red, covering the mountains and plains. The 8 meridians had already fallen and 1,000 sails sailed forward. Li Peng held a long spear in his hand, moving unhindered above the white water. His posture was heroic and his spirit was imposing. Li Peng looked up and saw a girl's silhouette on top of Mount Everest. She was looking towards the southeast. It's been a year. Are you still waiting for him? If you like someone, why do you have to be so dejected? Li Peng said faintly. If it was someone else, he might be extremely jealous. However, that person was Jiang Chen, a man who should have stood at the top of the world. Li Peng had always regarded him as his idol. How could he have the slightest bit of disrespect? Although his heart already belonged to someone else, he knew that this woman was everything to him. I don't like him. I just can't forget him. Xining said in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered incessantly. That figure lingered in her heart for a long time. The legend of a generation had long since left her, dissipating into the clouds of the 9 heavens. Then you are? Li Peng asked in confusion. Don't say the red sleeves don't make me yearn for you, it's because of my youth. Xining turned around and looked at Li Peng with a sweet smile. Her graceful figure disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest at the foot of Mount Everest. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already left the Qilian mountain range. Furthermore, his strength had already broken through to the late heavenly god realm within a year. 2,000 late heavenly god realm demon spirits had continuously compressed Zhou Xian's strength. He initially had the hope of breaking through to the late heavenly god realm, but Zhou Xian had strangled it in the cradle. He had continuously compressed and polished his strength. His foundation had already surpassed everyone else. 2,000 late heavenly god realm demon spirits were absorbed by a single person. What kind of energy was that? Even a divine king would be moved by it, right? The tiger roared in the forest and the dragon soared through the 9 heavens. Zhou Xian walked out of the Qilian mountain range and felt like a fish leaping into the sky. A late heavenly god would be regarded as a true expert no matter where he went. Now that he met a divine king expert, Zhou Xian could finally have a fair fight with him. Moreover, in this 1 year's time, Zhou Xian had thoroughly comprehended the formation knowledge left behind by Dou Hongming. Now his formation had completely surpassed the previous one. His Dou formation technique had also reached the 3rd star. The Dou formation technique was divided into the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The 1st star was the foundation and the 5th star was the true mastery. Stepping on the 6 stars of the Dou formation technique could already shake the universe. Stepping on the 7 stars of the Dou formation technique could cause the stars to move, allowing the formation to achieve the most perfect sublimation. The Great Tao was the simplest, reversing the Heavenly Dipper. But the Dou formation technique that Zhou Xian had obtained only allowed him to cultivate the 5 stars of the Dou formation technique. In other words, Zhou Xian's most powerful Dou formation technique could only help him to unleash the power of the 5 stars. As for the 6 stars of the Dou formation technique and the 7 stars of the Dou formation technique, they were still with the Battle God clan. Zhou Xian could only think about it. If he really went to the Battle God clan, he would probably be torn into pieces. Although Zhou Xian said that he wasn't afraid of the Battle God clan, his current strength was like a child waiting to be fed in front of a tall and muscular man. He didn't have the strength to even truss a chicken. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. The Qilian boundary was one of the 4 most powerful boundaries among the 27 boundaries of the Lone Dragon County. It was on par with the Heavenly Star boundary, Lifelong boundary and Mohe boundary. Lingju City was one of the top 10 cities in the Qilian boundary. There were several powerful sects within 10,000 miles of Lingju City. It could be considered as a big city with countless cultivators. Have you guys heard that Xian Mansion is going to make a big move this time? I'm afraid that the whole Qilian boundary will be alarmed. Of course. Look at the status of Lingju City. The Xian Mansion came from the Divine Great Land to the Lingju City of the Qilian boundary of the Lone Dragon County. It's bound to cause a commotion. It's said that the Reverend of the 9 boundaries has returned to Lingju City. Xian Mansion offered something that no one could refuse. How could the cultivators not come after hearing the news? What do you guys mean by the Reverend of the 9 boundaries? I've lived in Lingju City for hundreds of years. Why haven't I heard of it before? You look like a fool. You don't even know about the Reverend of the 9 boundaries. The Lone Dragon County has a total of 27 great realms. Each of the 9 realms has a supreme, which is the Reverend of the 9 realms. These Reverends of the 9 realms are the Reverend of the Heavenly Star realm, the Reverend of the Qilian realm, and the Reverend of the Mohe realm. The Lifelong Realm's Reverend could also be a Reverend, but sadly the Lifelong Realm Lord has no desire for power. Hence he lowered his status and became one with the Mohe realm. Hence the Mohe realm is one of the most shocking realms. The Lifelong Realm Lord is so powerful that even the other 2 Reverends wouldn't dare to covet him. A swordsman holding a folding fan said with a faint smile. His expression was arrogant, as if he knew the Reverend of the 9 boundaries like the back of his hand. It's said that the adopted daughter of Reverend Mohe will also come to our Lingju City. At that time, all the experts of the 9 boundaries will gather in the city. Although it's just a meeting of the 9 boundaries of the Qilian boundary, the Xian Mansion will definitely not be left out. After all, it's a place that everyone wants to enter. Zhou Xian put down the teacup gently. His eyes suddenly froze at this moment. Fate is too wonderful for words.